Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And I am calling this meeting to order at this time, and I would ask all of you please to rise for invocation. Please remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. This morning, Commissioner Joe Gonzalez will give invocation.
Lord God, Heavenly Father, we're here today we're always asking you for things. Today, Lord, we just want to say thank you for everything you've given us, for all the strength, the courage, the wisdom, the knowledge, the patience. Lord, we thank you for this Commissioner's Court that comes together to try to work things out for the betterment of this people of this community and our taxpayers. Lord, we give you thanks for the people that are here today that will voice their opinions and their beliefs. And we give you thanks, Lord, because we, in our way, we will respect people's beliefs and what they feel that they need to say. Lord, we give you thanks for allowing those to get involved in this community. And we give you thanks, Lord, for allowing us to work on this budget that we're about to finish that will help our employees and the citizens of this community. Lord, so today we're here to give you thanks for everything you've given us, everything you've done for us, and continue to do for us today and hopefully tomorrow. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, so this morning for our clerk, I'll announce that it's 8:40 in the morning, but I probably think, it was probably like 8:35 when we started. And today is August 29th, thank you, 2022. We are here at 901 North Leopard, which is Nueces County Courthouse on the third floor at Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. And as the presiding officer, I do certify that all commissioners, Hernandez, Mares, Gonzalez, Chesney, myself, the county judge, are present, and therefore a quorum has been established. At this time, I have an announcement of disclosure of conflicts of interest as item D, and would ask that any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflicts with any items on this agenda shall be declared at this time. Members with conflicts will refrain from voting and are asked to refrain also from discussion on such items. Conflicts discovered later in the meeting can be disclosed at that time as well. If there are any announcements at this time, we would ask that you declare. Commissioner Chesney, just on item executive session 4A, just on half of it. Would you like?
That's just I've continued. I think I listed that as a continual running, so I don't have to do it every single time as a voluntary recusal.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is there a safety briefing? Indeed, we have Mr. Timothy Everest here with us. He's our risk manager. If everybody would please give him your attention.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 additional fire extinguishers throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an automated external defibrillator, or AED, is located on the atrium wall next to the Human Resources Office. In the event of emergency, the person responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, The egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting La Pond Street entrance, and assembling in the parking lot across the street. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics are this week's active shooter awareness training being conducted Wednesday, August 31st and Thursday, September 1st at the Banquet Hall at the Richard M. Borchard Regional Fairgrounds. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you, Timothy. Next, we have public comment.
Judge, could I ask that we advance the item that I'm sure many people are here to talk about so we can actually have dialogue on it, which is 3A16, so it's just not them talking and we can't respond?
Let me first,
Motion.
hold on one second. Let me have public comment, and I'm going to do it in the order, and then let's hear to make certain, since we don't know all the public comments that will be, although most of the items are distinguished here, so let me look.
Judge, I was just...
Maybe not all of them,
If
but I'll
any-
be happy to work on that as we see fit here. Okay, the first person for public comment is Leo Rios. And also, those of you online, if you would like to make public comment, please use your virtual icon of a hand. We'll recognize you. We do have at least 15 people signed up here, so we will get to you. In addition, let me kind of give you some of the rules. There is a stopwatch that's digital that you'll see on your big screen. We ask kindly to take a look at it. I'm not one to just cut you off, but out of respect for everybody else, we try to give you the opportunity to finish your statement as well as be thoughtful to the other people that are here. I'd also remind you that if you want to wait till the agenda item is posed, then you certainly can. But
Judge, I would just like to ask that, again, and I can make it in a motion, that anyone that wants to talk about 3A16, that we advance that and maybe do just public comment on the other things first, but then I would like to move that we move up 3A16 so everybody can, that's here that came to talk about that issue, have the opportunity to do that.
Just a motion.
yeah, so I'll be happy to advance it. There's no need to, since we're in public comment, and there's no notice of needed at all to advance anything. The only thing I wanted to share with Jenny Dorsey is that 3A16 needs to go to executive session given the nature of the legal questions and the government code that it conflicts with, and I'd already let her know that. So we can discuss it, but there's not going to be an opportunity to go to executive session this morning without taking care of some of the other business that's pressing. So
Judge,
we can talk about it.
I'd sure like everybody to be here when we decide this, and I'm happy to go into executive session. I mean, I've run those by Jenny. She's assured us that all of those meet legal requirements. I've vetted this thing for months. So, I mean, I'd be happy to go into a short executive session if you want to do that. But I do think it's important all these people that showed up get an opportunity to see how we do this and be involved in the dialogue and see how we vote, because it's all open and transparent. So if we need to go into executive session for a few minutes so that you can ask whatever questions you have, I'm happy to do that. But I think it's important. We've got a lot of people here that are here on this issue. So I'd like them to be here when we vote on this issue.
I have no problem with that, but there are legal issues, and I can tell by Jenny's body language that I don't believe that she's ready to say that they're all legal, because there's clearly conflicts with regards to the government code.
I asked her. She said they all met the legal requirement that we could consider.
You can agree to reasonable constraints on the court if you agree. If you agree, if the court votes.
Right. And so I asked that. She said they were all, so I pulled them down the last time so I could work on the wording, because she had concerns over my wording. I did exactly what I said I was going to do, pulled those down, went back to her on the wording, said, now, does this meet the legal? Now it's a policy decision. And she has indicated that everything has been met legally, and now it will be up to the court to decide on the policies. And this is, again, for everybody. This is for everybody on the court. It's all about open and transparency. And so it does. Let's do it in the open. Or ask. I mean, I would waive anything. If you want to ask a legal question, Judge, ask now. I mean, let's do it in front of everybody. I'm happy to do it.
Well, it seems like you have it pre-planned already, so let's do something. Let's do this. I'm going to do the public comment, And then, Jenny, we can have some discussion. Each of the policies obviously have different conflicts with regards to the Texas Government Code. So we can take those one at a time, and I don't mind doing those in open court. But I will say there are people here, particularly for the resolutions. So I'll tell you what I'll do is I'm going to ask if everybody who is signed up, is there anybody here in public comment not for 3A16?
There's a motion. on
Okay,
the floor.
thank you. So I'm going to take those first, okay?
And then you'll do 3A16 after?
And then
Judge?
yeah, thank you for running the meeting. I would be
I'm
able,
asking
I
a
will be able
question.
to do 3A16 afterwards. As I said, I'm going to take public comment as it's supposed to be. And I would welcome those three. Who was the last? Was it Kathy back there? Okay. Tim Dowling? No. Okay. Sorry, I thought your hand was up. So we'll call on Tim Dowling, who is not here for the record on 3A16. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
Judge. I'm
Please.
here on 11.
Okay,
I'm here
please
on
proceed.
11 and 12.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
My name is Tim Dowling. I am a member of the League of Women Voters on the board of directors, but not speaking for the league. What I'm here to talk to you about is the 11 and 12, and that pertains to the locations of the early voting and the regular voting on November the 8th. I have 2 points to make. One is I'd request that you not cut anything back that you've done before in the last election, especially the last midterm election. And I heard that there may be consideration for the first week of early voting to stopping it at 5 o'clock, and then the second week doing it until 7 o'clock. What I'd ask is that you be consistent and do it in the broadest way possible to make it possible for as many people to vote, and both weeks to have it be at 7 o'clock. Don't have 1 week at 5 and one at 7, because that's just going to generate confusion. There'll be some people who go to work and say, oh, I tried to get in the first week, and they'll run into somebody and they'll say, oh, I tried to vote early, but they shut it down at 5 o'clock. I couldn't get there by 5 o'clock. And somebody who's planning to vote early the second week will say, oh, it closes at 5 o'clock. I can't make it either. When, of course, if you keep it open till 7, they would have. But that word's not going to get out to everybody. So all I'd ask you to do is be consistent, be as broad as possible, and just have it real simple. Keep it open till 7 on every day, and I also urge you strongly to make sure that you have at least one Sunday option as well. Thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sylvia Campos on items that she will identify.
Good morning, Commissioner,
Good morning.
Commissioners, Judge.
Good morning.
Sylvia Campos, 4410 I guess I'm used to doing public comments in the city. We always have to announce where we live. I am also a member of the League of Women Voters, but I do not speak for the League. We just celebrated our 102 years of having the right to vote. And one of those things that we advocate for is access to democracy and making sure that everybody that is eligible to vote should vote and can vote. And we hope makes it easier. So we are here because, or I'm here to continue to advocate that for our citizens. We are in alignment with what Tim Dowling just said, and the League is also advocating for, which is keeping the voting times consistent. What's happening or has been happening, I've noticed in the last couple of years, is that our voting locations have been diminished. I used to work at Bay Area Hospital. We used to have a polling location there. That's gone. I can probably name you a few more, but if we're going to reduce the polling locations, let's at least increase the voting hours. 7 to 7 sounds reasonable. And if we can just continue to advocate for, letting the public know that these hours are there for them, for us, for the working people, we'll just have that much more democracy in action. So again, thank you so much for listening to us. I'm pleased to see so many people here. This is, I'm probably going to have to start counting how many times I've been here, but it is certainly a more welcoming place to have public comment, and I love that you have the clock there and you can see how much time you actually have left. So again, thank you. Oh, one other thing, the last time that I was here, I was also here with La Lisa and her mother, and they were talking about the veteran cemetery and the money that can be used to hopefully place a statue and even do more irrigation for the trees that are out there. Just thank God that it's been raining. So anyway, whatever you can do to our veterans, we would appreciate that as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to ask if there's anybody else in the audience while Connie looks online, for anybody that would like to make public comment on an item, thank you, other than 3A16. Yes, it's on there. It's on here. She just took it from me, but I'll go ahead and recognize you, Miss Barbie Baker, and she'll identify the subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioners. Barbie Baker, Nueces County Republican Party Chair, and I would like to address 11 and 12 also.
Okay.
What I would like to say is, in the general elections, as most people know, the county parties don't run it. The clerk does, and I just wanted to express our gratitude for the communication lines that are being shared with us and sharing the potential locations and the numbers. We are just very grateful for that communication and working with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else other on another item besides 16? Okay, in that case, what I'm going to do is, in order to get some discussion, I am going to advance 3A11, and that is discuss and consider establishing the early voting polling locations for the November 8th, 2022 general election. And the reason I'm doing that is I'd like to see a motion that we take this up. Well, it's not really a motion. I would like to ask the court to take this up post-noon today. It's my understanding, but I'd like some clarity, that nobody has seen the proposed voting locations other than the commission. Is that accurate? That's correct? So it's hard to know if you're going to comment pro or con if you have not seen them yet. So what I'd like to do in this time period is,
I think they've been sent out, Judge.
Barbie, would you mind?
No, to the parties.
Excuse me. Could you please, only because it's recorded.
Yes, ma'am. The county clerk's office has sent those to the Democrat chair and the Republican chair for review, for numbers, and for input.
Okay.
So that was my appreciation, is that even though we don't run the election, that she
Okay.
is still reaching out to both of us for input.
Understood.
And I think they were posted
So-
on our packet in the website too, right?
So the clerk informed me on Friday that they would not be published on the website, and they would not be published. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to attach them right now so that they'll be open. This is an open meeting, and I think that we should have those attached right now. But we would like some information as to which voting locations are not included that were included in the 2018. I'm sorry, in the 2020, or in the primary, whichever the case may be. Do you think we have that information? Okay. So the bottom line is that the comments that were given by Tim as a representative of the League of Women Voters, as well as Sylvia, I think really are important. I very much like the consistency. It's kind of hard to remember. It's open till 5 one week, open till 7 the next. I believe that budget may be at issue, in which case I think that's something we can rectify, Commission, if there is an issue.
Is that, Lorenzo, do you know? I haven't heard anything about changing the hours. The
hours that were provided to us were 5 p.m. for the first week, and the second week 7 p.m. And my proposal is to make certain that it's 7 p.m. for both weeks of early voting for consistency and lack of confusion, so we don't have any
I kind of
confusion.
agree that 7 to 7 both weeks. You know, I think it's a consistency. People don't get confused. And
Right. So that's the first motion I have, is to make the early voting polling locations on item number 11 consistent to 7, on the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
I think it was 8, Judge.
I'm so sorry,
No,
8?
well, it's, I'm looking at what you're seeing. The
Go
first
ahead.
week is 8 to 5, second week is 7 to 7, October 30th is 12 to 6, and October 31st is 7 to 7. So
Right.
maybe 8 to 7 on that first week is what, I don't know. Kara's not here to talk about it. I'm sure she's
Well,
she's at a doctor's
7 to
appointment. Do we want-
7,
I mean,
thank you.
I'm okay with
I'm
the more
okay
the
with-
merrier, but I
I'm
just want
okay
to
with,
at least want to hear from the clerk if that would be.
I'm-
I'd like to at least, I mean, I'm okay with it. I
Well, I
think
mean,
it's a good idea.
as was pointed out, we get to make the decision. So here's the thing, I bet she's going to need some funds. And so as long as we get her some dollars to be able to increase her budget, I think that it's up to us on the dollar amount. We just need to make sure that we can make certain that she's got the resources that she needs to run that. We could run
8 to 7.
8 to 7.
I'm good with longer. It's fine. with
Yeah,
me.
I'll make a motion that we go 8 to 7. And,
7 to 7. I think the
Second.
issue is
7.
people,
Oh, yeah, gotta go to work.
Yeah, they gotta go to work.
I'm in 7 to 7.
okay, 7 to 7. I'll second that motion, Commissioner Gonzalez.
With the
With the
exception of,
condition we give her more.
Go ahead, Commissioner
sorry, with the
Modis.
exception of,
Giving her more
of
funds.
Sunday,
With the exception of Sunday.
right?
That's
Because
correct.
That's where it's
With
only
the
here at the courthouse.
That's correct.
And that's from 12 PM to 6 PM.
Right.
That is
So that's
correct.
an
And we
extra-
give her more funds to work with.
And we give her more funds to work with.
Right.
All right, Lorenzo, we put 3 people in a good, solid motion together. Commissioner Gonzalez's motion is 7 to 7. And will you adopt Commissioner Modis's with the exception of Sunday, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And any other exceptions there? No? Okay, 7 to, the funds, Commissioner,
Commission, yeah, we do include the funds that she needs to.
that she needs for those extra hours. And I've got the second on it, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, now as to the locations themselves, at them, I would like to read into the record, since you all haven't seen them on the website, what they are, and I'll be very quick. There's 24 of them. Atkins Middle School, Bishop Multipurpose, Cal Allen ISD, Carroll High School, Church Unlimited Main Campus, Church Unlimited Rodville Campus, Corpus Christi City Hall, Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Del Mar College, Ethel Everly, Grant Middle School, Greenwood Senior Center, Hilltop Community Center, Island Presbyterian Church, Johnny Calderon Building, Northwest Senior Center, Nueces County Courthouse, Port Aransas Community Center, Texas A&M University, Toloso Midway, the Valencia, Veterans Memorial, West Oso Junior High, and Yorktown Baptist. Let me announce for you all listening online and for the record that there are 4 new locations. Let me point those out. 4 new locations. Carroll High School, and that's the old campus, okay? Church Unlimited, both campuses are new, but let me explain why the clerk put these on. She says London ISD was formerly a location. If you kind of think geographically, London, Church Unlimited is probably, what, 1/8 of a mile away? It's very close.
About half a mile.
Half a mile. And then Corpus Christi City Hall. So these are 4 new early voting locations.
Judge, can I ask,
Yes.
what I'm hearing is that the county clerk is on her way and
I'm sorry,
did
5.
ask to wait. She said she knew she was at the doctor. She's saying she doesn't have it cleared, so we'd need to put language in to make sure, because if those places won't let us use their places past 5,
That's fine.
then we need to put language in there that says if they will allow it, which makes this confusing if 5 of them say no and 6 of them say yes and 5 of them. So the county clerk has asked again that we wait so that she can come talk about it. But if you don't want to, she said she's at the doctor. She lets you know that, and so she's on her way. But she's saying she doesn't have clearance for those times yet and would like to at least be able to go back and check that out before we do it or whatever. Because what if some of them say yes and some of them say no? Then what do we do? So we're kind of changing things on the fly, which is fine. We do that. But I would just ask that we at least wait till the county clerk. We all agree with the concept, but wait for the county clerk to come and tell her side of what's going on, because we all agree with extending it. So we just need to make sure we work it out.
Well,
the right
and
way.
I'm going to suggest that if they can't, we'll have to find another location if they don't want to agree. I bet everybody's going to agree. But
they probably
I
will.
hear you, and we can wait on that. I misspoke. There's
voted for it.
5
I mean,
new
it's all four.
locations. And
Right
we,
northwest.
and again, our motion and voting doesn't hurt at all. We can wait for the county clerk, but our motion and our intention is to get it till 7 o'clock.
Absolutely.
So I think we're good there. The 5th one is Northwest Senior Center, West Guth Park. That's a new one as well. So there are 5 new early voting locations that have been proposed. We're going to hold on that vote, but those are the 5 for early voting locations. As for the permanent locations, Ide, would you be so good as to hand me those? That's the next agenda item for Election Day. So in item number 12, discuss and consider approval of Election Day voting centers, there are the same ones that I read earlier, which was Carroll High School, Church Unlimited's, both locations, as well as the West Guth one. The Northwest Senior Center, all of those go from the early to the permanent, and those will all be included. And then here are some new ones. Corpus Christi Fire Station 7, 14, and 15. And those are located on Staples Street as well as Commodores Drive, respectively. And another new permanent one is Del Mar College Oso Creek Campus, which is a new, of course, West Campus is on there as well, but this is Oso Creek Campus. So, Commissioners, I didn't know if you had any discussion on these. People always ask, are the universities and colleges on? And the answer is yes, they are. Del Mar College is on West, and the new one is Oso, as well as Texas A&M University. And of course, Commissioner Gonzalez, you'll notice that there's no Petronila in the early voting, but you will notice that it is on the general. And the same is true for Agua Dulce and Banquete. There is no Agua Dulce and Banquete proposed early voting location, but when you get to the permanent, Banquete ISD is on the general, and Driscoll ISD is on the general, as well as Driscoll Middle School and Bishop. And so my only question is Agua Dulce. I did not see an Agua Dulce on the election day. Commissioner Hernandez, will you double check for me?
Yes, I will.
Will you start to look there? And I would like to know your comments on that since you represent that precinct.
Judge, can we, is there a way we can get this copy? I know we're going to get it posted online on the website, but can Connie get it to put up on the screen for those that are on Zoom and those that are here watching in court? Okay, can you pull those up? Because I think it's a lot easier for everyone to see it than just to hear it. I know I wouldn't have been able to keep track.
And again, the one that I missed, the one that I'm missing in my mind is Agua Dulce.
And I'm sure if the county clerk were
I still
allowed
don't
to
see
be
it
here,
here,
she
Judge.
might be able to explain why there isn't anything. And I go do see and explain a lot of the stuff that she's on her way to get to. So she does run the elections, and it would be nice to be able to hear from her.
The county clerk would ask that you would please wait. She'll be here in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Of course, we're going to wait. We're just having discussion about it so that we can be ready. Thanks. So while we're waiting for the county clerk, we can, I'm going to, in the interest of time, there are people here for Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. That should give us the 5 minutes that we need. And then we'll wait for the clerk to finish those items. We'll move straight into the 3A16. And so I'll ask you to give your attention to Belinda. And the month of September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And we have some wonderful people here representing our mental health community. Belinda, would you proceed?
Whereas September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, a time to raise awareness on this stigmatized and often taboo topic. In addition to shifting public perception, we use this month to spread hope and vital information to people affected by suicide. The goal is to start the conversation about mental health and the impact of suicide, to help connect people with the mental health resources and suicide prevention services available in our community. And whereas, according to the CDC, in 2020, suicide was the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States, claiming the lives of over 45,900 people. It is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 to 34, and suicide is the leading cause of death for people held in local jails. And whereas, on average, there are 130 suicides per day in the United States, with the rate of suicide being highest in middle-aged white men. And whereas each and every single suicide directly impacts a minimum of 100 additional people, including family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members. And whereas the Nueces County Commissioner's Court publicly places its full support behind NAMI Greater Corpus Christi, our local mental health community partners, and law enforcement who work steadfastly in the fields to prevent suicide. And whereas 93% of adults surveyed in the United States think suicide can be prevented. Therefore, we encourage all community members to identify the warning signs, to take the time to understand the importance of mental health education, and recognize that taking care of ourselves and others equates to taking care of mental health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioner's Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim September 2022 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and calls upon all citizens and community members to bring their voices together to advocate for better mental health care, including an effective and accessible crisis response system.
Thank you. Thank you, Belinda. Representing NAMI today, Melissa, do you want to, or either one? Welcome. This is an important month for us to create awareness, and we invite you to make some comments.
My name is Heather Loeb. I'm the communications manager for NAMI. I have been suicidal many times. About 3 or 4 years ago, I had to call the hotline, and I did the online hotline, and there were 76 people ahead of me. And that just shows that this is a prevalent problem. It's not an isolated problem. And I was hospitalized twice, once for 6 weeks, and I should have stayed longer. But it's lonely. It's being lonely. It hurts. It's painful. I'm getting emotional. But we can save lives if we talk about it. We have to talk about it. Even like she mentioned in the proclamation, it's the second leading cause of death from 10-year-olds to 34-year-olds, and that's shocking. Children and teens are talking about it. They've heard about it. They've seen it on YouTube. They've read about it. So we have to talk about it openly, and we have to do something right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angela Horner, the program director with NAMI Greater Corpus Christi. And suicide has touched my life personally. About a little over 10 years ago, I lost my nephew. He had a lot of problems. I know he didn't want to die, but he didn't see any other way out. He just wanted the pain to stop from the emotional stress he was feeling, and he was 25 years old. I often think, what would he be doing today if he were still with us? if his parents had known the warning signs to look for. Because there were warning signs. We just didn't know. And so now I make it my mission to educate people. Pay attention to your loved ones. When they don't seem to be, doing okay, ask them, are you okay? And then listen. Really listen. Because it's so easy to miss the signs, especially if you don't know them. So, like the proclamation said, I urge you guys to know the warning signs, educate yourselves. Because suicide doesn't discriminate. It could happen to anyone at any time, anywhere. And it's always shocking. And that's what I have to say. So thank you for the proclamation and for letting us speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're proud that Texas is one of many states, but not all states in our union, that have the 988 call center. And so I just want to make sure that everybody knows 988. If you or someone you love is in crisis, please call 988. Those are the only 3 numbers you need to remember. Texas has provided funding so that we have local, regionalized call centers. And the goal is not to be waiting in line and not to have somebody that's so distant from you, having somebody close who's a trained mental health care professional answer that call. Everybody knows somebody in their family that is struggling, or a neighbor or a coworker or a friend. So please share with them the message of hope and healing, and 988 is a way to begin. Dr. Xavier Gonzalez, welcome.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you. For those, I am Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. I am the county's Director of Mental Health Programs. I come here in support of NAMI, but not just them too, but many other organizations here in the county that are drawing awareness to Suicide Awareness Month. I start off. This is my role, but I always when I get asked, "What do you do?" I'm always a father first, and I had this conversation right before school let out this past year with my own teenage daughter because someone in her school committed suicide, and that's a hard conversation to have, to say, remember, you're worth more. Something is momentary, but we need to have those conversations more often. So there are a lot of things going to be. Events that are going on this month. I wanted to highlight NAMI. They are having a symposium and on the 8th and 9th at Del Mar College. And so they'll be placing some information outside in case anybody's interested in sharing that with a family member or somebody in the community. Also at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, we'll be having an event on the 24th. And there's been, and just to highlight, because there's organizations that have already been ongoing, starting just this past weekend, MHID had their own event too. So, support these organizations, support the message that they're trying to put out. And thank y'all for the proclamation today.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you,
Is there a motion to pass this recognition of September 2022? Thank you, as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I've got a motion and a second. And any further discussion? Thank you for everything that NAMI does. Of course, you guys have been in court almost every 2 weeks on a matter that is of grave importance. It's always coming back home to mental health, behavioral health issues. And I hope that there's something we can put downstairs in the courthouse that might be a way to remind people there are people who can help if you'll trust enough to reach out. And Dr. Gonzalez is always a great resource, and so just know that Nueces County cares. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Is this it here? Let me look. I have the official. I want to make sure everybody signed it. It's not yet attested, but may we take a photo so that we can create awareness by sharing this on all of our platforms today? Thank you. I'll be right there.
come up here?
There's 3 of them.
Yeah,
They'll come
they can
right
come up here.
It's fine.
Wooden them, right? Yeah, comfy. Go ahead.
That's the most shoes there, Commissioner, man. You couldn't afford it. No? Hey, Doctor.
Hello, sir.
Thank you very much. I really admire your testimony. You really do. Takes a lot of courage.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you all for being here. Cool.
Thank you for the testimony. I
Thank
really
you all.
admire you guys.
Thank you all for saying what you said.
Takes a lot.
Thank you all.
Cheese. Cake. Cheesecake.
Wow, we lost everybody.
Okay, thank you so much. We have Judge Missy Maderi, and she is here out of her courtroom for a quick announcement. And so I would like to yield to the presiding judge of the 5th Administrative Region.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. This is on the Mental Health Public Defender's Office. Our Oversight Committee, Dr. Shane Gleason, is here to address you all at this time, so I'm going to yield to Dr. Gleason.
Thank you, Judge Maderi. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. The Oversight Committee would like to ask you to table the discussion of office space for the Public Defender's Office for the time being. We ask you to do this because the Texas Indigent Defense Commission asks that the Chief Public Defender have input into the office location. The application window for that role closed the other night at midnight. Our hiring committee is assembling. We plan to have a hire hopefully wrapped up within about 3 weeks' time. So again, just so we're following the guidelines from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, we would ask that you table that discussion of office space.
Judge, I'd make a motion to table until they're ready to put it back on.
I'll second that. I just want to make sure for the
3A2.
record. Thank you. Can you go ahead and repeat it?
3A2.
3A2.
Sorry.
Motion and a second. September, do we want to say it
Just whenever they're ready.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. So we'll make sure that the record reflects that at the time that is requested. How's that?
Yeah, whenever you're ready,
Placed on.
Judge, y'all just let us know when you want to put it back on.
Appreciative.
Thank you,
Thank you
Judge.
so
Thank you,
much. All
Commissioners.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Thank you again. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll go back into,
Excuse me, Judge.
yes.
I just want to let you know there is an election post in Agua Dulce.
Thank you. Just
It'll
go
be-
ahead and
it'll
tell
be
us.
The Berlanga building.
Perfect. You know why? Because it's not under Bedlanga, right? It's under David Bedlanga. Thank you for catching that.
Sure.
All right, you got it. Thank you. Number 16, appreciate that. So now we can certify. And Ms. Sands is not here yet. Okay, so we'll have to skip and then come back to it. I was trying to get it to be all connected here, but is she just double check so we don't make her rush and then make her wait. All right, we'll just proceed. If she needs to come in and let us know, we can always take a break. Okay, Emma? I'm going to be looking to you for that timing. Let's proceed with 3A16, public comment. Probably take it just as the order it's in. If you want to swap amongst yourselves, I'll let you do that as far as your timing goes.
Judge, would it be okay?
Leo Rios.
Since it was an agenda item that I put on that I would like to start, please, just to make sure that...
I'm going to go ahead and call public comment Leo Rios. Please go ahead.
I just want to make sure that everybody here has the proposals.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
You don't want
Leo
the information
Rios.
to get out, Judge? I'm just
Leo
trying to
Rios.
make sure the information gets out.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank
make
you
sure
so
everybody
much.
has a copy of the proposals.
Thank you. I'll
welcome,
get to
Judge.
that as soon as we do public comment. The only thing, when you said the copy of the proposals, are you saying the updated ones that you sent last night at 7:30?
Actually, they were supposed to go out Friday, and then they apparently, I don't know when they went out, but yes, they were originally sent on Friday, and then they were sent on Saturday, I believe, and then there was a couple of words that had to be tweaked.
So again,
So,
the version that you have is the one that I received at 7:30 p.m. last night.
I'm
I would be
assuming so.
delighted to have that printed, Ide.
I've got
Could
it
you
right
ma-
here.
Okay, so since those are new and nobody has seen those,
No, they're not new, Judge. There was one or two words added, so they're not new. This was not, there were the ones that went out last night. There were one or two, and
so I'll make sure the audience.
one was taken
Go ahead.
off. So that,
Right, but I'm saying if there's
Okay.
any word that's new, I know you know the famous "eat grandma" with a comma, you know? The comma can make a difference. Let's go ahead and get the latest version circulated, and
Okay,
let's
I
put
think that's
latest
out there.
on it for all commissioners and for the county attorney. Jenny, do you have a copy of the 7:30 p.m. version? I'm just curious.
I don't know that I have it in email, but I believe I received other communication, but I have not.
So why don't we do this? You'll get me the latest to the court. We'll put them on with Connie so that she can attach them as new. Right? And then we'll make sure Jenny has a copy.
I've
And
got
then when we get to the actual nitty-gritty of reading it, then we can talk about what the substantive or non-substantive changes are. But again, one word can make a difference. So Leo Rios.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. This is for Commissioner Chesney. You have repeatedly placed items on the agenda that are aimed at a political agenda only. Proof of this is item number 16, where you have worded a policy that would remove yourself and the judge from boards and commissions. We elected you to represent our interests, and the judge does just that on many boards. Let's face it, it's only 60-plus days before an election, and this is nothing but raw politics. If you cared about your county, you would never want to eliminate a strong voice for the people. That includes yours and the judge. We want our judge for economic development to say a resounding no to agenda item number 16. And in closing, I'd like to say that any discerning individual can let us know that divisive language or strategies ends only one way: bad news. There should be no acts in this county ever allowed that result in politicizing, polarizing, and ultimately resulting in rationalizing. You cannot make something right out of something wrong. There needs to be zero tolerance for this. And I hope that God blesses us all, especially the court, with the strength to vote no on this and to vote for all the items for all citizens in this county for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck is it Burnett? You'd like to yield your time?
Yes, ma'am.
Switch. I'll be happy to do that because I know people have to get places.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Caballero, and I am a Nueces County resident. I'm really alarmed at the behavior that's happening right now in the court. It's extremely unprofessional, and I'm embarrassed to be a part of Nueces County at this point. There's not a lot of transparency here, and when people would like to push through agenda items or budgets before an election, it's extremely difficult to trust that elected officials are doing this in good nature. If we're unsure of what an elected position, who's going to be elected, then we should yield to that and make sure that everyone is informed, nothing is getting pushed through before people get ousted, and that everyone is aware of what is happening. Sending out mass texts to encourage discord amongst peers is very alarming. We should be working together. And the fact that that hasn't happened in 2 years it's sad, and it makes me wonder the culpability of people when they refuse to understand where their constituency is coming from. I have been affected by a mass text that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. So sending out a text against your court, for me, is extremely unprofessional. And if we want to be a county that is transparent, that is disclosing everything to the taxpayers, then putting everything to a halt right before an election, or not everything, but just the important key components, then we should all be agreeable to that, because this isn't about any particular individual here. This is about us and how every decision that's happening on a fly before an election could negatively impact Nueces County. And we've seen a lot of negativity coming from this court, and there's no fluidity at all. We don't even have fluidity in this meeting, unfortunately. So I would really like to push that we come together, and I am for these changes, because quite frankly, we've already been shown that we can't trust certain people, and here we are fighting amongst each other on camera. It is sad and quite frankly pretty disgusting, if you ask me. Have a good day.
Thank you. We've got Mr. Chuck Burnett.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning to the entire Commissioners Court. I am speaking in favor of Mr. Chesney's items. We do have some copies back here if anybody wants one. There's some put on the back table. I'm sad that the first gentleman that spoke made this into that there's some kind of political agenda going on. Whenever I read this, there is no political agenda that I see here. This applies equally to the entire Commissioners Court. And I'm sad that there's laughing going on, because apparently they haven't read this, but this does not single out any individual. It applies equally. It appears to be just promoting transparency and good government. So I hope that this Commissioners Court has a good discussion on this, considers the intent of this thing. I think it is a good thing for the citizens of the community and of the county in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Linda White.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and judges. And one thing I'd like to thank you all that attended the League of Women Voters, just a positive note before I start. I'd like to thank Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Hernandez, and Judge Canales for attending and leading their support to the League. Thank you. But I'd also like to say that it seems, I don't know, I'm looking at the notes that I got online, and I got a full blowout of 16 to see, what the difference was between the first reading that I came to and this one. And I'm still noticing some things like being able to not, you guys suspending for every election, you're going to suspend your ability to appoint people to commissions, to work with people. In Nueces County seems ridiculous to me that it would be suspended for 60 to 90 days until the new court takes position. That's crazy. The other thing that bothered me was I noticed earlier that you guys got to take your ability to abstain from voting is already in place. So, I keep going back to if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because it just seems like you already have some rules in place to govern travel, to govern your policies to abstain from a vote that may be conflicting. And so I once again am thinking, let us try to be more supportive of people, individuals on this court. I know last time they said, well, you really don't understand. This time, it's a political football. I don't think it is a political football, and I think Nueces County people understand what's going on here, and we're objecting to you hamstringing each other. It's petty and unprofessional. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miss Judy Laverty.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning.
I live at 909 Driftwood, and I have been a resident of Nueces County for 53 years. So I know most of you, commissioners and some friends. I agree there's only 68 days until we get to vote. And I have to also agree that some of what I've heard this morning just reinforces that this item on the agenda has its own agenda. And I'll leave it at that, because if it concerns revising, updating the policies and procedures, I think this court would be much better served if item 16 were revised instead to address and remove the more obvious conditions that appear to be impeding our county commissioners' meetings. First, common laws of courtesy dictate that no one sitting on the court should be getting up and down repeatedly from his or her seat to leave the room, knowing fully well that a quorum would not exist if they left before a vote. Of course, medical emergencies occur, but they should not be repetitive. And that the business of the court should be conducted with proper respect and courtesy shown to everyone inside the chambers, especially, I might add, to the county judge. It is bad for business to see and hear the immaturity that is voiced. It is non-productive, and it is insulting to witness. Rules and regulations are made to be followed. If they are proven to be broken, then they should be dealt with in a timely and appropriate manner, preferably more than 68 days before an election. As a supporter and believer of Judge Barbara Canales, I think we are fortunate indeed to have her articulate, strong representation on boards, commissions, and in the community networks. I think her membership is a benefit, not a threat to the court or our community. And I trust her judgment and action to go by the rules when she does participate. I am proud she represents our county when she travels to Washington, Austin, or wherever. She works hard for our community, facing challenging opportunities that ultimately meet our county's needs. Her participation in these organizations benefits the entire coastal bend of Texas. I say I forget about item 16 today, and let's concentrate on keeping our county court productive, polite, and truthful. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next person is Miss Barbie Baker.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Barbie Baker, and I am here in support of item number 16. The very first thing I want to start off with is that every American eagle needs a right and left wing to fly. Every single one of them. The American eagle does not have its right and left wing try to tear each other off. That is absolutely zero benefit to the body at all. So I watch these court proceedings all the time. I follow a lot of different things that are going on in this community. And with all due respect, Judge Canales, I know that this notice went out prior to 7/20 because I was getting copies of a text message sent out by the Barbara Canales campaign rallying people to come here to protect the judge from Brent's attacks, from Commissioner Chesney's attacks. So so you talk about respect. Everybody talks about respect in this courtroom, but it starts at the top and works its way down. People are going to follow the leader. And when the leader is not leading with integrity and ethics, then it bubbles back up. And it has created a huge diversion in this community. It has created animosity and hatred and stare downs and meanness. And that does nothing for our community, nothing at all. There is nothing about what is in 16 that says that, I'm going to back that up. No, I'm keeping the right and left wing. And so 16, the item number 16 holds individuals accountable. And that seems to be where the problem is. People get upset when accountability is expected across the board. That's all it is. If we don't take accountability for our own actions, of course nobody else is going to take responsibility for them. So that is what I am asking as a tax-paying citizen, as a small business owner, as a proud resident of this community, is to lead from the top, to be respectful to all, and to not use campaigning in the body of this court, because it is wrong and it is offensive. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Judge Mike Westergren, followed by Susie Saldana, followed by Lalisa Hernandez.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Honorable Judge and Commissioners. I was a part of this county for 30 years, and I have a watch to prove it. And among those 30 years, I served as the county attorney. And I'm certainly not here to substitute for our fine Mrs. Darcy. But I have to say, Ms. Darcy, things have certainly gotten a lot more complicated since I got to sit where you are. So thank you. And I was just perusing this, I guess you'd call this like a regulation. And I'm sorry that these things break down. Well, I'm not completely sorry, because it's just the nature of the beast. We are political bodies, we're political institutions, and politics is not really evil. But I generally am here to oppose this proposal. I believe that the ethics regulations of the state of Texas cover most of the matters that would be of concern. And I do appreciate the good work, Judge. I didn't get the. I'm pretty much into your campaign, and I certainly didn't get the kind of negativity that was described earlier. But neither here nor there. But I would urge y'all to not pass this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Susie Saldana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Look at what you have created. You've got people on one side, people on the other side, and you've divided our community completely. And you want to talk about what went out in the social media? I actually got it from one of my Republican friends that showed it and then showed the bottom of it. And I have friends both in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. I am a Democrat. I will vote Democrat in the primary, but when it comes to the general election, I'm an independent. And I'm independent because I vote for people that are better from South Texas and Corpus Christi. That's who I vote for the persons that do the best. And this is political. You can tell by the interaction between our county attorney and one of our commissioners. You can tell that it's political. You can tell that it's been set up to be political, and let's face it, it's set up to go against the county judge. Why? Because she's a woman, I guess. Yeah, it's a woman. Would you have done it to Judge Neal? You would never have done it to Judge Neal. Would you have done it to Terry Thompson? You would have never done it to Terry Thompson. You're doing it to a woman, and every woman in this county should be insulted, should be mad, should be angry that it's being done because of that. You know the best thing that you can do as a person in those commissioner seats is get rid of this 16. Show that you are a commissioner. Once you're elected, you're not a Democrat and you're not a Republican. You represent all of us. Exactly. It doesn't matter what label we have. You represent all of us. So the best thing you can do is get rid of 16. Show that you are not political, because right now I'm only seeing the politics in it. And I'm seeing it from both sides, and I am very angry that you're not thinking about us, that you're not thinking about the people. We put you there, and you want to decide who sits in that seat? Let me tell you, if I come back to this court and there's a different judge sitting there and you keep this proposal, you won't. You won't. Yes, I will. Because it's political. It is political. The judge has done so much for this county, and you are fighting her. Why? My only logical reason is because she's a woman. That is my only logical reason, because she's as intelligent as all of you are. She knows as you are. You're even forbidding her to use her own money to benefit our county. How can you possibly do that? Not only am I ashamed of you, I think you shouldn't be sitting in those seats.
Thank you. We'll hear from Lalisa Hernandez, followed by Lisa Osborne Hernandez.
Good morning. I'm Lalisa Hernandez, and this is a momentous day. Never would I have thought that Susie Luna Saldana and I share opinions on anything political, okay? But I will concur with just about every single thing she said. I'm going to start by chiming in with what Judy Laverde said. This agenda that Brent Chesney is parading around is 100% an agenda. I don't know whose list I'm on or who I need to get on, but I didn't get any text, okay? I didn't get any text. I will tell you that, just as Susie said, you would never pull these shenanigans on Lloyd Neal. You would never try to shackle his ability to serve Nueces County on any board, commission, or agenda item. You would never pull this on a guy. It smacks of sexism. It smacks of blatant partisanship. And let me tell you, there is no earthly reason other than the upcoming election for you all to shackle Barbara Canales, and yourselves included. You are throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and for what? For power, for greed, and I'll say it again, sexism. That's all it is about. And so I urge you to please vote down agenda item 16. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Lisa, and it is Osborne, correct? Yes, Lisa Osborne Hernandez. I know you as Lisa Hernandez.
It's actually Lisa Osborne.
Osborne. I knew that wasn't right, Osborne. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you for giving us this time to speak, Judge Canales and commissioners. The functions of county commissioners are vast and numerous. The most important of these is to secure funding. State funding, federal funding, funding from outside sources. Where does the funding from outside sources come from? From each of you sitting on boards and commissions of private entities. Think about that. Now you with this proposal, you want to pull each of you from these committees, these boards. Who are you going to put on there? Someone from the county manager's office? I have spent all weekend looking for the name of the county manager. I have gone through the staff directory 14 times and found no county manager nor any county manager's office. So, who will you replace yourself with? Me? Why? To be more independent? I don't know all of the inner workings of the county, but each of you does. And then in item 1, in bullet point 1, you say that you don't want to appoint people to these boards and commissions within 60 days of an election. Folks, we're 68 days from an election. We're 48 days pre-early vote. We are 26 days from the mail-out date for overseas ballots. You are already within the 60 days. You pull people off of boards, who are you going to replace them with? I have comments about the other sections of these, but these two were my biggies. This proposal is trying to make a political statement about the government function of the county. I ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Becky Moeller, followed by Ms. Carrie Moore.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I retired and came back to Nueces County because I love our beaches, I love our estuaries, I love the Bob Hall Pier that we're getting rebuilt, and I wanted to come back to my roots from Austin, Texas. I've been impressed with how much you've accomplished in the last 3.5 years, Judge, since you were elected, because we started off, I thought, working together. One example of that is we heard the news at the time that we had issues with an issue in Commissioner District 4 with the Fish Commission. That was $1 million boondoggle that had been not handled properly. And as I understand it, you and a guy named Scott Cross really worked on that, and we ended up getting the money from elsewhere where we didn't have to cough that money out of our regular coffers and take it away from suicide prevention or other things that are important to us. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Commission was first complaining about what was going on and wanted us to pay up. This was going to cost us $1 million that we didn't have to pay. And at that point, my commissioner, Brent Chesney, was singing your praises because we were able to get this done. So at that time, I'm sure you didn't accomplish that from your little office on your telephone. You had to make some visits. You had to call in some appointments. And I'm amazed that we don't want to go places. You know, back in the day when we were fighting the base closure, I went to Washington, D.C. with elected officials and community leaders to try to save our base. You may remember we had a rally from where the convention center is today, went all the way down to the old Exposition Hall, and it was everyone. It was unions, it was labor leaders from across the state, it was corporate executives from across the country that wanted our base to stay here. And that didn't happen by accident. It happened because the community coalesced. And I think what happens if 16 passes, not only will the community not coalesce, but many of us will be out of the loop completely. So I also want you to vote down 16. It takes teamwork to make the county work. It takes teamwork to get some of the grants, Judge, that you have gotten for us. It takes teamwork. It takes support for you to be able to go places. And if something is wrong with what either my commissioner is doing with the money or John Modis is doing with the money or you, Judge, I think we have the mechanism to take care of those issues. We have ethics in the county, and I think we take care of those, and we don't need to, as has been said today, shackle you and shackle even our auditors and that sort of thing by making a problem where there is not one today. In 2022, it is an election year, and it's getting close. And many of us are working here and there. That's as it should be. We choose our candidates and we volunteer in those elections. Meanwhile, we want y'all to do the business of the county without regard to where is Becky and where is someone else in this campaign. I'm going to be pushing for Nueces County to be a financial solvent county. I push for your negotiating skills that you obviously have when you got the U.S. Fish Commission off our case and found the money to pay for that. So I'm going to be pushing for accountability in the county, and I think we have all the rules and regulations. Lloyd Neal operated under them. Richard Borchard operated under them. Back in the day, Robert Barnes operated under them. And if there were issues, we took care of the issues. So I say, let's leave this alone. Let's have the election. I'm tickled that you're talking about the election and polling places because that's very important. I'm so happy that we have a polling place in Agua Dulce because that's important. They are part of this county too. And they also care about Bob Hall Pier. They care about the things that we've all been working on for all these years. And I am so pleased that we have someone who has the negotiating skills and the strategizing as Judge Barbara Canales to go get this money, to go get the things that we need to make our county operate better. And thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you.
Please vote against Article 16.
Thank you. The next person that we have is, and forgive me, it was just the writing, but is it Pierce, Mr. Pierce, Craig Pierce? Also, Connie, before you get started, Mr. Pierce, will you look online for me? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Craig Pierce, been in Nueces County, living in the 78412 area code for 10 years and the county for 39. We elected you to do the people's business. Honestly, I think this whole conversation is a waste of a lot of people's time. I really, we elected you to do our business. You should go about doing our business without any restrictions. I had seen Barbara Canales around for years, hadn't actually met her until July 14th, just happened to bump into her in the airport. And in talking with her, she described that when she first got elected, she had a lot of ambitions for the county. But then we had COVID hit. And that just took all of her attention away from actually moving the county forward. And she was really excited. She was on her way to a business trip related to the oyster beds, as I remember it. And one thing I can say is I walked away from that conversation thinking to myself, because it was nonpartisan, if I didn't know what party she was in, I wouldn't know if she was a Republican or a Democrat. I just know that she was a good person, not a good woman, a good person. And this good person should be allowed to continue without restriction to do the county's business for as long as she holds elected office. I strongly urge turning down item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment at this time. And although our county clerk is here, I know
there was another one.
Oh, there was.
Yeah.
Of course.
Wait until after y'all have
Yeah.
the discussion?
Yes. Yes. Carrie Moore.
I thought you said that we can speak after y'all have your.
You can. You can wait till we bring up the item. I mean, the item's up really right now, but happy to have you weigh in on it. In public comment, is she?
Well, you've called the item, right? You're discussing it now.
Right. Carrie, you can do it right now. And also, let me just say this real quick, like Hillary, it's not lost on me. You're next, okay? I'm watching and looking to make sure everybody gets to where they need to go.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
My name is Carrie Moore. I live here in Nueces County. Someone brought up earlier that the commissioners should respect Judge Canales especially. Then I believe she should be held to a higher standard of how she behaves toward the commissioners and toward the people that come here. I've seen her belittle other commissioners and even clergy in this court right here in the audience. The only person that cares about genitalia is Judge Canales. Politics should not matter, and neither should genitalia. I want full transparency, and I want all elected officials to be shackled to me, the taxpayer and the voter. This is about sacking a board before an election. Number 16 prevents that. And the county judge needs to be focusing on county business, not advancing political career by sitting on boards outside the purview of county business. These are our tax dollars, and they should be accounted for at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Yes, go ahead. Yes. I'll sign you in, Rod.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Raul Hector Gaona, and I would humbly apologize for not wearing my jacket as respect to the Institute. It got wet and I tore it. So my 2 cents. We've been Texans for many, many years. We've been an independent republic since the beginning of Texas. We've taken care of business amongst ourselves to the best of our ability. I can tell you this, we can take care of this business if we do things appropriately, and that is respect. One of the things that I've noticed, and I've watched the courts, is that there's a lack of chivalry, civility. I always look for Robert's Rules of Order, and that's the key thing, respect. When I was in kindergarten, they always told me, raise your hand to speak, and I would. In that way, you could be heard in the clarity, and I'm glad that I got recognized as. I want to say this with all heart. As Texans, we should always look out for one another and do what is the most important thing. With all due respect for everybody, to let everybody be heard with cordiality, and more than anything, demand that our appointed people do as they should, give them the opportunity to clarify themselves, and we as citizens hold them to that accord. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. I'm going to have you go ahead and just announce your name. And I'm going to write it here for you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Murad Hasabawi. I live in 4642 Ramona Drive. This is my very, very first time being here, and I'm blessed to be here, and I thank the Lord for that. I am for Proposal 16. I have all the faith for Commissioner Chesney, and I believe he's doing a really good job. So thank you, Chesney, Mr. Chesney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, for the time.
Thank you very much. And I'm actually going to have you pass this back, Ide, because it does ask for the address. And so if you'll pass it to Mr. Gaona and Mr. Haswabi, they can fill in. And the last one, please welcome Judge Terry Shamsi.
Judge, good morning. Commissioners, good morning. I'm sorry I'm tardy. I thought it was necessary to come and talk about this agenda item. There's only so much time in a day, and I would tell you, you're wasting a lot of it. Now, what I know is that as we sit here, 2 commissioners have other full-time jobs. When that happens, and you get full-time pay, someone's in the room carrying your water. That someone is Judge Canales. You may not like her. You might have your personal differences, but that judge delivered. She has been the best county judge that I've seen in 35 years. Now, I worked with Judge Barnes. I worked with Judge Neal. I worked with Judge Borchard. That lady gets more things done in a week than what we could do in a month as commissioners. I'm telling you this. When you go out and spend that money that she brings in, remember, she brought it in. She uses her connections and her ability and her intellect to go out and find the funds necessary to run this county. Now, we're in a day and time that it's popular to think that as men, we're superior than women, that somehow intellectually that we're superior. That lady is the most educated county judge we've had here in this county. Now, it's hard, being a man, having to listen to a woman sometimes because we think that we know a little bit more. Okay? There is no one on the court that works harder than Judge Canales. I appreciate all y'all's public service, but let's really look at who's delivering every day. Now, as a taxpayer, I don't care about your personal problems. I really don't. I want to know what my taxes are going to be. I want to see government function. I want to see substantial pay raises for the employees because they are the ones that are carrying the water for everyone in this room. And more importantly, I think it's kind of beyond the pale that we're addressing this issue 60 days before an election. It boggles my mind. Because what are you going to do post-election? What are you going to give us as a taxpayers post-election? These rules that you think you can control an elected official where they travel? You can't. It's unconstitutional. And taking advice from a county attorney, I assure you that there's some problems in that legal opinion. Thank you. And Judge, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. What I'm going to do is move to the discussion of the item, and let me just call it. It's not call it, but at least describe it as it's written for the clerk. And that's discuss and consider adopting updated commissioner court policies and procedures. Item number 16. And as I said, there's some Attorney General opinions that are relevant. There's some legal questions. If it's, I always think it's better to have those discussions with our lawyer. But I'm happy to take each of the proposed items one at a time, and then we can discuss the legality of it. And if you all want to discuss legally in executive session, we could always, what I'd like to do, to be honest with you, is I'd like to have the CBRAC give their general information report and then go into executive session so we don't have to make them wait that entire time. But let's start with item number 1. There shall be no board or commission appointments made by the Nueces County Commissioners Court 60 days prior to an election, extending to the date on which the new Commissioners Court takes office, unless there are no new members coming onto the Commissioners Court in January. And I think this is more of a summary statement. There shall be no early appointments. Again, there are 4 in total. This is the very first one. And for discussion purposes, I would just offer that I know that we have a hospital district vacancy due to the death of our dear friend Daniel Dane. I believe that the hospital district would be, that appointment would be in jeopardy if this proposal passes. That would be a shame because you would not be able to elect officers. Also, the business of indigent health care, behavioral health, the budget, so many
Judge, the purpose
so many
of this
issues
is...
there would come up. I offer the hospital district, I'll be right with you, hospital district as one of many. I think there are a civil service commission appointment coming up that also has a vacancy. There are 3 or 4 other strong vacancies that are pending. In fact, we're taking applications for them now, and it seems odd to me that we would change the course of business. In fact, I know at the city, since I know this was drawn from a city policy, it's important to note that there's also a policy, at least there was, at the city that says no new policies within 90 days of an election for obvious reason. So one should encourage good government all the way around. And again, there is concern here that I have with openings and vacancies that we were going to take up in mid-September that would be within the 60 days. Commissioner Chesney.
In response to that, judges, that's the actual last line is the intent of it, which is there shall be no early appointments, meaning if they come up as a normal course of business like those, then those would not fall under this category. It is the appointments that are coming up in November and December that this is meaning to preclude. And so this is suggested language. If there's language that needs to tweak to clear it, but that's why I put that in there. There should be no early appointments because what happened at the city was the reason that policy did change was there were some early attempts to put appointments on, and so that's what this is. So those are within the normal course of scope because those expire naturally in September, so those would not be included in those. The ones that would be included would be the ones that aren't expiring in a natural vein and not until December or November, that we don't do those in October, September, or whatever. So that's the intent of that particular.
So there might be some language that could be tweaked, but essentially the boards that you're referring to are the Port Commission Board as well as the Coastal Parks Board, which I appoint all of the members. And in fact, just for reference and history, you might recall, in fact, you should recall, because we had this great discussion, that when I took office in January of 2019, Judge Neal had appointed all the Coastal Parks Board, and I was able to
That's not accurate, Judge.
ratify them in January.
We actually held on those board members on purpose so that you could get here and decide if you wanted to or not. So we, as a courtesy, did not make those appointments. You made those appointments. If you go back and look, you went ahead and you went ahead and kept that current board the first time around. Then the debate on that came later at the next reappointment a couple of years later. So you actually, we did that out of courtesy, which is,
So Tara,
this just ratifies a policy that should have been a policy many years ago because this is how it's kind of been done out of courtesy.
So Commissioner Gonzalez.
I thought there was a policy already. The last time when we did this, they said we're going to wait till the new judge comes on board. That's when you came on board, Judge. I know we held off till January. But I don't know, we did a policy or we just held off on them?
Just a courtesy.
On the courtesy, the vote of the Commissioner's Court. But I know we held off to January on some of the boards.
So it sounds like there's some language, Ms. Dorsey, that would not impact the ones that are so critical right now, like animal care and civil service and trying to remember hospital district. Tara's got her hand up. I bet she's got a few more here. Tara?
Yeah. So from a practical standpoint, you said no, Commissioner Chesney, you were saying no early appointments. I know that a lot of our boards expire December 31st, and usually we try to do like applications and letters of intent, probably like a month out. I just kind of need, for my own purposes, logistically, how are we going to handle that?
Those board members would be considered holdovers as the law allows until there's a new appointment. If that even comes into effect, it may not even come into effect. As it says, if there's no new members coming onto the court in January, then you go ahead and you make it as normal.
Okay. And then also for, I guess if there's any boards that are we allowed? I don't know if the term end dates. Do we have authority on all of the boards to? I guess.
I don't know what your question is. I'm sorry. I'm waiting. I can't.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to spit it out. I'm not sure how exactly to phrase it. Do we have authority to on all of the boards? Because some of them are statutory, so it's a little weird.
Yes, ma'am. Again, the law provides that that if a board member is not appointed, then they can hold over, and there is a holdover provision in the law that takes care of elected officials, board members, anything like that. They would hold over until the appointment would be done first meeting in January.
Gotcha.
Per se.
Okay.
Again, may not ever have an effect. May not ever be a new member coming onto the court.
So once, but again, for the purposes of the language, it does not have clarity that we could really use here, so that we could obviously take care of business. As I said, next week we're in court. We are in court on the 7th, and that would be within the 60 days. And so I want to make sure that...
Actually, that wouldn't be within the 60 days because the election is November 8th. So any of the ones that need to happen to do that would be absolutely allowable on September 7th, because that's 61 or 62 days, because there's a lot. October has 31 days in it. So all the ones that need to be done in September would be done at the next meeting. Most of our boards, the vast majority of them, expire in December. So this only affects a couple, and you just make sure and have them as you would September 7th. That's why
I don't have the vetting of whether or not all those applications have closed yet or not. For example, hospital district, I'm not sure when that closes. Again, it would have been great to have some backup so that we would have known that all of these boards would not be affected adversely. And we don't have any backup. There's no data here regarding the boards that are affected, so that the commission could make an informed decision.
Yes,
and
there's, Judge. There's a couple of boards that are coming up.
Which are they?
Animal Services is one, and then there's the hospital district is two. Those
When
are the only two that I have seen, because there is backup, because we approve it, so we know exactly when those boards are coming up.
There's nothing in our packet. Remember the packet that
This
we have?
This is a suggestion, Judge, but you know exactly when those boards are coming up because we've
I don't have
approved
any
them.
backup.
We've approved them. How do you not
Anybody
have backup?
have any backup?
You approved it, Judge. Are you saying you don't remember approving when those
I'm
boards are
saying
coming
that
over?
when your rule.
This is the backup,
The
Judge.
rule is that there needs to be a policy.
This is the backup.
Okay,
Judge.
guys, hang on 1 second, please. Could you get for us a list of the boards so that we could have a better written item number 1? Because as written now, it provides no clarity, it's vague, and it has detrimental and perhaps unintended consequences.
Judge, I think we could just add a sentence that just simply says all boards that expire naturally in September would be available.
Do you want to work with?
No, would be available for appointment. That would be my amendment. Would be available for appointment. And that would be the
Again, I need to
exception.
know when the closing dates are for the application.
But I'm saying any judge in September. What I'm saying is I'm giving you that exception language. All boards that expire naturally in September would be available for appointment. So that would cover everything.
It'll be the last
And what
one.
I'd like to make sure of, there's so many boards and commissions. Tara, if you're online, could you check to see if any expire? I mean, she'd have to do a thorough search, but she's got to check October as well. There could be some that are in October. Again, we have dozens and dozens of boards, some of which are emergency service district driven. There's also vacancies that come up. For example, let me give you a great example.
Judge,
BMAC, can somebody check BMAC for us? We can't get dune protection permits done unless, it showcases, Commissioner Chesney, that in the effort to tackle and aim at one board, at the end, you might have unintended consequences. So we'll take some amended language to heart.
Okay.
But I think it's important that you know, I'll take that suggestion. I just think we should make sure, because there's so many different boards that, again, what would have been good to have is a listing of all the boards, any vacancies that we may have, because you wouldn't want to have them sit idle between now and January.
Well, they don't, because there's the holdover provision. But again,
But if there's
I'm
vacancies.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm adding that language in.
All right.
To include your concern, which is what discussion, I'm trying to listen to what you're saying. So that's what the language that I would add, that would be an amendment, and then, and that would be an amendment to that language that would add to it. And that would be that all boards that expire naturally in September would be available for appointment. And that would be how I would amend that, and I would make a motion to approve this item with that
So
amendment.
are you going to
in it.
delete the words, "There shall be no early appointments"? Because that seems very open and vague. I'll let you write the language, if you don't mind. Get it to the county attorney so she can look at it quickly. We'll move on to number 2. We'll have everybody, once we finish all the tweaks, then we could print it, and I'll take a quick look at it before we take the vote.
Judge, what I would, and that's a very good point, what I would say is there shall be no early appointments except all boards that expire naturally in September will be available for appointment. That would be what I would move to pass.
There is no natural anything, it's legal.
With your, I don't even, with that would be the language that would, I think, take care of your concern, and then if they come back with anything else, we can tweak it again if we need to add something else. So,
Okay.
So that would be my.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask you to just physically write it because it's always helpful, and then we'll pass it up front. I'm going to move on to number 2, given that we've kind of talked about number 1. You're going to write it right for us and move it to Jenny's hands?
Sure, I just did. I don't know how.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, could you please write it here so I can hand it to her? It's okay. You can read it again. I'll write it this time.
Okay,
Please
all I'm
read it
saying is
again.
There shall be no early appointments except all boards that expire naturally in September would be available for appointment. That would be the added language that would help your concern.
And again,
To
to
include
address,
vacancies, to include
vacancies, Commissioner?
Right, that's what.
Well, expire naturally for the term, but what about vacancies that happen before
for
the end of
Kara.
the term?
Kara, it's 3A16-1.
Are you replacing this or just adding it?
Adding it, language.
Just
Adding.
adding. All, okay.
I'm sorry,
It's an
not she.
amendment to the language.
Do I?
It's an amendment to the proposal based on the judge's input.
I understand it doesn't make a lot of sense. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying. Maybe where are you adding it in?
There shall be, I'll read it
Okay.
again, there shall be no appointments, early appointments, except all boards that expire naturally, and all boards and vacancies that come up that expire naturally in September would be available for appointment.
And then where does that?
So the
fit in?
converse is
The
that
very
no appointments would be made in the months of October, November, and December?
But do you want to strike out at the end, there shall be no early appointments?
No, because I just read why, except, I just
Okay,
read
so
it.
you want to leave, okay, that's all I'm wondering,
Yeah,
because
I-
again, it's,
I'm saying there shall be no early appointments except
Okay.
what I just read. So that's why I added the except.
Right.
All boards and vacancies that expire naturally in September.
and again,
And if we find some in October, I'll be happy to bring that back.
Yeah, and again, I think the objection from the audience, and I'll just take up the cause, is that your intention of the word naturally is what you mean legally.
Sure.
In other words, that natural
We
doesn't
can-
have a place in law, but all of our boards,
We can,
you know, have.
we can substitute that word, Judge. That's a good
Legally,
word.
all right, we'll do that legally. Okay. And then I'm going to move on just in the interest of time. The second one is members of the court shall abstain from voting on agenda items relating to any campaign donor, PAC, foundation, or direct family member of the person or item being voted on with contributions to the individual member of the court in the aggregate amount of $4,000 or more. And I'll point out this throughout their tenure on the court, current term, and up to the same amount in a previous election cycle.
No.
If a member violates, their court shall now count in the final tally. And what I would say here is that I applaud, support, and have been on the forefront of Chapter 161, testified many times. Chapter 161 governs local governments. It can be found well, I'll have to look at the subchapter, but basically county ethics are governed by Texas statute. And so that's a great thing. Texas is the rule of law that we play by. And the reason you see different policies in different political jurisdictions is because they're not constitutionally created like we are. So we look to the local government code to set the rules, and the rule of thumb is if the legislature intended it to be more onerous or less, they would have done so. Therefore, we, as a governing body, We do not make the laws stricter or less strict because we are not the legislature. And so while I think number 2 has no, again, is vague and does not even discuss when it would begin or whether it would be retroactive, which would be, again, a violation of our own Texas laws, I would say that your ethics are perfectly defined by Chapter 161, and that's what we follow. It's what every county official follows, unless we do so by contract. And sometimes we do. For example, our legislative consultant documents have prohibiting language, and sometimes there's other documents. So you can contract your way, but you cannot policy your way over Texas law. Cannot be done. And I believe if Jenny will look at Chapter 161, you'll see, and she'll be able to report to you, and I was going to discuss this with you, Commissioners, in executive session, that this is how the ethics rules are given to us. And we follow them. And as a matter of fact, in the beginning of the meeting, you might remember that I announced, are there any disclosures of any conflicts of interest? If you'd like, we can start placing on the agenda the reference to that in the local government code, which is Chapter 161, in case you don't know it. But those are clearly defined, and therefore any policy to subvert Texas law, I not only object to, you should too. That is, your policy does not comport with Texas law and is in violation of Texas law. And again, if the legislature wanted to make it more strict or less strict, they would have. Placing an arbitrary policy with an arbitrary amount of dollars is neither appropriate nor legal.
Judge, if I may respond.
Absolutely.
With all due respect, I couldn't disagree with you more. The legislature gives us the right and the ability to govern ourselves. That is very clear in the fact that we are able to put forth policies and procedures, and we have done that for years and years and years, and we have the right to hold ourselves to a higher standard. If I believe, and this court believes, that we should hold ourselves to a higher ethical standard than what the law provides, there is nothing in the law that dissuades us from being able to do that. To try to hang this on the legislature says we can't hold ourselves to a higher ethical standard is an argument that I don't even know how to grasp that someone is making. People want accountability. They want to know who's giving to who and why are people voting for things if they're getting thousands and thousands of dollars of campaign contributions. People want to know these things. They demand these things. And this is simply putting something into place that holds us to a higher ethical standard than the norm. And I will stand behind that argument, and all the hecklers in the courtroom who don't like what I'm doing, I will stand behind this every day of the week and twice on Sunday. This is the right thing to do. If you want to suggest some tweak language just like you did on the other, that something's not clear, but this is super clear, this is super legal, this is super allowable, this is super ethical, and I am proud to put forth this issue, and I will be voting for this issue as is, unless you have some language that you would like to add or anyone else wants to add that doesn't change the point of it, which is absolutely, if someone is giving you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and then there is a vote to reward that person or persons, that should be not allowed, and it should be very disclosed. Disclosure is good. The more we disclose, the better. So again, I make a motion to pass this as is, and in the vein of high ethical standards, and I will stand
and I will go into. I will call for the executive session.
How do we come up with 4,000 instead of 5,000? Or
you know, it was simply an amount to start the discussion with, because we are here for 4-year terms. The city has this kind of policy also. I think theirs is a little lower, but theirs are 2-year terms. But so because this was a 4-year term, a person could give an accumulative amount. It can be lower. It can go down a little bit, whatever the case may be, whatever the court wants to do. But or it can be, if you want to make it 5,000. It was a number to start with, to start the discussion, and I believe it is absolutely. It's absolutely allowable. It's just a matter. It's a policy decision. It's what the court wants to do. If the court doesn't want to pass it, it won't hurt my feelings. I'm doing what I think is right. And that's what I'm going to continue to do.
We hear you. And the issue, Jenny, is that Jim Allison does not believe, nor does David Brooks believe, that this is legal. It's very, very clear that we have conflicts of interest rules, and they are set forth by Texas law. And while it's interesting to think that you can change Texas law from the dais, you cannot. You cannot be more prescriptive than the Texas legislature gave you. Commissioner Chesney, that's basic law. That is not, I don't know where he thinks that you can change. You cannot change that which the legislature has already spoken on.
No, Judge,
you cannot.
Let me say something. Sometimes the state law, we have ordinances that the state law doesn't control. The city controls the ordinances it does because they're stronger than the state law, and the state allows you to do that. Same thing with the county. If we set certain policies, that don't violate the law, we're just going to do it because this is what we need to do to run our county. The state is not going to come back and say you're in violation because your laws or probably policies are stronger, or probably even better than what we're giving you. So, it happens every time, all the time, where the cities, the counties, do their own policies and procedures, and a lot of them don't agree with the state, and the state, this is what we have unfunded mandate. They give you something to do, they don't give you the money, you got to do what you got to do. So I think I can understand where our policies or our procedures, and even now, probably the ones we have, probably the state probably don't agree with half of them, but they're there and we have to follow them. That's ours to run our county. And the same thing with the city with the ordinances. The state's not going to come back and tell the city, you need to change all your city ordinances.
Yeah, so
no way.
I hear your logic. Unfortunately, that's not the law, and that's not. Counties are governed by the Texas government code. Counties may not pass any policy that's in contradiction to Texas law. They cannot. So here's the legal issue. We can go into executive session, but Jenny, I'd like to go on to number 3, just so that we can kind of build through it. Go ahead, Commissioner Modest.
Yeah, I think we all need to jump in on this before we go to any executive session.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should all just kind of talk where we are at. I think some of us may feel stronger about certain proposals than others rather than one by one, because I do want to go to number 1. I didn't think we were going to jump right into number 2 yet. Here we are talking about item number 2. I think, transparency is such a big issue, right? It's important to people. It's a buzzword in politics. We worry about if government is doing something that we're not aware of, or if government is doing something that tries to benefit or is intended to benefit an individual policymaker. So I get that part. When I was on city council when we enacted the policy for early appointments. I think it was more than 60 days. It was 90 days. This close in, I just worry. I agree with what Ms. Osborne, what Lisa mentioned earlier, as far as, when you technically look at just the mail-in ballots alone, we're 20-something days in, so we're not even 60, right, if you want to talk 60 days from Election Day. So that's a difference, because we all know that early votes may come in from our overseas, from our military and their dependents voting, and also those that request a mail-in ballot. So I think we're way within that 60-day time frame anyway. Overall, I will say I would entertain this at any moment. I believe in transparency, but this close to an election, I think, is no matter who's in office, no matter who this is intended to, I don't think that's good policy. It's not. You don't put limits this far out. You don't talk about a $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 limit. With this few weeks left before the election, you want to set it. We should have set it before the primary, before anyone was on the ballot. We had 3 members of the court on the ballot in the primary. This should have been set way before then. We should have been talking about this a year ago if that was truly the intent to limit the contributions. So I get what you're saying. In essence, I would support and approve any policy that limits the amount of how much a contributor makes or a particular member of court makes, but not this far in. If you want us to vote on it today and say it takes effect of January 1st, 2023, then hey, you could really sway me on that. But to do that now before this election, it's just, I would be opposed to it no matter who. No matter who, I would be opposed to who is up here. And this was DRR intended to go against the DRR. I don't care. I don't care about politics when it comes to transparency, but I just want to be consistent. You know, that's the way I try to govern when I vote on things. I vote with some groups of this court on certain items and some on the others, because I just try to be consistent, right? And so I feel that there's no consistency in the time frame that we have put forth with this. Are these important items? Yes. I believe strongly in accountability and being able to follow along a paper trail, or be able to say, hey, there is a limit. Understand, if you're fundraising, once you're capped, you're capped. But this close in, I have a problem with that. So I'm concerned with all these items. I do support, like I said, a limit on early appointments. And once election day is over, the way the city does it, once election day is over, that city agenda is packed full of appointments, because then they can make appointments, even if it's in the lame duck period. Now, you want to talk about maybe not, that's a whole nother story. But I'll tell you, when I came on Commissioner's Court, there was a court appointment made 2 or 3 weeks before I was sworn in. 2 or 3 you and Commissioner Gonzalez are on here. I didn't get to have a say. You know, my predecessor before me didn't consult with me, didn't need to. That's just how the time frame is. So I want to protect the time frames that we have, right? No matter who's there. If we want to plan long term and say our next board appointment in 2023, which would be December 2023, maybe we should look at moving it, then okay, then that's a discussion we can have. But for all of this to be brought up so close to Election Day, I can't support it. If you put this anytime after November 8th, if you said any of this would be effective January 1 or beyond, I'm for it. But I worry about the timing. So that's my concern coming forward with this. County travel, I don't understand, and I apologize. I'm just going to go through all of it, because I know other members have a lot of passion and want to focus on particular issues, but I just want to go down the list. So disclosure, I mean, all of our travel usually is. I know we've had issues with our P-card travel, and make sure that everything's documented. Everything is documented. So I'm not fully understanding disclosures made as far as who paid for it. I mean, I thought it would be county, or maybe if not county, then maybe out of your own pocket. But so I don't really understand that one so much. And then item number 4, as far as shall not serve on particular boards, I guess, that we have appointment powers to. I think these are all valid. I think they're all well intended. But like I said, the timing. And I also don't want to put us at a standard that we're not following the same approach or policy that other entities are. If the city of Corpus Christi has a similar policy, say, for the Regional Economic Development Corporation, then okay, then I don't have a problem matching that. But if they don't, and they're appointing differently than what we intend, what the intent is here, I have a problem with that. So I like to manage by consistency and just being very methodical about how we approach this. And I feel that these are some good points that we can discuss, but I do agree. I mean, this is taking a lot of time for something that we could just easily say, you know, effective January 1, effective after this election cycle, then I could be on board with a lot of it. But as of right now, I don't think there's anything that can be changed or modified unless some language is that would have my support to change, and for me voting no against each of these items. So thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner.
I feel the same way as Commissioner Mares. A lot of things boards were assigned before I came on. Even a fire marshal was hired on before I came on. Okay. And I just think there's a lot of modifications that need to be done on one and others that I I'd like to see this table to where y'all can get all the modifications done to where there's no confusion to what we as commissioners are understanding what number one really wants to do. That's my suggestion to the commissioners. Why not table this, and let's not be in a rush. So that's what I'm saying, and I wouldn't have a problem saying no as it stands. Okay, I'd like to have some clarity on some of this wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to kind of, again, move us along, item number 3 is the one that's regarding county travel budget, but I'm going to read it. It says members of the court must fully disclose to the Commissioner's Court and the public all travel taken by them related to county business and who paid for it. For the record, we do that in-house with our travel request forms. When we travel on county business, we have to fill out a travel request form. And then that is showcased inside our, whenever the bills get paid. So if you are getting mileage, or if you're getting, all employees are the same. We're all treated the same. Travel request form, if you're going to a conference, what the mileage is, if you're driving, is there a hotel, is there a registration fee, what those are. This one has been tweaked quite a bit from its beginning. Right? Yes. I mean, you did that for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of objections early on. I have no problems at all. The difficulty was, again, on clarity, you may not have intended this, but it could read that you want to know every time. I do a lot on my own because the county can't afford for me to go to Austin every single time, or the Valley, or to talk to the senators, or to even go out to, for example, some of our flood regional meetings are in Uvalde. They're in Cotulla. They're in George West. I don't do that. I don't charge you for gas but if you want me to log it in and document all the times that I'm doing, with pleasure, with pleasure. But I think that originally this was, this has been modified to a much better extent, because in the beginning it was, we have to approve your travel. And we all know that's silly. For the record and for transparencies, I sit on behalf of the National Association of Counties, and I'm very proud of this. I'm the co-chair of the Gulf of Mexico's Parish and Caucus County. It's a 5-county state. There's 3,000 counties in the nation, and I'm beyond proud to say that our message, whether it's oyster habitat, whether it's offshore leasing and drilling, whether it's carbon capture and sequestration, whether it's living breakwaters and shorelines, Rookery Islands, whatever the matter is, your Nueces County voice is at the highest levels because I'm the chair. I just got appointed to be the vice chair of Military and Veterans Committee, and if you see me smiling, you better believe it, because this is Military County, USA, in Nueces County, and that means I can protect our bases. And I will tell you, I do that because it protects us, all of us. And so I love being able to do that. And yes, some of the hardest challenges that we've had, commissioners, have taken me to Washington. Getting our consent decree released for ADA, which could have cost this county millions and millions and millions, took me and Tyner Little to D.C. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife situation that we rectified took me to D.C. Now we're arguing for our Kemp Ridley Sea Turtle program, that it continue. That took me to Denver recently. And so on and so on. But everything is transparent because our auditor follows very particular rules. I don't have a problem with this at all. On item number 3, I just think that the way it was originally phrased caused a lot of heartburn. And I think if the intention is simply, hey, listen, I mean, I don't know what outside travel source, but if you want to know all the money that I'm spending for Nueces County, as they say in Spanish, con placer, I'll show it to you. I'll show you all the money that I spend to helping Nueces County.
Judge, can we just, if we agree on this, can we just pass this one and move on because we've got a long day? I mean, if nobody has
Yes,
objection to this
absolutely,
one.
absolutely, no problemo.
So then I would move that we pass number 3.
Absolutely.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the fourth one,
Judge, I just did want to address there too, that
Yeah.
the nice lady who said private boards, this has nothing to do with private boards. These are just boards related to the county. So this has there's nothing in here talking about anybody being on a private board. So that's completely different. So
well, I think she probably thought this.
I just wanted to make
Yeah,
clear
no, I appreciate
wasn't-
that. I think what happens though, commissioners, there are 501c3 boards, and that is by law, you know, it could be a 501c3 or C4 that we appoint to. We don't just appoint to political entities. We do a lot of advisory board, you know, style, like for example,
Spawn. Spawn would be
MHID, yeah.
Right, and
Those
so
are
my-
501c3s. We might want to clarify that.
Well, no, my intent here is anything that we appoint to for a board to be completely independent and not have any more influence by any member of this court. It would just be that those members would have to be appointed, and none of us could serve on those boards. And I don't really see the problem with that either. Obviously, that does not include a statutory board like the purchasing board, which is mandatory, which is statutory.
So let me give you a ton of other examples. So, for example,
I don't know what
the Coastal Bend Quality Air Partnership Board that I just recently got appointed to, and I'm actually the treasurer of, providing clean air
But we don't
as our
appoint that.
mission. Right, that's what I'm
These are
saying to
only
you.
ones that we appoint.
Yeah.
In other words, those are ones you have every right to be on anything you want to be that's a private. I'm just saying
Okay.
anything.
Well, I think that was the
we-
lady's point. Just some clarity to make sure that the county judge serves in other
This
words,
is
there's
just what we appoint.
bylaws.
Right, just what we appoint, just the ones that we have to appoint.
Mhm.
If the bylaws of a company, if the bylaws of a board say it has to be the county judge or.
Well,
but I mean,
we should
don't-
add that then.
We don't appoint those people.
We should add that.
Right,
We should
don't-
add the bylaws. Because I sit on lots of boards where the bylaws say the county judge, the county judge, the county judge.
But we don't appoint those, is what I'm saying. We don't appoint any of those. That's just the board asks you to be on it, and you're on it. We don't do anything with that. So these are just the ones.
Well, let me tell you the
we
ones that it does affect that should bother everybody. All the TERS boards those are the tax increment reinvestment zones. We are guarding the taxpayers' dollars.
But that's statutory, Judge. We have to be on those boards. That is a legal board that we have to be on by definition, and that would not fall under this. The TERS boards are, that is, it's a requirement that we're on there.
So I want to make sure that that's statutory. I did not, for example, on TERS number 4, when we created it, I remember that there was an appointment. In fact, the appointments come up in January. So I just want you to know that the appointments for the TERS come up in January. But it gets appointed by Commissioners Court. And I don't know, I don't think it's statutory.
Well,
I think it's approved, right?
I don't see it as statutory. In
It's
fact,
illegal. It is a TERS. It is actually, if you remember, the TERS
but
is.
putting the county judge on it is not statutory. We chose which
Right, but it-
commissioner and myself, if
Right,
you'll
but in the
remember.
TERS legal binding document, it says, and we went back and changed
So
that.
then
if you
we'll
remember.
maybe do it by contractual and/or bylaws. I'll be honest with you, I really don't remember that, because I remember in TERS number 5, I even said, hey, I think I'd like to be on that, and then all of these are appointments. Again, if your intention is not to knock me off the TERS, we may actually have lunch together today.
I'm not knocking you off.
I mean, because I'm representing and protecting the tax base of
on
this
the TERS.
community.
So
I take big offense to
Those are board
that.
appointments by the board itself. We
No,
just
they're
appro-
not. They're here.
I know, let me finish. We just approve it whenever the board, for TERS says, we'd like for you to be on the board. You submit the application, you submit it, then the Commissioners Court just approves it. There's no problem.
Well, let's clarify it. If we all agree, then we all agree. If TERS 2, 3, 4, and 5 will not be affected, I have to tell you, Commissioner Chesney, number 4 only knocks me off one board, which I guess is the intention, and that's the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, of which I sit. Otherwise, there is no board. I've checked all my bio and all my resume. I sit on
Right, that was why I used that
Right.
example. That was the only
Well,
one I
that's
could
the one you
find.
want to knock me off
No,
on.
it's not knocking you off, Judge.
Yeah, it is.
Because I was on that board. That board is not. That board can be any of us.
So-
I've sat on it.
So
You've
how
sat
about
on
this?
it. Carolyn sat on it. So that
So here's the
you
thing,
just
mine
happened to be on
expires.
it at the time, but I could be the next appointment, or John
Hey,
could be.
here's the
so
de-
it's not.
here-
but
here's
wait,
the
well,
deal.
Hold on, let me just finish, because you keep saying, and it gets the crowd all riled up, and they all make noise, and I want to respond. To be fair,
Call that democracy.
well, actually, most of the
Not
time,
in the courtroom. should
yeah,
be.
we're all supposed to be able to let everybody talk. But the point is that is not a board where the county judge is required to sit on.
That's correct.
Right, and so yes, you happen to be on it now, but to be honest with you, I was going to ask to be on it the next time it came up, but I don't want to do that because that would violate the policy. Or we could put John on. Actually, I've been on it, so it'd be better to have. It'd be better to. At first, I was going to say let's rotate everybody, like where it was, because Carolyn did it, I did it, you done it. I can't remember who else has done it. I think Mike Pusley, when he was commissioner, did it. And then I just went, well, but that's kind of going against my whole policy. So if I'm being fair,
So here's a compromise,
but I
sir.
get-
So
that's what I'm
my
just saying.
term, so one thing I didn't like about your policies is that in neither of these policies do you refer to when these take effect. So that's really important because my term of the EDC ends in January. And just so you're aware, I have an Attorney General opinion in front of me. When you appoint someone to a board, there's only one way to get them off that board, and that's to follow the process of removal. And there's an Attorney General opinion of which I made a copy for Jenny, which I was going to pass out in executive session.
Judge,
but
let
I
me
will-
just
I
answer
will
where
do
you're
now.
going. Let me just answer where you're going. That's fine. I mean, this is a policy going forward, despite what others think. This is a
Then why
policy.
do it now?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not do it now? In other words, if it's not going to kick you off a board because your term's expiring, Judge, then what's the harm in passing a policy?
Well,
You're going to fill out your term because you said it expires in January.
Right.
I'm happy to say,
listen,
let's just
I'm
pass
fine.
it.
Again,
And then it doesn't
I do
kick
not
you off.
believe that this is in the best interest. When the people elect us, it's a philosophical difference, Commissioner. When the people elect us, they actually elect us to serve. So the way I look at it is if you commissioners don't want to be on boards, don't. Don't offer, don't volunteer, don't go. But if you want to do the maximum that's required of you, get out there and get involved and create that oversight and get observed. Now, if in January you don't think that it's a good idea to have a county judge there when the other county judges are there, that's a court decision for the future. But the reason the Regional Economic Development Corp typically has a county judge on it, and by the way, we can pay for an extra slot. You just got to pay for it. If you want it to have another commissioner on it or another citizen, all you have to do is up the ante. That's why the city of Corpus Christi outvotes us every single time, is they put in they put $780,000 in, and we put 50. So the reason that you don't, so this worry of undue influence, let me go on record now. We have no influence over there because the city pays 780, the port pays 360, San Pat pays 50, and we pay 50. Who do you think has the influence? It is not me or Nueces County, but I am a voice for energy, for industry, for economic development, for small business, for coastal projects and resiliency, and you better believe my knowledge is helpful in that room, particularly when we're talking about what CCREDC does 99.99% of the time is the industrial corridor. And yes, it helps to have somebody who has an engineering background. It helps to have somebody who's served in that capacity. It helps to make sure that when they talk about hydrogen, I actually understand the processes so that we can figure out where the best placement for those endeavors are. That can be decided in January at the end of my term. But the way you wrote it, the way it would be interpreted, when we're trying to put on a new executive director in the next 30 or 45 days, it appears that you didn't want me to be on it. And that was my objection, sir. But I am happy to do it the way you want to do it, which is wait till January till my term is up, and then we'll have that good discussion then.
And Judge, I would make the motion that we pass it now, and the exception would be that you finish your term. I mean, so that then there's no harm.
Well, it's not the exception, it's the rule. You can't knock me off according to the Ken Paxton.
But I'm saying I'm happy to put language in there so that it's even more clear that you would finish your term. I mean, So,
Yeah, again, I would like to know if there are any boards that I serve on. This might be a court administrator's request that I have. I do not believe I, as the county judge, serve on any boards that what number 4 would affect. So the only thing you're doing is making sure you can't serve on any boards, because all of mine are either by bylaws or by statute, with the exception of the one that you just talked about, which would serve in January. So it's a lot of trouble to knock yourself off, but as they say, knock yourself out.
Okay, so then I would make the motion to pass this as is with obvious language in it. This is number 4, that Judge Canales
will expire in
finishes her
January.
term. Yes.
Right. And I also, I'm going to vote, I'll take your motion. Is that a second?
Second.
I'll take that second. I'll take any other discussion. I'm going to vote no because, again, somebody has to stand for Texas law. And I was hoping you'd wait till executive session so that you could see the Attorney General's opinion. Even if I agree with you on the January thing, you keep insisting that policies can be written contrary to law. Once an appointment is made, you cannot exclude anybody
And
unless
we're
you
not-
go
and-
through the process of
and no one
removal.
is
And as
attempting
long
to
as you can
exclude.
add that language, subject
I've
to
already added
Texas
it.
law, I'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with it because, again, you're trying to get policies to outlast us. And that's fine. That's what policies are about.
Right.
But-
And I think that's the key. This
but
is a policy for going forward for a long time, and this is, so.
I would warn you that as we develop important boards and commissions in the future, there might be new ones that come up. For you to limit commissioners and yourselves, I would caution against it. The people want you to serve. Why would you want to? I don't understand why your argument here is that there will be no undue influence. Man, you're supposed to go over there and influence. That's your whole purpose. You're supposed to advocate for Nueces so that FYI, the other day when I was sitting at the COG and they said, you don't get 31 million, I'm there to stand up and said, yes, we need these dollars and we will work with you and we will work together. If I'm not in the room or you're not in the room, I want you there too with me to advocate for Briscoe King Pavilion. I want JAG in the room if we're advocating for something for Bishop. This is why we're here. I'm telling you that I don't know what your motivation is, and I'll give you the light most favorable. This is not good policy. It's not good government. And I mean, like you said, you're going to tailor it to where it means nothing, but you feel like you've accomplished something? Okay.
Judge, I appreciate
You
your
win.
continued comment on that, and I'm trying to keep this professional, and I know you don't like it, but that's not what this is. What this is basically an attempt to create a policy that will outlast anybody up here, because the whole purpose of this, and you're getting a little stuck on one board, the whole purpose of this is so that never will there be a time where we should appoint someone to sit on a board that we appoint those people that we are supposed to let them do their jobs and be independent. It would be totally, for example, there's nothing right now that prohibits me from saying I want to be on the Parks Board, Nueces County Coastal Parks Board. Well, that's totally not fair and right for me to be on the Coastal Parks Board as the person who funds the Coastal Parks Board or helps funds them with this court and have undue influence on them. So the majority of this is about the 40 or 50 other boards that we're talking about, that most counties and cities do have policies just like this that say you can't do that. You know, I talked to Commissioner Pusley when he went over and he wanted to be on a city council board, and they said you can't do that because we have a policy. And I think it's good policy for the next 10 years that says you can't put yourself on a board where we're appointing independent board members because they're going to be more influenced by a member of the court, and that member of the court may not agree with the rest of the court, and that's not right. I may have a different impression than Commissioner Matas does, and so if I go get to be on the Coastal Parks Board, then that's not fair. So those are the boards I'm focused on. That's the agenda here, is all of these boards, not just getting
Maybe
stuck
we
on
should include
one.
employees since that happened to us once already.
And that's okay with me, but this was just Commissioner's Court policies, but if we want to look at
Yeah,
expanding
look,
that at
if
another
you're
time,
talking about Coastal Parks Board,
I'm just throwing that as an
I
example.
would
That's just
agree
an
with you.
example.
But I think, again, again, let's try to get to the,
Okay,
to
so
the end
Judge,
of it here.
I would, again, I think it was motioned and seconded, and you finish your term. That's the motion and second on this.
Yeah.
If that's okay to call for you.
And I would ask that the court administrator provide me, I don't have any recollection of any board that I sit on except for the EDC, but if there is one, I would like to know, and I would like the opportunity to have it brought back since it had no awareness.
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. Okay, in that case, I get to call this vote. Well, actually, any more discussion? Okay. On the courtroom policies, the court commissioner's policies on item number 4, the one we just spoke of, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, no. 2 noes, 3 ayes. Kara. On the travel, that was item number 3. We did not vote on it, but I don't think that there's a problem. We did vote on it. Okay, good, good. All right, there's one then we haven't, which is the 2.
1 and 2, Judge.
1 and 2. Remember, he's got the language. Okay, so let's start with 2. And again, you know, Jenny, I hate to put you on the spot, but I don't think we have the will to go to executive session on it, or do we, court? Do you want to go to executive session? Are you happy to deliver your opinion here? I would really like it for you to look at 161. I'd like you to look, at it.
Commissioner Hernandez had to table it for the 7th.
All right.
So we can look
Give her
at
a chance.
1 and 2, yes.
All right.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Fine.
Will we take your motion, Commissioner Hernandez, and seconded by Jag?
Yep.
Yes, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right.
1 and 2.
1 and
Correct,
2.
okay.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. I am going to move on to back to the regular agenda and call on Hillary Watt, our Coastal Band Regional Advisory Council Executive Director. And if that acronym CBRAC doesn't ring a bell, let me just say there are lots and lots of healthcare professionals and staff that support healthcare professionals that are total unsung heroes in our community. At the dais, at her podium, is, as they say in my book, numero uno, during COVID-19, we would not have survived without the RAC, its leadership.
What number, Judge, on this one? I'm
It's
sorry.
item number 1. She
Okay.
has been asked by the city to prepare the monkeypox. Is that correct?
I'm actually just going to give an update on where we are with COVID,
Okay.
and then a little bit about monkeypox.
Got it.
Yes.
And so Hillary Watt, Executive Director, go ahead.
Morning, Judge Canales, Commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Morning.
I just wanted to give you a little background on what our organization is. First of all, we're one of 20 schools in the state of Texas. We are legislatively mandated to work through the Department of State Health Services. They fund us, and they provide us the tools to work with our healthcare providers for the state side of our mission, which is Blue Sky Day operations. We write the plans. We're the keeper of the regional plans. Basically, when any of your people in our communities are having the worst day of their life, whether they're having a traumatic incident, a cardiac event, a stroke, or whether it could be mothers and babies, we are there to write plans regionally to make sure that they get to the right hospital for the right care at the right time. The other fold of our mission is disaster preparedness and response, which Judge Canales just alluded to. We've certainly been put to the test since the pandemic arrived on our doorstep. So anyway, today I just wanted to give you an update on the COVID situation here in the Coastal Bend. Can we go to the next slide, please? The mission, again, I just wanted to let you know, mission of the Coastal Bend RAC is to reduce death and disability related to trauma, acute illness, injury, and disaster through implementation of appropriate education and well-planned and coordinated disaster and emergency response systems. We are a 501c3, and below there you will see the 12 counties that we cover in the Coastal Bend, from Aransas all the way to San Patricio. For the Hospital Preparedness Program, which is our federal-funded program, I also cover the Coastal Bend, 12 counties, Laredo, all the way down to the Mexico border on the Rio Grande Valley. Can we go to the next slide and show the map? Okay, so this is the map of Texas showing the 22 regional advisory councils. For today's purposes, we're going to talk about RAC-U, which you see down there on the coastal bend, and that shows you our 12 counties. So on COVID, as you all know, is still with us, absolutely, still in our communities, although we are seeing very much lesser hospitalizations that we have done throughout the peaks. Just for your awareness, you should know that all Nueces County hospitals, or actually all RAC-U hospitals, most hospitals in the nation, are still continuing with a combination of testing procedures, whether that be people who present to the facility who are symptomatic, or if they are symptomatic and they have had known exposure to COVID-19, or if they are going to have surgery, they're tested. Masking is required at all of our hospitals, all of our acute care hospitals, for staff and visitors. And obviously the PPE standards, the personal protective equipment, they're still in place for anybody in the patient care areas, for anybody being treated for COVID-19. Connie, can you click on the link, please? As some of you will remember, back in the early days of COVID and throughout the peaks of the pandemic, we had a 15% threshold whereby elected officials had the ability to then, lessen the occupancy at restaurants and so on and so forth. And that was 7 days at 15% hospitalization rate or less. Currently, you can see these are the inpatients we have in the state. This is the whole state of Texas. And if, Connie, if you would go down to the regional. And if you'll go, yep, click on U. There we go. So we're pretty stagnant on our hospitalizations right here. You can see we have no peaks, no trends that we need to be cautious of or highly aware of. Our hospitals are handling things very well right now. We're in very good shape, although it does still exist out there. And I pulled some numbers from last week. These numbers are updated daily weekdays by 4 o'clock. So these are the very most recent numbers that are available. Next slide, Connie. No, that's not it.
How do I get back to the slide?
That's okay.
How do I get back to the slides?
I don't know. You're in charge.
Oh, we're in trouble.
It's okay. We just want to go back to the slides with the data.
I think there's something in the way. Nope.
There you go. Okay. The next one, please. I pulled the numbers. The next one. There you go. So as of Friday, these were, and I did pull it down, Judge, for Nueces County Hospital specifically. So this gives you an overview of, as of Friday's numbers, what the hospitals are reporting. Hospitals are still required to report a slew of COVID data on the daily, and that is required by the state and the federal government and the CDC right now. So we still have a good awareness of where we're at with the pandemic. So these were confirmed, lab-confirmed COVID positives admissions as of last Friday. So we had 3 in the pediatric range. And then you can see, I can read them if you want, but it goes down all of the different age ranges. And so you can see our numbers are very low right now as far as hospitalizations are concerned. And the next slide, Connie. Mitigation. So right now we're still continuing to promote testing and vaccinations and booster shots. I know that we still have several areas and locations set up around the county that people can go get tested at. They can also request the free tests when they become available from the government. And booster shots. I don't have public health data. I'm not public health, so I can't give you vaccination rate data here for Nueces County, but I can tell you the reporting at the national level that we are at about 67% people fully vaccinated and boosted, so still have a little ways to go there. Medications are available, and our partners at the Texas Division of Emergency Management are working on a strategic plan for the state of Texas to have a similar stockpile to the Strategic National Stockpile, which the majority of the items were expired, if you all recall, but they tried to open that cache up and send it to us. Chief Kidd and us at the RAC level are going to work with our stakeholders, predominantly our healthcare systems and our larger EMS agencies, to create warehouses across the state of Texas whereby we can store PPE, DME, durable medical equipment, and some items that we see repeated shortages of, like saline and epinephrine right now. And the idea is for that to become a place where we can rotate this stock through so that we were never going to get into a situation where we pull out 40,000 or more N95 masks that expired years ago. Okay, moving on. Monkeypox. I don't know too much about it. I just pulled this from the DSHS website for you guys. I will let you know that we have had 4 cases in Public Health Region 11. Region 11 is Coastal Bend, Laredo, and the Rio Grande Valley. Monkeypox, obviously it's an international outbreak. The disease, it can cause a very serious skin rash, and it appears to be spreading largely via direct contact with the skin or saliva of an infected person. Most cases so far have been among men who have sex with men, so that population should be especially aware of the situation and take precautions to avoid direct contact with anyone with a rash. It is a preventable disease, and people have an important role to play in stopping its spread. Most cases in Texas have spread through close, intimate contact with someone who has monkeypox. Risks include having sex, kissing or hugging someone with monkeypox, or sharing cups, utensils, bedding, or towels with them. Now, the symptoms are mild, also flu-like symptoms, and the rash. The rash itself is very, very contagious. You have to wait until the scabs completely heal and fall off. Up until that point, and the new skin has grown underneath. Up until that point, still highly, highly contagious. And next slide, please. So as you can see, this is the state of Texas broken down by public health regions. We've had 4 confirmed cases in Region 11. That's our region. Next one. And this shows you by Texas cases the age breakdown. And then it further, next one, breaks it down by male and female. So majority of these cases are obviously seen in males. There is a vaccine. Next one. There is a vaccine available, and there has been an allocation made to the state of Texas by the federal government. It's called Jynneos. It's a 2-dose vaccine. Half the dose must be reserved to give people a second dose 28 days after they've had their first dose. Testing. I know that our lab here, Public Health, are in touch with all of our hospitals on a daily basis. They're sharing information on recognizing the symptoms, what to do, how to get the vaccine, and how to get individuals tested. Department of State Health Services has to approve testing, so it is not a typically quick process, but it does come to fruition. And that's about all I have for you guys today, unless you have any questions for me on either of those. I'm sorry I didn't have any more data on vaccinations, but I just don't have that data available.
No worries. And thank you, guys. Anybody? We just hadn't had a good update in a long time, and so I really appreciate you coming and giving us this update. And those strategic reserve warehouses are very important. Just remind everybody they're going to be located.
There are 2 currently. There's one there's one that has been built. It's in San Antonio currently. Okay. The second one is being built right now in College Station.
Okay.
And then Chief Kidd's vision is to have one in every area. So for Region 11, it may be in the Coastal Bend, it may be in Weslaco. He's trying to bring those to fruition right now. Right. He does have the funding. It's just literally getting them built.
And I just wanted the commissioners to hear that, because obviously, I mean, our after-action report after Winter Storm Uri, even if San Antonio is so close, and it is, normally that's like an ideal location for us, it's not good if your roads are closed. And so Winter Storm Uri showcased something that we had not seen before, which is we've got to regionalize within our region. So sort of a sub-region. And I just want you guys to know that We don't necessarily have to have it in Nueces proper, but we would really like to see it in the coastal bend.
Absolutely. No, I agree. And
Yeah.
I think we should definitely try to have our own anyway.
And if we
should
could have our
definitely.
own, we agree. Emergency management agrees.
Yep.
Thank you, Hillary. If there are no questions, I'll let Hillary get back to her job. Okay, awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And saw them, they opened the door, and then Rebecca, I saw Louis come in, and then Louis come out. Oh, here he comes. Awesome. Louis, could we get a report from you on what I'm just calling all things emergency management?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Court.
Good morning.
All right, some of the highlights that I want to talk about today is going to be weather. So you can expect this week the high is going to be about 105 degrees, and the lows will be probably the low 90s. The KBDI for this week, for last week, is about 32 degrees. 32 on the KBDI index. The maximum that we had for last week was 512, but the average is about 662. So the KBDI is how we tell whether or not we're in a fire hazard or not. Fire hazard for that week. This week we have 4 storms that we're looking at. That's in the Atlantic and the coastal basin. So, the Gulf Coast basin. So, in the Atlantic, starting from the east off Africa, there's a tropical wave that's starting up and moving eastward. There was a tropical depression in the middle of the Atlantic that's not going to affect us at all. There are 2 storms that are in the coast, in the Gulf Coast area. One seems to be moving up toward the East Atlantic area. The other one seems to be moving west. Both of these storms may have some development into a tropical depression, but right now the percentage of that happening is less than 50%. Some of the things we've done in the emergency management for the last month, since I haven't given you guys a good update on what we've been doing. On our long-range calendar, we're trying to start a civilian emergency response team. We'll be bringing that to the court to get to discuss that. And we're also going to start building a recovery plan for the emergency response team and a preparedness plan for the EOC. Some of the short-range things that we got going on for this week and next week is the Nueces Hazards Mitigation Action Plan. That meeting will happen tomorrow. We have a hurricane exercise that we're working with the city of Robstown to get going. That's going to be a functional exercise, which we will be at R&B and start working through those processes. And then we're working with the Lone Star UAS, that's unmanned aerial surveillance, for a emergency management exercise that's going to happen on the 21st to the 23rd. That's going to be a great opportunity for us to see how we can use UAS assets to help in both mitigation, always, all parts of emergency management. So it'll be mitigation strategies as well as response and recovery. Some of the things we've done over the last 3 weeks or so. So we've worked with R-North and the 6th CST for a hazmat exercise that was very beneficial for us, because usually those hazmat exercises don't happen in the county area. They usually happen for the city. That was outstanding. We have a meeting with West Oso High School that's going to be on Wednesday to talk about CERT. And we start to work with some of the ISDs on the new Texas Education Association's security methods. Some things that we always want to remind the public on is STEER. So the STEER data purge happened in July. We did a STEER draw at the beginning of this month. We had 1,000 people registered in STEER. So if you registered in STEER last year, you have to go back and re-register again. STEER is how we can help assist people who are medically fragile and may need some assistance in evacuation and putting out information. Shelter-in-place kits. So I've had a meeting with the LAPC last week to talk about shelter-in-place kits. That's for our ISDs. If our ISDs that need a shelter-in-place kit, we ask that you do an inventory current shelter-in-place kits, because most of you have them. Figure out how many you have short, and then send me an email, or you can send an email to Joanne Salgi at the LEPC. And other than that, Judge, that's all we have.
Great. The only thing that you didn't mention that you sent to me that I thought was super intriguing is those, you're really monitoring in emergency management the levels of our rivers.
Yes.
And the cresting. And it's super interesting where we are now. Just 2 seconds maybe, or not two, but a little bit about that.
It was something that we had a concern with last week. We thought that the rivers may have some regular river flooding from heavy rains. It seems to have stopped. We're looking at it to basically the Nueces River to kind of crest. And that did crest on Sunday, but it may go back up because we expect a lot of rain this week. So.
Right. And that's really for you, Commissioner Hernandez. I want to make sure Commissioner Hernandez gets those charts. I know we send them sometimes to Ida, and she sends them to you, but I think for him in his area, he needs to really watch that, because the minute it's starting to look a little high, it'll affect your folks the most.
Judge, we were out there this weekend monitoring.
Yeah, that's good. And like I said, they've got the predictions a week out. So sometimes even when what your eyes don't see is coming. And Louis can get you all that good data. So.
And when I say we, I'm including Public Works.
I figured.
Jerry Garcia.
I figured. Okay, Louis, thank you so much. Any other questions for Louis before we move on? Louis, appreciate it very, very much. There's minutes on I-1, August 17th, to approve. And is there a motion, having read them already, to approve them?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, on the consent agenda, there's items A through M. M as in Mary. Are there any that need special consideration at this time? I would look for a motion to approve A through M.
So moved, Judge.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Excuse me, Judge? Oh,
yes.
A through M?
A through M.
On consent?
On consent. Yeah, and John's got a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
I'm just looking for.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, can I pull? I just had a question as to what we're doing. Exactly
go
what
ahead.
we're doing on K. Just a clarification question.
All right.
But so
I
my
think-
motion would be still to pass the rest of them.
I'm
Sorry.
with you. All right, A through M. We're going to hold K, Kara, for right this second. Commissioner Hernandez, are you good?
I'm okay.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, on K, this is a ministerial, but I'm going to refer to Ida or Jenny. I think this is sort of an announcement that there's actually a piece of paper that they get, a certificate of appointment, and this comes after you get bonded. Is that correct?
We're just asking the court to clean up a little bit of paperwork that should have been done January 1, the same as all the other boards.
Got it.
This is cleaning up for that board.
Okay.
Okay. So moved, Judge.
I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Even though 3A1 would be next, there are some people who have asked to go first due to, I guess, their schedule. And but I'll take any tables right now.
Judge, I do have.
All right, go ahead.
I believe.
I've got one too.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, number 2, we already did it, correct?
And did I?
We vote on 2 as a table?
We did.
All right, I've just got to make my notes here. Go ahead.
Table, right?
Tabled it to the next, to when they're ready.
I thought we were tabling one, but I don't remember what that
Okay,
one's
does
on
anybody
for,
have
but
any knowledge there?
I don't know who. Number 1?
Allocations.
Number 1?
Or is there, am I wrong on that? Maybe
I don't know.
I thought someone had asked me to table that, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not remembering.
That we're missing information for this one.
Say again?
Teresa is still working on it. It's on the certificates of obligations,
Right.
correct?
So this
Yes.
is the one. Right. Sorry. I knew I wasn't losing my mind.
You
So
wanna
Teresa
hold
had
on
asked.
that?
Yes.
All
Motion
right,
to table.
I'll second.
Until Teresa's ready. So whatever date she wants to put it back on.
All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign.
Judge, I have another.
Go ahead.
one. Let me find it if I can. I'm not sure how this one got
Okay.
put back on.
Which
Number
one?
17, I think, I'm just going to,
17.
if someone can just table that until I put it back on. I don't want to put a date on that one. I don't know.
All right.
It may have been one of
Table
those leftovers.
17, motion and a second from Modis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
And that's the number 17, Kara, the one on the purchasing board. Okay.
Aye.
Just making sure. Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign. All right, table that one.
And
Any
then also-
other one?
Yes, ma'am, one more. I think the county manager was looking for a table because she's not ready on
Okay.
E2, Human
We go there.
Resources E2. That's discuss and consider the addition, deletion, and revision of the
All
personnel
right.
policies.
I think Jenny also wants time on that one as well,
Two.
to be honest with you.
E is in Edward, E2.
Comes from both requests.
Right. So
All right.
motion to table, Judge,
I'll
until,
second.
again, until they're ready to put it back on.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes, ma'am, another one?
Louis requested to table number 10, 3A10.
Okay, let me go back. 3A10.
Who, okay.
Yeah.
Who, Louis? did?
Louis.
Okay,
Yeah.
so move, Judge, until he's ready to
Thank
put
you.
it
We're
back on.
working on all that to get you a zero cost. That's the hold there. Okay?
Just a move the table when he's ready to put it back.
Okay, motion, you'll take that motion. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That
Aye.
table's number 10. Anybody else, guys? Okay, well, that helps quite a bit.
We have another one later.
The one that we were going to work on, that the person needs to be in another location, is B1. And that is, Shane Peterson is here. We're going to get an update on the juvenile detention facility parking lot improvements. And he is here. He just walked in. Guess he was listening to us outside. If you would set up, Shane, you're going to give us an update on our energy savings performance contract, but really, it's just focused on the juvenile facility. If you want to mention anything else, you can, but please make it, the way we've noticed it is really about the juvenile detention facility parking lot.
Judge, can I also ask too, I think there were still some stragglers here on that 11 and 12 for Kara's item, the voting.
I know,
that were
that's
waiting.
true.
Just to point
No,
out.
let's do that next. I'll come out of order. Go ahead, Shane.
Thank you, Your Honors, Commissioners. I appreciate it. This is an update regarding the parking lot at the juvenile detention facility. Currently, right now, we are getting ready to start the parking lot. We originally had this in the last Commissioners meeting. We phased to do the back parking lot where the repair work was going to be done and then move to the front. We're actually going to flop that. And the reason why is there'll be better parking by doing the front first and allowing the back people to be able to move out there. Not to mention, we got the contractor to come out, and starting on Wednesday, they will do the survey, with a week following after that, starting the demo work for that project to begin.
Okay. So, ideas on completion?
It will take 2.5 months to do all this work. It's 49,600 square feet, pretty much, about. The biggest thing is that this has to be done in phases because of having to keep that parking lot open and making sure that the people that are visiting the facility can still get into it.
Yeah.
We can only do portions of it at a time.
Right. Is there a sign, I'm really big on signs. Is there a sign that says, we know this parking lot looks terrible and we are going to fix it? It's starting next week and then it'll be done in 2.5 months. I just feel like if people knew, it would really give comfort to, hey, because they see work going on and they think, have they forgotten us?
There is currently not a sign for this right now, but we
Okay.
could set up something in order to get that.
The pardon
Yes.
our mess thing,
ABM is shaking their head, and they're agreeing that we will put up a sign and make sure that people
I
know
think
it,
it's a good
and we'll put a duration time on that so everybody understands that. One of the big things that was discussed in our last walk that we did was the Sallyport area, which seems to be a thing. That has been addressed as a temporary fix right now, which they finished up on Saturday. But that is the area that we want to start first. We want to replace the Sallyport area and that side and get that work done, and then we will move to the other side as it sits.
Okay.
That will help everybody
Commissioner.
for access and problems to that facility.
Commissioner Gonzalez had a question about the Sallyport.
No,
Sure.
I mean, I walked it with you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Never mind.
We talked about it. I appreciate y'all getting on top of that, because that's been the biggest complaint that I've gotten, you know, and calls and everything else. You know, when we're out there, a couple people say, hey, I'm glad y'all are here.
Yes,
You
sir,
know,
yes.
But, you know, I really appreciate that. I think once you do that, then that's done. People can drive in and load, upload, whatever.
We agree with you, and that's part of the reason why we decided to flop from doing the back parking lot, because the front parking lot seemed to me to be a worse scenario. With more people visiting the facility, we felt that we'd better address that and then go back to do the repair work, which is by the contractor in the back, that doesn't affect as much.
And this is just friendly advice, but another nice thing you could do is when you're ready to make that flip-flop, where you're really starting to work, you'll work with our public information officer. He will signal to employees and the public that, hey, there is good parking for you, but it's not up front at this moment. It's
Yeah.
going to be in the back with the
We are
right
working
arrows and all that.
We are working with Miles from the facility right now to make sure that we set up for everybody that's there. And then we'll also set up that there'll be signage there'll be signage to telling where people can come in to pull into the right driveway and park. Because currently now it has two, you'll only be able to access one.
They can also park on the side, right? I mean.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Shane. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Judge,
now
I
you
did
can
have
get on to where you need to be.
I did have another table, if
Go
that's
ahead,
okay.
I'll take it.
And I apologize, I did not get my backup in on this, so I need to table
Which number?
3A19.
Tell me one more time.
3A19,
All
discuss and
right,
consider.
3A19. All right, motion to table 3A19. Is there a
And I'll-
second?
Thank you.
Second. Multiples. I heard modest first, though, Kara. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one, which is discuss and consider. And by the way, I am going to take a bathroom break. I would like to have a motion for a bathroom break here. Like, I know that I can see everybody. I'll do one more. So if there'll be a motion at 11:35, please, I sure would appreciate it. In a second, I'll make that second because I'm dying to go. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, this one is case management software for county offices. I put this one on.
You were going to do Kara's next, Judge?
Oh,
The
gosh,
election,
that's
sorry.
right. That's right, Kara. Let's go back to yours. Let's just forget number 3. It's not, let's do Kara's first. Okay, Kara, your item is 3A, 11, and 12. One of them addresses the early vote as far as polling locations, and the second one, number 12, is the regular day, November 8th. So let's just do early vote for right now. We have a copy right here, and you have starred for us the new locations.
Here.
And the question that came up and the intent of the court is to go 7 to 7 that first week. And my question is, can you ascertain that those locations can take 7 to 7?
Well, thank you for waiting after y'all voted on it. And I'm going to say y'all not waiting for me is extremely disrespectful. 100%. And that there was a mad rush to get this done when I wasn't here. And now that I'm here, you waited. So I'm just going to put that out there that, again,
Thank you.
I had a doctor's appointment and I came right afterwards. My staff told y'all I was at the doctor and I would be here. And so y'all not waiting is just disrespectful.
Okay,
moving
wait.
on now.
We did wait,
You
Kara,
voted, you
for
had a
you.
discussion about it,
No.
and you voted.
No, all we did is we're signaling our intent, and now
Okay.
we're going to wait for you.
Well-
Our intent is the court makes the decision. Our decision is to go 7 to 7, and now we want to ask you about the budget that you would
already-
need in the locations.
It's not only about that, and I understand that, but we've never had an issue with 8 to 5. There's a few reasons why we don't go 7 to 7 that first week. Because you have to think about the workers, right? And a lot of them are retired, and it wears them out, the 8 to 5 and getting used to it. And then they go into the 7 to 7 Saturday, and then that next week. And so they've made arrangements for 8 to 5. I've also added, or my staff, we've added 4 more early voting locations that we haven't had before, which is Church Unlimited, so Pastor Bill Cornelius. Well, actually, there's 4, I'm sorry. There's 4 brand new ones we've never used before. Pastor Bill Cornelius said we could use both Church Unlimited campuses, which is amazing, and we're very excited about. And there's also Northwest Senior Center that we have never used, which is exciting. And so we're giving more options for people, right, to vote. Because since I've been in office, what our priority has been to make voting easier for people, and we've done that with vote centers. And my staff is here, and picking locations, it's not something you do in a day. There's a lot that goes into it. And these folks work so hard. And also, and they will tell you, trying to get early voting workers what makes them balk working is that last week of 7 to 7. Because it wears them out. And it's not only 12 hours, it's actually about over 13 hours because they have to be there early and they have to set up every morning and then they have to break down. So there's a lot of things and the locations as well. We remember we're their guests, right? So it's not, we share the cost, Judge. We share the cost with the other entities. And don't forget, everyone pays their fair share, all the entities. Right. So we discuss with them and they are happy with the times. So if y'all just want to make it 7 to 7 without taking, and I just wanted you to take all of this into consideration.
Can I just say something? We did take in consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to change if I have to change.
Yeah.
I think I made, the move to do this.
Right.
Pending on the fact that you have enough funds to take care. If you have to hire maybe, 2 more people from 5 to 7 extra, we're going to give you the money. But if you can't, then we need to go back to 5.
Thank you. It's again, the funds, we share that cost, right? So we're not really worried about that. And plus, our elections don't cost a lot to begin with. We're very good with that. It's the locations and it's the people.
So
right.
So Kara.
So there's so many things we have to look into.
Right. So there were two. There were two. Again, remember that since we didn't post it,
right,
we got comments on it.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
we got comments from the League of Women Voters who were here with us earlier, and they suggested that for consistency purposes, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on both early voting weeks would be better for the voters. And that is why the issue came up. Second, what I really want to know is whether or not, I'm glad the money's not an issue because that would have, obviously we wanted to make sure that we could address that. What we really want to know is if all of these voting locations can handle the second week of early voting from 7 to 7. The question is, can they handle the voting from 7 to 7? I know that your issue is the actual people who are working.
I said the locations because we're guests, so I did say locations. And when we approached them to use their locations, it's 8 to 5 right now because that is what we approached them with.
Right, but they know that we have to approve that.
Right,
they know that we have to approve it.
True, but there's never been an issue in the past. So
right,
we're just going on the historical.
Is this the same schedule that you've had over the last, is this 8 to 5? This is how it's been for?
Yes.
How many years?
I think that,
well, no, but how many years has this been? This is why I wanted
to
wait
law.
too. Pardon me?
Right. It's state law. Like, for instance, it depends on the election, right? So in the constitutional, sometimes it's the last 2 days. It's not consistent in that state law. But again,
I think he's asking, have we always used 8 to 5?
8 to 5 the first week, yes,
in the first week.
And that's been what we've used for how long? Is what I was asking.
Since I've been in office, so even before.
So this is a consistent pattern that we've always had, which had you been able to be here earlier, you could have answered those questions. We tried to get the delay. We all wanted to go longer, but at the same time, I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez. If this is what's been consistent, and it's going to be hard to go back and coordinate this, which means you got to now go to 65 different places and go ask all these volunteers.
No, early voting. 24.
Only early voting, Brent. Just the ones that are here.
It's these.
It's the same ones that.
24.
So for
24. Well, 23 because the courthouse will be fine.
And there was also the only concern that I had on the actual voting locations was that, and we looked at your map, you and I looked at it together, it's a map that kind of shows everything. The only location, and I wanted to ask if you had considered it, was Miller High School, because it always comes up. Do we have, is it Miller's there?
Yeah.
Is it on the?
I didn't see it. Hold on.
You're saying for the
early, but it's general.
Early?
Early.
No, election day.
Right. But I'm saying, we're just talking early right now.
Early.
That northern, call it the northern.
Right.
west.
It's there for the general.
Right, but not for, but I'm talking about early voting. That I wanted to try to figure, I did my own little map, try to figure out are there any gaps? And I'm just wondering if we could add, could we add Miller in there for that northern area?
For early voting?
For early voting. Is that possible?
Well,
to
I
add
will tell you, for
Miller?
Election Day, we're already going to have, and this, again, to answer questions about Election Day, about locations, one thing that we tried to do is get away from the schools, right? And there are some schools where it's not a good location, right? Because they're easily accessible to the students. And what we need to do is protect these students.
Right?
For safety reasons.
We all have safety.
Miller High School is one of those. And so for Election Day, it's one thing to have security for that day specifically, but 2 weeks is a different.
I hear you. I just wish that we had, I guess when I don't see, I'm going through them again, because remember, these are all, we haven't memorized these, but I don't see, so we don't have Oville here, right?
On Election Day.
I'm just talking early, just early.
Right. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the equity here for the spots that we normally use for what we call the north side. And
So-
that's the one that I'm struggling with, that I don't see anything there. And I wish, again, I feel like that's a gap. And it's just something that, again, once you stare at it, you're going, okay, am I checking it twice? Am I checking it 3 times? And I hear you what you say about the school, but I really need to make certain that we've got that north side covered, and we don't have Oville, and we don't have Miller, which are kind of the two that we look to.
But you have Greenwood and Del Mar. Those are two.
But Greenwood would not be the north.
No, but I'm saying you have different parts of the community is all I'm looking at. I don't know.
I know.
What is there?
But what I'm saying to you is,
Dumb.
I'm looking at a certain area, which is where do they go? That's easy, that they kind of, obviously you want to go to those places that are historical, they're comfortable with, where there'll be permanent voting. It makes it easier.
I think of the population though, too.
And that little area is missing. It's the only area I see that's kind of not addressed. Greenwood is too far. You could never consider Greenwood. That's deep west side.
Right, you said in West Oso,
I'm
Del Mar.
talking
I
more
don't know.
northwest.
I don't know where you're.
Would you like to make
Hold
on, I've got a comment coming in. Okay. First, let me just say, I'll take comment on this. Ms. Scott, Dr. Scott, would you like to take, but you have to do it from the podium. And then there's a.
Judge, I think we probably need to figure out maybe because we've already voted on this technically, so for just purposes of discussion, I would make a motion to reconsider this item.
Before you make the motion, please, could I speak?
Of course. Yeah.
Because Oville Williams is needed and necessary.
Right.
A place to vote in that area, that area you're talking about, Judge. Very much so.
We're talking about early voting.
Early voting, that's what we get. We are there
So-
we've been going, let me tell you, my car, we've been going house to people out there to tell them about voting and early voting, and saying to them, we'll even pick them up in cars and take them, because there's no RTA out there to do that. And the construction and all that's going over there by Oville and over by Unity Funeral Home and all of that, that community and the school's been torn down. Oville Williams needs to be an early and regular voting place, please.
Yeah,
for the full time.
I do have a question, if I may, to Dr. Scott.
Yes,
So, which is great. And again, I don't have a problem with, I like as much early voting as possible. I added 4 more locations because of that. But we also need people to work who are willing. So I see a lot of ladies, y'all come. I would love for y'all to work. I love the folks that want to come. Early voting.
Sign them up.
Y'all will work early voting. I would love for you to work early voting, and now you can head up Oville Williams if y'all.
If it means Orville Williams will be open.
For all of early voting. Now.
Well, again.
No, but this is the point, Judge,
But
that I love it. Thank you. I think that's amazing, and we'll put you in early voting at Oville Williams.
But the thing is that I think we can do the recruiting afterwards.
It's important.
we
want to add a place, but then we
time
don't
out.
have location.
I think the idea here is just to calmly.
To add the place.
We do. I was trying to get there.
I think it's great.
Okay, is that
And I'm just thinking.
the black community needs to make sure that their community center for the people on that north side of town is open
And
that-
available.
and available, and transportation is an issue, and we
it
know
is
that.
an issue, and that's why we're taking our own cars, going to pick up people to take them to the polls to vote and take them back home.
And if Oville is better than Miller for the security issues, then Oville is a good spot.
Great.
I just want to make sure that, again, my purpose in bringing it up was that you recognize the gap. And online, the NAACP is echoing.
Well, it's familiar, but Miller is also, they both are areas, but Oville was totally off of it. I didn't.
And I don't
see it
know
here.
who's in the chat, but
Oville was election day.
yeah, I know, but she's saying that our people
that
want to vote.
early
They want to
voting.
vote early
No,
too,
no, and
just
I
like the
understand that, but
Southside
it's
Church
not-
Unlimited
That's
people.
right, like everybody
Judge, I would
else
make a
does.
motion to reconsider so we can actually have a discussion about adding this.
Right,
deal.
and just so you know, Commissioner, we had not
discussion
adopted
about
any
adding
of the
it, just add it.
We did.
locations.
We voted for
We don't
it.
have to have a discussion about adding it. Just add it. What do you mean have to have a discussion about adding? You've said people who said they will vote there, they will work there,
Dr. Scott,
and
we're
we can
trying
get
to-
others.
We're trying to get it
Yeah,
added.
Mr. Chesney, you want everything
get
to
it
be going
added.
your way all the time.
Dr. Scott, I'm
Why
trying
don't
to
you
get
just
it
shut
added.
up?
Okay.
I'm trying to
All
get it
right.
added, Dr. Scott. If you'll
Okay.
actually listen instead of be critical, we have to bring this back up because it was voted on earlier. So we're trying to get it added, Dr. Scott, despite your
Okay.
anger about this. That's
I'm not
exactly
angry.
what the motion
I'm
is
not
to
angry. You
reconsider
haven't
it so we
seen
can
me angry.
so that we can add the
Commissioner, we'll
location.
take your motion. We'll take your,
So,
Commissioner,
At some point, do you have any?
hold on one second.
Do the motion, second
Commissioner.
it.
And do you hold anybody
Hang on
accountable?
one second.
I mean, come
Hang on.
on.
That,
If
I want
somebody
to
did
make
that to
sure,
you,
let
you
me
would
go back to
scream
you,
at 'em.
Kara. Let me
right,
go
and
back
these
to
are
Kara.
proposed. Y'all have
Right.
the authority to add, and that's what y'all want to do. That's
Kara,
great.
will you check with Emma? I
Yes.
thought what we voted on was simply the hours.
That's what I thought we voted on.
Just the
It's
hours
the
is all
hours.
we did this morning. We didn't touch anything else.
right.
Okay.
Just the hours.
So you'll have
So
to
then,
approve
so then my
those.
motion
No,
is to
ma'am, we
add
didn't.
Oville Williams. That's
Right,
all I'm
right.
trying to do.
But I just want to
despite
make
her
sure,
yelling at me.
Kara, you know, all we did was we said our intention is to make those hours, it came up. We
Right.
think it makes common sense. What I want to do is say, look, if you need more workers
Right.
for those hours, let the court vote on the hours. I'm hearing you say that it's a stress on you to get workers. How can we
not-
make that better for you?
Well, let me recruit during court. is
Well,
great.
I
That was
can't
very
do that,
helpful,
but
so-
but you can recruit when I
These
take my
ladies are gonna
bathroom
work.
break.
I love it.
I will let you recruit during the bathroom break, but during court, I better not let you recruit.
Again, it's not about stress on me. This is my job. So please, it has nothing to do with any kind of stress
Okay.
any of us have. So that's what I want to make. I'm used to it. And
You're used
I
to the
love
stress.
it. We love having more polling locations. And if we can get the workers, that's even
Okay,
more amazing.
so let's do
So-
this. The first thing
but
we
the
want to
hours,
do.
I would like to be able to reconsider, and like we discussed, Judge, that you can always leave it open. We approve these locations in addition to Oville Williams, that the county clerk can add more if I need to, and come back and you'll ratify it. And that's
Okay,
always
so the
been
good news
the
is
standard.
that we think that the proposed early voting locations,
Correct.
and I'll take the additional Oville Williams as a early voting location.
What happened to Miller or Driscoll? Because they're.
Okay, go ahead.
We just discussed that for early voting, Miller, it's about the safety and having a resource officer all 2 weeks. Now, that could happen, but I haven't had the opportunity to have that discussion with
Would you be
CCISD.
willing to bring it back on
Absolutely.
September 7th
Why don't, yes.
for Miller and Driscoll?
Wait.
Or what did he said?
Wait.
What did you say? Forgive me. Did you say
Miller or Driscoll?
Miller or
Wait.
Driscoll?
It covers that area right
Instead of Oville.
No.
Oville, yes.
No,
because it covers
this is
that
different.
area.
Okay.
This is the kind of the.
Right.
West, north area where Miller or Driscoll would cover. So either one or the other.
Okay, so I'm hearing two things. I'll take the motion to add Oville Williams.
To
you.
approve these.
To approve the ones that are there and add Oville Williams.
That would be my motion.
That's your
yes.
motion. And then there's I'll come right to you. There's a second. And,
Discussion.
and now we'll do discussion. So the way, just to repeat, the
yes.
proposed early voting locations will be approved plus Oville Williams, and the clerk has she will consider perhaps looking at Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestion of
Driscoll or Miller.
Driscoll
Or Miller.
Driscoll junior
Middle
high.
school, yeah, middle school.
We can still call it junior high. Sorry, middle school, or Miller, and she'll bring that one back for approval next week or whenever we're here, Kara, September 7th.
Right.
Okay. All right. Now, Ms. Baker, go ahead and give us your comment or add to the discussion.
Apologies. I just wanted to make sure, and Kara can confirm this, for Oville Williams in the last presidential election, it was only open on election day. Yes, on election day, and they had 25 voters. So just for like finding someone to work it and that,
right.
So the worker, the alternate judge,
I hear you.
And gathering those individuals is something that I know the parties do for months and months leading up to all the different elections that we have.
Right.
So I know that in discussions with Joel on finding election workers.
Who's Joel?
Joel Mumford, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, he's not the party chair.
I understand,
But
but
he's
he
running
is
it.
the one, I'm talking to the judge,
Yes,
please.
Barbie, I'm with you.
Ma'am.
Judge, wait, there's
I'm
got to be,
waiting.
hold on, there's got to be some decorum.
Thank you.
Judge, you have got to stop people from yelling at us and making all this noise. I mean, we're trying to, I can't even hear.
Barbie,
it's not
you have
it's
the
not
floor.
appropriate.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have the floor.
So Joel Mumford is the one that coordinates with our executive director and myself. He did for Coretta, and he still is doing the election administration stuff. He's the one who's coordinating with us.
Got it.
In discussions for getting workers for judges and alternate judges for each location, there is an issue finding enough workers for the locations that have been discussed. So I just wanted to add that. Yes, there are. So,
Right.
thank you.
And we'll do everything we can to help get additional workers. There is one other person. Connie, go ahead and let them know they can unmute. I need to know their name, though. I can't see it. It just says.
I was told Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy Coleman. Mr. Coleman, you're ready to provide your comment. Go ahead. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, hopefully you all can hear me okay. I've been listening to this discussion on this voting for early voting specifically, and everyone on that dais and in the audience should know what has happened to Northside and Hillcrest already. There are still residents out there, and it shouldn't even be a discussion going further. And the commissioner, I don't know if it was Chesney or Judge Canales, whoever put forth the recommendation for Oville Williams to be back on there, but it should always be on there until there are no more residents in that area, including any other locations, even if it's Brooks Chapel. And I understand there's ADA compliance and all that, but that historic side of town, the north side, we need to get and ensure that it's an early voting location and that it continues that way. And in my opinion, the discussion as far as workers are concerned, that's a part of all of our responsibility to ensure that we get workers there to vote. So I really hope, and it seems like you all are going that direction as it relates to early voting, that you not only place Oville Williams, but if there are other areas on the north side or west side for us to, or for you to consider as a court to include as a voting location, the court needs to do it and direct the county clerk's office just to make that happen.
You just did. Okay, thank you.
One thing with
Kara.
workers as well, you'll keep in mind, the parties provide election day presiding judges to y'all, but they provide the list to me for early voting workers. We can recruit, and we do, but they still have to go through the parties. So keep that in mind. It's when I get a list and they can't find people to work, you're right, that's a problem for all of us. So, I mean, there's a lot of just want everyone to understand how the whole process works. There's a lot involved. It's not, and then it's a big commitment for early voting, a big commitment. So
It is. It is, and it's worth it, right?
I agree.
So, okay, so all those in favor of adding Oville Williams to the early proposed early voting locations, please signify by saying aye. So it'd be 1 through 24 plus Oville Williams as number 25.
Aye.
Aye. There's only, and then Kara, you'll bring back next time, there's a motion, well, not a motion, but just a directive on next time about Miller or Commissioner Gonzalez's request. You'll look into it?
Driscoll Middle School.
Okay? It's either Driscoll Middle School for him or Miller, depending on the inquiries.
Yeah,
Okay?
And I think we're going to have to, I would like to at least let her go back and talk to all these people who've worked so hard on this for months and months and months, on this timing, on these locations.
On the 8 to 5?
Yeah, because we're really circumventing a lot of work here that has been done by
Well,
both
are you,
parties.
can you,
I can rescind my motion from the 8 to 5.
I mean, I think we at least need to.
well, can
have
you
some
vet it,
discussion
Kara,
before-
for us?
Well, absolutely.
After talking to Barbie and to Renee, and since they're the ones that are going to be recruiting those election workers, is that something that?
Wait, for the new location? Yes.
Yeah,
But
for the new
we're talking
location.
about the timing.
Right, because that's
Right.
extra time.
Oh, okay, he's talking about the
I'll
timing.
rescind my motion
Okay.
to not, to go to 8 to 5.
You mean to go to 7 to 6?
Well, but you haven't,
7 to 5.
so
7 to
he,
5. You know, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking
Yeah.
out loud. I'm not.
he's trying to make sure that the working people have the opportunity to not be confused on the, again, I know that we did it before, but according to the
Forever.
comments that we got and
Right.
according to the commissioner's comments, all of us were interested, if it's possible, to go both weeks longer.
Right. And I know, and I
I think
understand
it's
that,
just
but
a
there's a
request.
lot
You know,
to
with the
consider,
contingency that you
locations, workers.
Contact those.
But just
8 to
check
5.
it out. Do we have till September 7th? Can we check
Absolutely.
it out?
Work with the ones that
We
8 to 5.
have until we post it. I mean, right?
Okay.
And we publish it. So there's time. And in fact, we're early bringing these locations. We usually don't bring them until September.
Right.
I'm just trying to.
I hear you. Well, the good news is
Yeah,
you've got
so-
your locations.
Right. But the problem is we don't want to confuse people. That's why we don't put the locations on. Right.
Well, I
Or
think,
the times.
I
It will
think that you've
confuse-
got good ones, and we may just
Yeah.
have one additional. If you want to wait till the 7th to publish, that's fine, but the good news is you now have 25 locations that the court has approved. I
Right,
think
that's
his
early.
is just for
Yeah.
early voting, and his is just an
Judge, I would-
additional request for next time. You just said you
That's
could
fine.
add it, just that
Right.
one,
But no,
okay?
you're talking about the times.
Judge, I would just like to make a motion to reconsider that 8 to 5 thing so that she can go back and talk to all these people that she's been talking to. The
All right.
parties have agreed.
To see if they can go to 7 to 7?
Or just.
All right,
let's
go
not
ahead and make
without
it.
mandating it and
All
just
right,
say.
and
can
she'll
we-
bring it back on the 7th of September.
Right, so that would be my motion
he
to
rescinded your
reconsider,
motion.
to bring it back on the 7th or when,
Okay.
so that she can go talk to everybody and see if it can be done.
Second.
Right.
Second,
Okay.
okay,
And
go ahead.
in
She's got it.
discussion, Judge, if we can get a breakdown on precinct locations, you know, the number of locations is really important, and I believe and support that it shows our commitment even to the smallest of communities. And my concern is just early voting, and it's not a criticism, but that, you know, we only show 4, what I was able to count, precinct 3 locations. And precinct 3 covers a big area, you know, like all the precincts, but it really stretches. Thankfully, we have, here we go, confirms my numbers, 4 locations in precinct 3. So I know this isn't the end. I appreciate Clerk Sands for helping us with this. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking at the end of last week, I forgot what day, but in this work, if you can see if there's other locations. I know it's all balancing out ADA and all those other issues, availability, willingness. I know locations are not as willing as they used to be to use. School safety, if we want to use a school, all that. And I know those have pretty much been eliminated for most of the early voting locations. But if you can find other spots, my concern is Lindale. That's usually where I do a lot of my early voting, and it's not here on the early site, which I'm fine with. But even on election day,
It is there.
I'm concerned. No, I'll tell you, I'm concerned because the city has, not even getting into that issue, but the city has way past due on fixing Swantner Drive, way past due. Not a criticism, but it's a fact. And so the Lindale area, which I live in, has had a lot of difficulty being able to access one side of the neighborhood to the other. So I worry the effectiveness of that. So I don't know, is Ray High School available? Is there a site maybe in or around the Doctors Regional area? You know, they have several offices there on site in the hospital, maybe an auxiliary room, something that could take the place. And I know some people may just, I want to go to Lindale, but I will challenge you to go there, especially if we get a rain event, which lately we have. It is a horrible, muddy mess to get through there. Horrible. If you need to go there to the senior center, good luck. So that would be my only concern. I know we put a lot of work on you to do all this, but if you can coordinate it, or if you think there's somewhere else in that vicinity that we can utilize, maybe for early voting. I didn't even double check to see. IWA, we've used them in the past. I don't know.
No.
They said no this
Right.
time.
Hey, John, is
Trustee,
Oville
we have
Williams yours now
gone-
that we added that? I don't know whose is that in, Robert? Oville Williams is?
So, yeah, it's in one.
Did you say Ray High School?
Yeah, if Ray, I don't know what that, I'm
Right.
thinking like logistics, security of that school, especially with all other schools. I don't know where I would go to vote. It wouldn't be
Right.
practical at the cafeteria.
Anywhere.
You can't go through the front because they have the security kiosk in the front.
Yeah.
So there's nowhere really else to go vote. And then they have their own road issues with Staples being reconstructed. So just accessing that school is really difficult. So
the best roads.
if there is somewhere that you can think of, and I'll work
On
with you, I'll
election
keep on
day,
thinking, where else can we
yes,
find?
just
election day.
Okay, oh, you
I'm
know
not
what,
talking
what
early
about,
voting.
that's actually a good idea, but also for the record, that's why I send y'all this, because to say, hey, Kara, check this, and so
Check
I,
this out.
another place.
Right.
I would have suggested Del Mar, which is right across,
So
Development
Del Mar
Center.
is the most, it's on here already.
no,
Del
no,
Mar
no, no,
West.
Del Mar
Development.
Economic Development. It's
Eco-Devo
right
building.
across.
Yes.
So I could have just called them, switched it out, and had it ready to go for you.
Yeah.
That's, but
So
I love
if
the
we-
open
if we
discussion,
can-
but again, that's why I
Yeah.
send it to you, say, hey,
Yeah.
what do you think? If you have anything you want changed,
Yeah.
I'll do it. So I can switch
And if
that
possibly
out.
for early voting. It'd be great if they could do
Okay.
early voting, but definitely I think election day, because like I
Just
said, I don't think it's practical for
To keep,
election day.
and to keep in mind, what's not practical?
Lindale.
Okay, I
Yeah.
can switch that
Yeah,
out.
that road is just horrible.
Okay, hopefully.
If
we
you're in
can
a
for
tiny
election
car,
day.
Devo's parking lot
It's
is great.
horrible.
Right. So now early voting, keep in mind that area, well, first of all, we use the same early voting locations over and over and over, unless we can add, and we did add. We
and I
looked
think-
at New Life, we
Well,
couldn't
but,
use
But
it.
the problem here is that I don't think what you're considering is that, yes, you may be using the same locations,
Right.
but they're not including the redistricting that we took place in November. So that has kind of changed some of the locations.
Right, but
that
you
we
can
have
vote
early voting.
anywhere.
No,
early
I
voting
get
as
it,
well,
but
and
people
so
still
the
wanna
number.
vote. People
but-
still want to vote close to home. They want to
Right.
vote close to where they're from.
But-
Because, I mean, that's the same argument to say, Williams could vote anywhere. I think that's,
No, but what I'm saying is the locations over there, we'll look for early
Okay.
voting, but where redistricting changed a bit, but most people don't, I still don't understand what you mean by that.
They're using the closest,
you try to do the closest you
We're using-
can, and, you know, usually that's what helps. I mean, if that's the case, then
Well, you
we
can't-
just try to centralize. if
That's
the
what we
case.
try to do. I mean, we try, Carroll High School, again, it's on the other side, but the old Carroll High School was under.
So
That's a new
we
location
have
we're
the
excited
early
about.
voting breakdown. We don't have the election day breakdown.
Well, we will
Right.
once we get to that.
Okay.
It's different the way you determine the law dictates how we determine early voting and election day. So early voting is determined that you cannot have more than double the amount of locations in one commissioner's precinct as opposed to the other. We're right there with you, and I agree. I mean, we are right
And-
there.
And one
So-
of those, and I'll tell
Yeah.
you, two of those out of the
Yeah.
4 that you have in my precinct,
Uh-huh.
like literally, if you throw a rock across the street, you're in another precinct. So they're just technically in my precinct. So I
Right.
don't know about them being great locations for voting centers because the locations they're at. It's not criticism of you.
Right.
Look, these have been sites that have been ongoing, but as we reduced our numbers over the years, I think it complicates access for voters in some parts of the county. Once again, not on you. I'm just saying, so that, because that's on us now, let's just try to find a solution.
Sure.
To add more, or maybe something else a little bit centralized. That's all I'm
For
saying.
election day, I mean, for early voting, we will look.
If we can do
do
early voting, that'd be great. But
Okay.
election day, let's see what else.
We're just going to switch over
If we
from
can switch
Lindell.
it.
Hopefully,
If we
I think
can.
Delmar would be okay with that.
can,
We can switch
yes.
that over. Also, keep in mind, another thing we take into account are the voters and how they vote. And a lot of these areas that we're talking about over the years, as they get older, they are male voters. And a super majority of them vote by mail. And we know this from their voting records. So we do take into account that they are male voters. So that's
The only hard thing is it on any, as they say, on like on football, on
Right.
any given Sunday, everything can change. I mean,
Right.
that's
Well,
the
true.
hard part,
Right.
is that it's so hard to predict. For example, we've been waiting for young people to show up to vote forever, right? In droves. We're still waiting. But this could be the year. You just don't know, right? So I hear you. I think what we've got here, just to clarify, is that there's a motion to go back to 8 to 5 only insofar as that we have the opportunity to collect data, bring it back on September 7th.
Yes.
And that is what I'm going to call the vote on. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then we'll catch you back up with more data on September 7th. But you now have early voting locations, including Oville, and you've got a directive to check on the things that these guys have asked you to, and you know that. Now, if you all, this is not a long break, I promise you. It's going to my office and being back in 5 minutes. I would like to gavel out for the bathroom for the ladies and gentlemen that have been sitting here for 4 hours. We'll be right back on. Just call it, please get back here as soon as possible. Bathroom break and come back in. Off the record for a moment at 12:03 p.m. Record. The time is 12:11 p.m. We'll gavel us back in. And let's move to Kara's second one, and then we'll finish up, because I think now that all the discussion, we can move through it. So the approval of election day vote centers are the ones that we have that are the big sheet, what I'm calling sheet 1, 2, and 3. And please notice that Kara has already done the hard work of starring the ones that are new, and I'll read those out. Carroll High School, Church Unlimited Maine, Church Unlimited Rod, Delmar College, that's the Oso Creek campus, Northwest Senior Center, which is, I call it West Guth Park, and I'm glad you do too, you put it there. Those are new locations. There's 65 in total, and I think based on what Commissioner Mata said, we could approve these and then bring back the ones that you are, that you had suggested she inquire, other than maybe the Lindell be taken off. How do you feel about that, Commissioner Modis? What would you like to do?
Well, I worry that, we're creatures of habit, and I think even, my point was on the voting centers, which I think are great, that people still, from that community have always gone there. But I just worry about that construction. So if maybe we can look at maybe replacing it with Ray, that would be great, or Delmar. That would be the only thing I would ask for you to do. The early vote or election day
Replace Lindell.
Centers look pretty similar in how many we have at each precinct.
Would it
I'm
be
good
all
with
right
that.
for clarity and convenience for you to just say we'd like to replace Lindell with Delmar Eco Devo building on Castoris, subject to your confirmation?
Well, you just approve them and give me authority that any changes that need to be made, I'll make them and bring them back to you.
Okay.
Perfect. How about that?
All right. So
for the record, also thank you, Judge. For the record, the ladies that were in the back, none of them went to work.
Well, that's because they have other commitments.
So,
for me.
Wait, can I add?
Just an FYI.
Right.
The presiding judge.
I'll be happy to
amounts-
help you recruit.
On the presiding judge amounts, that column, that might just be for your information, but does it matter how much the percentage has to be? Because the first three precincts are pretty similar in the 50s to the 40s, and then there's a real huge flip in precinct 4. Is that just availability, or what's the numbers behind
It's
it?
how they voted. Right, for governor. That is the
Gosh.
percentage. So it's interesting because if you break it down by those by the precincts, there was more, but percentage-wise for Democrats. But as a whole, the county voted more Republican, right?
Gotcha.
So, yeah, so
But that was based on-
that's what
on
it
the
is. And that's to make sure
Right.
that, so for instance, in precinct 1, the percentage of the judges need to be, 56%.
Gotcha.
That's how we break that
Okay.
down.
So, no chance of Commissioner Chesney flipping parties anytime soon.
You might.
That's a fair statement.
Yeah.
Gonzalez just said he might. You never know.
So that's just how we have to
Okay.
do it to come up with judges.
So.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah,
Appreciate
no
it.
problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Modis, will you make the motion then, since you've got a little?
What's the motion?
Motion to accept the list with the condition that we give Ms. Sands the ability to change out a location based on availability.
And that we're directing her to find out whether Ray High School
Directing
or the
Ray.
Eco Devo could be utilized to
Okay.
replace Lindale.
And Judge,
And I'll talk to the city. We never know what could be done, right, by that time. Maybe roads are fixed.
I tell you,
Right.
I live in that neighborhood. It's
You never
It's been
know.
a long time, so.
On the, I think y'all may have voted on something when I went to the bathroom, and I wanted, I'm not
Your
sure.
motion.
Yeah, the
Where's
early
my
voting
motion? So
location.
could I add an aye to that, if
Yeah,
that's okay?
you can tell
Please.
So you're in.
We're on election day right now.
Yeah.
But this
But
was
he's saying
before I went to
early
the bathroom,
before
and then we
that,
broke.
add his
They
aye.
voted while I was in
8
the
to
bathroom.
5.
It was
So
a
I'm adding an
4-0.
aye
It was
to
not
that vote
5-0
prior to
vote.
the bathroom break.
8 to
Okay.
5.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of that, who did the second, Kara?
I did.
Gonzalez. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Yeah, and if you just let us know by September 7th, that way we can get that going. We'd like to have that on there. All right, now, I'm going to go back into the, I'm going to advance one because some ladies have been here for a long time and they would like to, I know, get on with their day. So with your indulgence, item number 14, we have Kathy Wemmer here from the Nueces County Historical Commission. And it's an item that I put on to consider using county judges' allocation for American Rescue Plan Act to fund Friends of Bayview Cemetery. And in specific, it's a very specific project. Kathy, welcome.
Thank you so very, very much for the consideration for the grant. We're very pleased. There's a great deal of work that needs to be done out there. But here's your history lesson.
Okay.
Okay, ready. Okay. The Old Bayview Cemetery is actually the oldest federal military cemetery west of the Mississippi River. And we do have a national recognition. We have a marker ready to be placed. But we have a great deal that we need to do out there. And it is a place that we have tourism. We have tourists that come. We do get calls when the gates aren't opened. And why aren't they open? So immediately we have to get over there. We have internal things that we need to do. But people like to go to the cemeteries. They like to go. And you know what tourists, what is that term that the tourism use, head and bed or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. The Visit Corpus Christi always says that for every head there's a bed. So in other words, they come and they stay in your hotels, they eat in your restaurants.
It's fabulous.
Right.
And we need them here. And we love our history. We love it. It's, we have our big Voices coming up, November the 5th. Hopefully we'll have the Veterans Band over there with Ram Chavez. But there's some things we need to work on to make it ADA compliant. There's a safety issue. We need lighting over there. It is, did Dr. Scott leave?
No, she's right there.
Okay, we're right next door. We're right
The
next
Buffalo
door.
Soldiers.
She goes by it every day. Old Bayview Cemetery.
So,
And, yes, go ahead.
So just so the commissioners know, so I'd forgotten about the ADA, but what I wanted to do is allocate $100,000 for this project, but because that way it'll help get the ADA. We were going to do the 75, but I'd forgotten about the ADA. So again, the hope is here is that the $100,000 would be used both for the upgrades and Friends of Bayview Cemetery are a 501c3.
Yes, we are.
And I'll be honest with you, the travel, tourism, and industry is where I really
The money's there.
I'm really checking the box there because we need to listen to. So the real fancy, as they say, the real fancy consultants that the city hired really did a bang up job on historical preservation. But what they said was, you guys have a gold mine here, and you're not utilizing it. And this is an opportunity because it is on the north side, but it's historical, it's military. But I really want it to be a tourism safe place. Without ADA, it can't be. And it meets our ADA kind of mantra here in Nueces County. So I'm hopeful that we will RFP in the very near future the signage that you need with the QRS codes so people can learn. If there's no, Voices is great, Kathy, but what if I'm just there on a regular day? That signage that the museum quality folks put together with the QRS, all you need is one of these. Then the kids do the little, block. So anyway, that is my wish and motion. And before I ask for a second, Dr. Scott, you wanted to add something to Bayview Cemetery? Please go ahead, ma'am. Just put that microphone there.
It is across from, as you know, Solomon Coles High School.
Yes.
Which is the oldest high school in Corpus that had to be redone. Starting a two shack for making brooms.
Brooms, yeah.
That's right. And a man from Pennsylvania came down and started it. And that over in Bayview, of course, there are the Buffalo Soldiers who are dead there. There are some Buffalo Soldiers. There are two Buffalo Soldiers there who were, as you know, black. The Buffalo Soldiers were, I assume. So I'm in support of this. And it's also the part of the American Rescue Plan funds, which you're hoping that, the African American Museum Project also has a major section on it with the Buffalo Soldiers, with the Old Bayview Cemetery as a part of it. Coretta Graham could not be here. Of course, she's working this morning. And the Black Chamber of Commerce and the NAACP that Jeremy Coleman called in on. All of these things. And I'm not just
Don't worry, I'm going to get to number
30.
It's welcome to have your comments on that too.
Buffalo Soldiers.
But and we're going to move right to 13 so we can get everybody on their way. But I would like to tell you that obviously all this will be competitively procured. We have a lot of experience though with this iZone or what do they call it, the curation. It's very exciting, but once I heard the ADA, I decided I needed to take it up from the 75 that we talked about because honestly, that's paramount. We have to have that. And we'll be working with our city partners on this, guys. They actually have a small donation of $6,000. And by maybe working with Parks and Recs, one never knows, they could expand their potential maintenance. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Judge
So
Barber.
I'd ask for a second, and again, my allocation.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I've got lots of good seconds there. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting around all morning. And so, Dr. Scott, just because you're standing right there, and it's also history, ladies, Kathy, if you would stay as well. This is not necessarily Bayview, but it does coalesce with it. And on the line we have, actually, he might have had to leave. But item number 13 is very similar. It's discuss and consider using the County Judge's American Rescue Plan Act to support the African American Museum. This is the little museum, correct? The little Little's house.
No,
well, there's two projects here, I guess.
Two. Yeah, the NAACP was the Little's Martin House.
The Little's Martin
in the Heritage Park.
And then the second is the Black Chambers.
Is the Black Chamber, which is for the music, but on all of these for the NAACP, and the Black Chamber, they're all supporting the American Museum, African American Museum Project. Coretta Graham, who, as you know, is a lawyer here in Corpus, could not be here today, of course, but we had a whole meeting, during Black History Month over at down in the area, and we included the Old Bayview Cemetery. The people from Solomon Coles High School were there to support for the community, and the reason I think probably Jeremy Coleman was on the called in earlier before he was because the NAACP. All of these groups are working together, and Ovill Williams is a place that we work, and we're talking about volunteers. We can get volunteers, even people who were not here. These ladies said they would help, but people who are not here to do this over in that community, because with the bridge, oh, don't even mention what that's doing to that community over there. And these things cannot be lost. They are a part of Corpus Christi's history. And Old Solomon Coles, which is right across from Bayview, we take students over there to tell them and show them about the Buffalo Soldiers and the other soldiers and Old Bayview Museum, because that whole area, the history teachers and Mr. Martinez, who is in the history area and the social sciences area, we take students over there. Sometimes they have lunch, take their lunch over there.
That's what we used to do.
That's right, to do that. And Solomon Coles School, which is not here on the agenda at this moment, but as you know, we had to recreate that. And there's the Judge Hayden Heads had the thing down there where the verdict was that Solomon Coles can never be closed for any reason whatsoever or any purpose whatsoever. And the ruling stuff. So that whole area, this is what I'm saying, and I was trying to say earlier about Ovill Williams. We finally got a little sign put up on, if you come across up Staple Street all the way, there's a sign that points in that direction. This is Ovill Williams now that we just got put up there by the city of Corpus Christi with Mayor Guardo and them to do. And so we are trying to do that whole area, not to lose it as a part of the history of Corpus Christi.
Right.
Okay.
So commissioners, after having that great meeting with the NAACP and the Corpus Christi Black Chamber of Commerce, let me explain how this agenda item has. So let me take it separately. So on the Little Martin's house, the nice thing is that the city of Corpus Christi just finished appropriating for its complete remodeling $200,000. So the house is going to be, the heritage, the history of the house will be done in essence by the city of Corpus Christi. And so I would like to appropriate $100,000, and with the $100,000 again, much like the Historical Commission, they'll have to RFP their way through getting the museum, all the graphics, all the things that, quite frankly, they have objects, but without the museum, curation, it doesn't make sense. So that piece is for the Little Martin's house. And then separately, for the Black Chamber, Dr. Scott, Coretta Graham, and some of the executive officers, they're looking to basically preserve Black history, and separately from the Little Martin's house. And they also discussed art, making sure there was a place for Black art in our community, perhaps even what we call an information center, so that historically Black businesses can continue. We've lost more Black small businesses after COVID-19 than almost any other. This is according to Dr. Graham.
That's true.
That's true. So what I wanted to do is, while Little Martin's house is very, very defined, what I wanted to do is also extend the same $100,000 to the Black Chamber of Commerce. But as I told Dr. Graham, before we RFP anything, we would like to have you, bring us the plan that that you would like to pursue, whether it's at Solomon Coles or whether it's at another location. She said she wanted to bring that to the board. But today is my opportunity to, as they say, set aside those funds. So now that you know they exist, then you all can make the right business decisions.
Okay, and that's $100,000, right?
Yes, for Little Martin's, and $100 for the Black Chamber.
Okay.
The Little Martin's, as I understand it, is
200
total. Mm-hmm.
Oh, 200 total. One for each?
Yes, one for each. But if your business plan, hopefully the commission here may have an interest. We have a separate fund that's just for nonprofits.
Okay.
What I like about these is these check the box for our travel, tourism, and industry. So for me, making certain that people can come to our community and see history, see our Black history, is incredibly important.
Okay.
And again, we'll explain, once we do the allocation, then there's a whole nice process that starts with meeting with you, procurement. Michael Robinson's in the back of the room. We're working on a template so that all of the upgrades that, let's just say to Little Martin's house, will be done through the proper procurement.
All right, okay.
But it's going to be exciting because now you have the
Yes.
city and the county working towards Black history preservation. And Jeremy had to go, but he is kind of leading that Little Martin's
He
effort.
is, yes, he is, definitely.
So, commissioners, that's my plan there. And as they say, always welcome to jump in. But I feel like after vetting this, this will really address some of the under-addressed amazing history. Even the longshoremen that Kathy did, you did a great job. There were a lot of Black longshoremen.
Yes,
But this ties everything together, right? So anyway, just wanted to share that with you. By the way, Commissioner Hernandez, you're the lucky recipient. All 3 of these projects are in your precinct. Didn't do that on purpose. It just happened that they're all there in that precinct.
Welcome.
Yes. She's just saying that, I know she's not on the mic, but she's just repeating that the history is so rich. So anyway, that's my motion, and I would ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Scott, thank
you.
you. Now the work
Thank you.
begins. We're excited to meet with you and work on the details
Very good.
of both
Thank
Little
you.
Martins and
I go by there. I go by there every day.
Dr.
Old
Scott,
Bayview.
Commissioner Hernandez wants to say something. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. He says goes by there.
I go by Old Bayview every day.
Oh, very good. And I do too, going over to Solomon Coles. Come out when I...
12 plus historical markers there.
Yes, we do.
We'll get them.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
And you all are invited to come to Solomon Coles to our museum. We have the school is starting, the principal there, as you probably know, Mr. Chris Hall. He's also a pastor in the city of a church, and he is doing a very good job. And the CCISD is repairing the building and doing the walls and painting and all. And we have stocks of things of museum and the museum about African Americans going all the way back to 2000, back to early 1900s, from the school when it was a 2-room broom shack. That's what I was trying to say. That's how it started out. There was a 2-room broom shack there that started Solomon Coles, and from the man in Pennsylvania, Mr. Coles, who came over and started it, and then he got permission to start a 2-room for Mexicans, also another school for them, because downtown on Upper Broadway, there was a 32-room brick high school for white Caucasian students. There was nothing for African American students or Mexican students. And they got that started in 2 different 2-room shacks. There's a lot of history over there, so please come visit us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Okay, going back to our agenda here. I don't see Scott Cross online. So I'm going to skip number 4 because I think Jenny wants to just make an announcement on number 5. Is he there?
I'm here.
Oh, Scott, I'm sorry. It's just that I don't see your name here.
You know, this dang thing, it renames
okay.
itself every time I'm on there. So I'm not A. Della Garza, okay? But that's me.
I feel better now because I thought that's so odd that Scott, but I was going to have Ida text you. Perfect. Well, look, really on number 4, I had put this on here as a placeholder, Scott, in case Coastal Parks needed to make some decisions. They've deferred for another week. I don't know if you want to give an update, but there is an update that really means there's another update.
Yeah, we're going to have another meeting this Thursday, and
Okay.
out of that meeting will come some final decisions on
Okay.
the piles and the restaurant space.
Okay, so we'll have to put you back on this agenda on September 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Judge,
Let's do number 7, sorry, your
comment
job
on number
order.
4?
Or is going to table or what?
Well, no, I was just going to.
Well,
are you
he
gonna
just, that was the update from Scott. He said he's gonna bring it back after the,
Right, I was going to, related matters, I was just going to
Go
bring
ahead.
something up.
Where's
So,
related matter?
on
Okay,
number
go ahead.
4, Judge,
Got it.
One of the things regarding this that might be something that could be of advantage would be to hire. We've made some decisions on this, and I'm part of it, so I'm not throwing anybody under the bus but me. We made some decisions on this without really any kind of business plan regarding the restaurant, even though I've tried to get one for a while, and maybe I didn't go about it the right way. So today I'm really considering a motion to get the REDC or somebody to hire an independent business analysis to see what indeed would be the best route to go in regards to first floor, second floor, all the discussions that are out there, and let this obviously run through the Parks Board because that's where it should have been all along. But I really think we're talking about a multi-million-dollar decision that we have no data on. And again, I'm part of that, and I really thought about this a lot this weekend as I was out there, looking at the pier, and it kind of struck me. And I appreciate you coming out and running this weekend too, Judge. So I do have that medal for you. I was going to make a big deal about
Tell
it.
everybody I got third place.
You got third place in your age group, so I'm going to find you your medal. It's somewhere, but I do have it. Yeah. So congratulations. So the thought there is really and truly, I want to be open-minded to whatever the best thing is, but my feeling right now is one thing, and there are others that have others. Parks Board hadn't made a decision. I really question the numbers on this too, and so I'm going to ask. I did some looking on that, just so you know too, Judge. We spent about $343 a foot to build the Port Aransas observation tower, and yet somehow we have a quote to expand the first floor at $1,000 a foot. And that is a little alarming to me. I don't believe inflation is really, it's crazy, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I think we've really put the cart before the horse here. And again, I'm part of it, so I'm not saying anybody's done anything wrong. I just think we really need to pause on this a little bit. And I would really like to, make a motion to find someone that's independent, that will go out and I don't know how to. I thought originally that I'd get the REDC to pick them or the chamber to pick them, so that the Commissioners Court didn't have input, meaning influence. Commissioners Court, the Parks Board, the vendor, anybody involved, that we do an independent analysis, then bring it back to the Parks Board, and let the Parks Board, kind of weigh in with some real numbers, because I don't even think the numbers they're going to get, if with all due respect, if they're going to say it's $1,000 a foot to build something that we just finished in February for $343 a foot, I'm never going to believe that without a lot more diligence on that. So, and understand that, if they come back.
So why don't we bring this to the Parks Board? Because.
Yeah, I was going to make the motion.
Why don't we bring this to the Parks Board? Because really, it's
But it's our call at the end of the day, because we're the funding mechanism.
Well, here's my problem is that, we did not notice it that way, so it.
Sure, we do all related matters. That's why we did it this way, because we did it as a catch-all, anything related to Bob Hall Pier.
Here's my concern, and I know it's your concern. It should be everybody's concern. They need to make a decision, the Parks Board, and then we need to build, because we are losing revenue every day that we're not rebuilt.
But how do they make a decision based on what we've got?
All I can say to you.
I don't think it's their decision.
Well, it is by the statute.
No, well, they advise us, and then we decide at the end, Judge, so we go with it or not. This is not, they don't have the money to do this.
But see, Judge, here's the thing too. We've made the decision, right? It was a 5-0 vote on this. I'm really trying to
I know, but I want to see the presentation, because I didn't get to see it.
No, I didn't either.
I don't think you did either.
I know I came because they asked me to come give them a quick update, and I left, and I had another meeting. So all I'm saying is what I would like to do is, and I appreciate Commissioner Hernandez' second motion, that we set aside some funds that we can really provide an analysis, because I get we're losing
analysis
things, but
for what though?
Analysis of what exactly is the best route to go versus first floor, second floor. What's the cost? What's the maintenance on a first floor versus second floor? What's the rent that we would charge someone? Is there public-private partnerships out there? Really look at this, because this is a multi-million-dollar commitment, of which I have no, and I don't say that I don't believe the numbers are right, and I don't know what the presentation is going on, so that's where I want to go with this, is to try to
delay. Don't you think it's going to cause a lot of delay? Let me tell you what I'm concerned about, is that You made the motion to get more space. I seconded it and helped join in getting that funded. Here's the issue. When you're in the middle, if we were building brand new with no tenant, like you just said, hey, I think we're going to have, let's go build something amazing at Coastal Parks, that'd be one thing. But you have a contractual obligation to somebody who's in there now.
But not for all the new space. We would for sure, it would be like a same vendor, in my opinion, same vendor, completely new deal, because it's way more space, it's brand new space, and that's what I don't know what to charge, because it can't be, to me, this can't be.
Right, but we don't, my understanding, Scott, is that Coastal Parks negotiates the contract.
Right, but how are they going to negotiate that?
That is correct.
That's what, well, they need to do that, but you go give them all the advice in the world, but they've got to be able to negotiate the current contract and any future contracts.
Of course they do, but
it's our job just to appropriate the dollars to
Well, no, not,
made
it
a
really
decision
isn't,
to
because
rebuild.
We've taken a way more active role in that, whether we should have or shouldn't have, and that is different. I don't agree with the fact that they would have all the say, or we would have all the say on that pier and that rebuild. I think they absolutely should have been way more involved in this. They should have been involved in the process more. It got sideways. And so what I'm trying to do is say, look, I've taken a pretty hard line approach on what I think is right, but what I'm saying is I'd like some more information and I think the Parks Board would love some additional information provided by an independent analysis of what really is the needs out there. And I thought this would be something you would welcome.
I'm not opposed to it. I just think that
this was
the
kind
issue.
of like a compromise, no-brainer.
No.
Softball.
I'm with you. What I want to do is don't cause delay, because and I think that as long as we are doing the right things, like following the process, you can have all the independence that you want. But here's the thing. You've got to hear from Jacobs Engineering.
But I can't, because it's Parks Board's, I don't.
But we can invite him. He can come here and he can tell us what he told the Parks Board, which is that we asked him, hey, come give the Parks Board
and let me
information,
just tell you,
not us.
I think John Michael and Scott Harris and Lewis have been really working well together. They found maybe some cost-cutting measures and some different things. So I think they're doing. Thank you.
You think they're collaborating?
Yeah, I think they really are, and I think they're making some progress.
Okay.
At the end of the day, though, this is a 50 or 60-year build that we're doing, and I don't want this to turn into a bad situation, and I don't want this to turn in this should be like we should all be rejoicing, but yet there's still this like elephant in the room over this second floor versus first floor, and I get it, and so I'm trying to listen to people and like soften my approach, and the only way I can do it, in the way that I talk about this
you like
all
to
weekend,
get somebody else.
I would like a truly independent, not another designer, not another engineer, someone that does this for a living, like that does restaurant evaluations, that does what's the best space planning. I don't have that person. I don't have, because that's not independent.
You put it on the agenda on September 7th?
Well, I've got an idea.
I'd be happy to listen to that.
I've got 1 hour before I have to have my agenda posted for Thursday. I can add this to the agenda for the Park Board to consider looking at an outside third-party consultant to help us develop a business plan and to derive what's the best return on our investment and the best revenue producer for the restaurant. I can get that on there, in the next hour, and they can have addressed that. Now, Jacobs is coming to the September 7th Commissioners Court meeting to provide y'all the same update that they provided us, where we requested some more numbers, Commissioner, because we were looking at some of the same things, and we're going to be looking at that Thursday. So you're going to have all that presented to you on Thursday as well. And then I can help go out, and I'll vet this with whoever. I can go find us somebody to do that same thing that you're asking for, Commissioner, because that's what we did when we opened this space originally. Okay. We hired a consultant that Brad Lomax recommended to come in and look and see, okay, how should this all be laid out and what's the best bang for our buck? So we can do that.
Okay. All right. That's a compromise.
Can I say something? You guys have been doing all this talking. Commissioner, I'll remind you, way back then when we said this is going to go for the pier, 26 million, all of a sudden it's 28 million. And the bottom of that was, we said the second floor that was being discussed, kicked around, whatever, was never part of that.
It wasn't.
I don't think we ever even voted for that.
We didn't.
And I don't think we ever
What,
said.
for what, Commissioner?
The second
didn't ever
tier,
vote on
second
it.
floor of the restaurant. You know, I will never support a second floor of the restaurant for various reasons, and now they'll come out later on. But you know, I just, you know, and again, I think the park board, you know, if they're going to really stand behind this, I mean, I think they better. I mean, I don't know how they're going to pay if something goes wrong, because, I mean, if they're going to decide and we're going to pay, and something goes wrong and we're going to be held responsible, I think the park board needs to be held responsible just as much as we are.
What, how, can you define that? What do you mean by go wrong?
Well, anything can go wrong, Judge. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, there's a lot of issues on a second tier of a restaurant, you know, that can happen, you know, and then, like I said, there's issues. There's some, you know, people, it depends what you're going to use it for. It depends, you know, what kind of activities you're going to have. So all these, you know, and we never, again, this thing was built illegally to begin with, and now we're dealing with it, you know. So I'm just don't want to get myself again involved in something that we're going to be paying down the road, you know. And I really don't support a bar to begin with, and a pier, you know, that belongs to Nueces County. And if GLO says okay, they want to support a bar, that's their thing, you know. And the Parks and Wildlife. But I don't think the county should be supporting a bar in one of our private entities that is there for the community. So this is how I feel. Restaurant, I don't have a problem with the restaurant. I do have a problem with the bar. I do have a problem with the second tier because it causes more problems, and it depends what you're going to use it for. So again, and I know there's been a lot of talk out there, and it shouldn't be talk, because we have never, I remember in this commissioner's court, said that we're going to consider the second tier seriously until it comes back to the commissioner's court. So that's the only thing that I want to say, that at this point I'm not. And I agree with Commissioner Chesney. I think somebody needs to go out there and give us an evaluation, assessment of what can happen, what is safe, what is not safe, and what are we looking at the cost. I mean, $1,000 to me too, square foot it's a lot of money. How can you go from 300 to 1,000, you know, in less than a year? So, I don't know. I'm just saying this is where I really.
Okay, so it's.
Judge, I want to voice my
yes.
opinion on that.
Go
please.
ahead.
I feel the same way. I don't support a second floor of the restaurant. Okay, look at the problems we're having now trying to fund the pier, and look at the problems we're going to have later on. The hurricanes are getting stronger every time they come our way, and I just think we're asking for problems. I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. That first level restaurant shouldn't have been built. The money that was given for that, grant money, wasn't for that to begin with. Okay, that money was supposed to be used for the inspection of the pier, and maybe we wouldn't have had the problems we're having now. So I don't support that, and I never remember talking about it or supporting it. So, yeah, and $1,000 a foot, that it is kind of outrageous. So that's where I stand, Judge. Thank you.
You know, I think that's fair. So let's just leave it to where we voted on. So I would still like to get an independent analysis on that space, on that first floor space, as to what we should charge. What's reason? You know, I mean, there's things that I'd like to know what the market is, not just right now because we have one vendor, but what's the long-term market? What is a good size space for that first floor? So let's keep it. That's fine. Let's keep the independent analysis for now in regards to that. But I just want somebody other than people that have feelings on this to give me some real numbers. And we've had no numbers given to us on this at all. Whether, you know, I just want real numbers. I just want data, and I don't think that's a terrible thing to ask. And I think Scott's idea is great.
Okay.
Is to put it on and let the Parks Board discuss it. But it's definitely something that I think we need to have. We need to have backup data as to how much space we need on that first floor, how much space we need, what should we charge? I mean, like if we end up building, let's say we end up building 10,000 square feet, because I really challenge, I'm really going to challenge Lewis on those numbers. I went back and I got the exact numbers on what we built Ivy McGee, and it's $343 a foot, Judge, and there's no way that it's $1,000 a foot to build.
Well, let
right
him
now.
come explain.
I know, I get it. Okay, and maybe someone can correct me, but I'm going to have a hard time believing that. So let's say you got 10,000 square feet on the.
And I don't know if that's
floor.
FF&E either.
I don't know. I don't know. I got to see it all. But well, no, I've got all the hard costs. I've got everything. It was 323 construction and I don't want to misquote, but about 343 all in. With the only thing that we didn't have was that last little bit we had to do on Hanson. That's not in the number, so maybe let's say it's 350 all in. $1,000 a foot for construction cost only is staggering to me. And it just didn't register until someone said,
So
Brent, do you realize you're getting a quote of
let's
$1,000 a foot?
Let's have him come and let's just to move on. It sounds like we have a mechanism, and Scott's got a mechanism, so we
then,
can.
yeah, that would be. I would
we
like.
can move
I would
on.
like to make it. No, I would like to make it as a. I think I've made a motion, seconded, that the Parks Board consider doing that, hiring an independent source. But I mean independent meaning that none of us will talk to this source. None of us will, have anything to do with it until that source comes back, and then we can ask the questions. Okay, now let's look at that. Is that a realistic number? So, that would be my motion that was seconded, and I would just
All right,
like to vote on it.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, let's go to Jenny. I think we're going to need a little more explanation here as far as timetable. Jenny, this is item number 5, the effective date for the Nueces County Game Room regulations. I think it was going to be October, and I think there is a concern that you'd like to raise with the court.
Yes, and I don't know if Kara wants to jump into, we met and talked about since she's the one who'd be having the people apply in her office, we have put together, there are still some questions that on analysis we need to bring back to the court, but for purposes of actually implementing this, we're asking to move the effective date to the first business day in January.
First business day in January. Okay.
Which is probably what we should have done to begin with.
Yeah.
To make it an even start of the new year kind of thing. So,
okay, so
but I think, I don't want anybody to think we're delaying this because these things are still popping up. And I mean, it's a little unruly out there. So I get that we need to do it because of what you're saying, but I don't want anybody to think we're backing off of this at all. It's just, there's some, it takes a while. This is not an easy thing to put in place. I mean, there's logistics. So I mean, if someone seconded it, they did. If not, I'll do that.
And maybe you could just say, Jenny, if anything opens up, any opportunity to beat that deadline, we'd welcome it. But that would be the time frame. How does that sound, Kara?
No, that's fine. I think they have a lot more work to do. And for instance, October 1, we're getting ballots out, and it's all hands on deck in my office. Yeah. And we're using that records room. So that's just, and I'm willing to help, but I can't help at that time.
I hear you.
Are you okay with January, probably?
Sure. And like I said, we're willing. I mean, we're just willing to assist whatever they need, but if they're dead set on that, do it. Not, but we can't help out.
And I think every time it's talked about, it needs to be reiterated that no policy passed by the court legalizes gambling in this county. Right. So it's not just because the policies are passed, not going to make gambling legal in the county.
I've got a lot of calls.
Well, one more thing that I've noticed that folks really believe that they can, so there has to be some education there, right? And there are folks that believe that, hey, I'm just going to give you $1,000 and I got my permit. Well, no. That's not it at all. And they really are, that's what they think. That it's just $1,000 and no, you don't even get that back. It's non-refundable. So I think when they understand what they need to do.
So the messaging, so what work has been done in the time frame that we've seen? I mean, in other words, do you have like some research, some templates, in other words, what can we tell the folks 1, 2, 3 that you need to do to get us into January? That might help too for clarity.
We are in the process of working on making the application changed around to make it more user friendly.
All right.
And also there are some little inconsistencies in the ones that were passed that didn't pop up until we roundtabled the discussion that we want to bring back about. It says right now that nobody shall operate while they're applying, which if you follow that, it means on January 2, they all have to close down for
Right. Yeah.
So we need to go back and address
Okay.
that.
Well, those are the kinds of things it's good to just share with everybody so that they know why you're asking for the time and what exactly you're working on. And, what that, so basically it's what the application will look like, how it will be accessed, how it will be collected, right?
There's a lot of information that needs to be collected right now from the applications that we have from samples from other jurisdictions. It is lengthy and it's not user-friendly. And so after we met, we have some things, to change and to add, but that takes man-hours. And as the court knows, the attorneys are not staying at the county. So as we have fires, we put them out. And as we have people to work on that, we will certainly do that.
Okay. All right. So as they say, ball in your court, January 1 is the new date. I'm sorry, January 2 is the new date. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Jenny, we'll now move to item 6, which will be an executive session item. Item 7 is back to Scott Cross on a job order contract.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. Who made that motion?
Second, yeah.
Who seconded it, please, for Kara?
What's that?
Not me.
Who seconded the motion to the game room? Gonzalez?
I thought you made the motion.
Okay, Hernandez, who made the second?
I didn't make the second.
Okay, will you make the second? Okay. John Modis? Commissioner Gonzalez and John Modis. All right. So, Scott Cross, you would like us to consider approving a contract with the Gordian Group to provide a customized job order contract complete solution.
Okay, it's actually, you're not approving a contract right now. What I would be asking for y'all to do is approve me going forward to develop the concept of a job order contract program through Gordian, piggybacking off of our Sourcewell contract, which we can do, that is in place that the county approved, and it's good through sometime to 2025. I vetted this extensively with Gordian and Michael, our purchasing agent. I'm not sure if he's there, but he can probably help with some of the details if you have any questions right now. So what we do is this would allow me, and I think this is going to make you county commissioners happy, this would allow me to build a job order contract solution to where we can vet local trades, local contractors to be a part of that program, to where we can expedite projects that need to be, construction type projects, maintenance type projects that are beyond the scope of just our regular parks and beach maintenance workers. They can run all kinds of different price points. It doesn't negate the fact that I still need to bring, following the procurement rules, certain things to court for y'all's approval depending on dollar amount. It just streamlines the bidding process. And so Michael can answer additional questions if you need them. And then also Gina with Gordian is online as well if you have any questions for her. But it's something that I think you might have heard us in the past discuss job order contracting here and there. And it's one of these things that we've looked at it. Michael originally looked at it and thought, well, this would be good for the county as a whole. But then he thought, well, let's just, since you're willing to do it, Scott, let's just start there and just build it out and see how it goes. So that's what we're asking to do right now. We would bring a contract back to y'all for approval once it was vetted through purchasing and the county attorney's office. This is just a first step so we can get there.
Okay.
Scott, did you say this was approved by the Parks Board?
Yes, yeah. We've talked about this before. It's been a while, but this has kind of gotten sidebarred for some time with other stuff that's come up. So I'm just now getting around to it myself.
As long as the board's approved the judge, then I would move passage.
Okay.
Or move
all right.
approval, whatever.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank y'all. This is going to have huge cost benefits for us with projects that we're working on. It locks in price points and also eliminates major change order issues that we run into as well.
And let us know those cost savings as they occur. People like that. We like to hear that we did something that really helped you do your job, more efficiently. Let us know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
The next item is discuss and consider, it's item number 8 for the clerk. Discuss and consider electricity procurement through Power Pool, including opting out of the 2022 procurement cycle, procurement renewals, and related matters. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present. For the record, my name is David Quinn. I am the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. We're a 501c4 that was established by Texas counties to ensure that you get a better quality contract and lower electricity rates by procuring together. We provide full contract service, and we are trying to complete our 2022 procurement. Just by way of background on the procurement, in February 2021, we were very, very close to finalizing a contract and putting you in what would have been a record low rate at that time. We'd issued an RFP to every retailer in Texas. We had identified a short list that had been approved by the board, and we were in the process of negotiating final contracts with each of those shortlisted providers. We'd received indicative pricing that met our objectives and met our targets, and we've gone through the process of ensuring that the full slate of P3 members had recommitted to P3 for that procurement. Now, unfortunately, 2021, with the weather events and subsequent inflation, the war in Europe, continued ongoing grid distress in Texas as we went through the summer months, we're still dealing with a very volatile market, and it became apparent to us that our original price projections were not going to be available in this rising market. So in July, P3's board met, reviewed our rate estimates, and told us to recalibrate those and send out revised procurement proposals to each member, telling you what we think we're going to be able to do based on these market conditions. And you'll have a copy of that in the blue folder, and also a copy of a presentation, which identifies, tells you what the ceiling and target rates for Nueces County would be on page 7 of that handout. It's important to note that we're showing you 2 rates. One is a ceiling rate, which includes an adder to cushion market price fluctuations over the coming weeks and months. And secondly, that adder, I should add, is relatively large due to the volatility in the marketplace and previously unseen levels of uncertainty. Should the market price remain relatively stable, the expected price that's identified on page 7 of the proposal will be captured. You can see there that based on the forward pricing curve on page 9 of that handout, our recommendation is that we look at a 3-year term instead of going longer, simply because the most difficult year that we're anticipating is the first year, the front year of that forward curve, where pricing is significantly higher than subsequent years. So the strategy here really is to get through 2023 and add in 2024 and 2025 to be able to lower the overall rate over a 3-year contract. Going out any further past 2025 really does not add any benefit. As you can see, that's a pretty flat line. So we would not recommend at this time adding anything after 2025. So the recommendation right now is to go out through 2025 only. Now, that said, the P3 board has approved us to consider a variety of different term lengths and different products as well. So we'll continue exploring those over the coming weeks, identify the best possible product and the best possible term length, and we will be reporting back to our P3 Technical Committee on the second Tuesday of every month about our findings, and ultimately we'll go back to the P3 board for final approval on the ideal term length and product. I should maybe pause there, and that also meant... Yeah.
So these agreements are always sort of counterintuitive, right? We have to do the opposite rather than act. Can you just remind the court the action that you're, on behalf of Power Pool, recommending? I understand the 3-year term, and you did a very nice job of that, explaining the volatility, but talk about the actual action that you're asking us to take, and then, of course, we can have more discussion. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Judge, we're not asking for any action. We're
That's
trying to
the
make
best
it
part.
as easy as possible for Commissioners Court. It's an opt-out process. If any member wants to go off and do its own thing or go through a broker or do something different, then all we ask is that they opt out by September the 2nd, because that way, by the beginning of next week, we will know what our committed load is that we'll be taking out to the marketplace. And this is the same procedure as we have always followed, Judge.
Right.
The 30-day opt-out window is included in our bylaws. We have to provide that to every member, so you have an opportunity to review the rates that we're anticipating. The only difference with this particular procurement proposal, the revision here, is that we sent it out electronically instead of by snail mail, just because we want to expedite this process.
Right. And the only reason I'm hesitating here is I was looking over my notes. You know that we got solicited by another group, that you were here that day, I think, a couple months back. They talked about, you know, give us a chance. We did ask for them to have comparisons. They didn't bring any. But then, of course, recently I did get, we all did, got an email. And, of course, it indicates the January 2023 market looks, ouch. It looks very, I think it's $10 for MMBTU on the futures. So, again, your recommendation is we do nothing today. You're just advising of us you're advising us of our rights to opt out if we chose to do so. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
If no action is taken by the court, then we will take your load and we will include it with the rest of the group.
Right.
When we move into the marketplace as early as next week.
Right. And Belinda Hinojosa-Person sits inside that technical advisory committee, and so I'm sure she'll be on next week as well. But we would appreciate you, obviously, keeping the court updated. I always like to put on the record, I think you and I have had these conversations every year now for 4 years, but again, in the future, if we were to have that 3-year commitment with you, do you feel like the language in our contracts is sufficient for that locational marginal pricing such that we could sell back to the grid? Yes, sir? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that a question?
Looking at 3 years this coming September for another 3 years extension?
It will be a 3-year contract beginning in January 2023. So it will be for 23 through 25.
Thank you.
And Judge, yes, to answer your question, yes, we have that ability within the P3 contract. We do that for another P3 member.
For Denton, I think?
For Collin County.
Oh, Collin, I couldn't remember.
We would look to explore opportunities to be able to get you what you want in terms of being able to sell back. And I did talk to Mr. Ray this morning about getting the details of those locations so that we can include those as we go out to the marketplace.
Great. Guys, this is such a unique niche that P3 provides. They really are the major expert. There are other experts. I'm not saying you're the only one, but David does have expertise here. I'm sort of throwing it out here. Are they or any of you?
Actually, I was going to ask, I mean, does staff, have you analyzed this? If you recommend this over the other deal? I mean, we've had these conversations.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do recommend this to the Commission.
Okay. Judge, I mean.
Okay, well, we don't do anything, so we're lucky here. We just sit still. He's advising us of rights. And we still have our 30 days once you publish the rates to us.
Well, this will be the end of the 30-day opt-out period.
I see.
August the 2nd, because then we have our committed load that we know is
committed. Oh, and then you're going to go.
And then we will be able to take that out.
Okay, so September 2nd really is your date?
Yes.
Okay. Well, y'all better look quick. You better look at your rates right now, because those are going to be there.
That's what I was asking you to. That's why I was going to go. It's really September is when we got to make the decision.
Correct. Sure. That way, Commissioner, we know the committed load, and we know what we're dealing with, what our purchasing is going to be, and we'll take that out to the marketplace, and the retailers will know that they're going to be bidding on an established load.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Chesney, just to answer that question you had about when we do our RFP, it goes out to every retail electric provider in the state. We're open to every retailer out there as part of this process. I believe that the other entity that you were talking to, that the court was talking to, was just providing pricing from one retailer, Direct Energy. So we feel like we offer a fully competitive
expect the best price. That's why we're sticking around.
Exactly.
And your chart is good. You showed the savings that we had over time. We lost it. It was on the screen here, but You had a good chart here earlier for us. If you don't mind, put that back on just so everyone can see. There it is, the current forward pricing curve right there. Yeah, I just want everyone to know we're going to have higher pricing in 23. And Dale, obviously, my neck's already hurting thinking about it. But you believe that through the aggregate, David, that this is still going to be the most cost effective for Nueces County, understanding our loads more or less.
Yep.
We're not putting anything online that's new, really. In fact, we're getting more efficient, if anything.
Right. Yes, correct, Judge. Our recommendation is if we were to go into the marketplace right now, then the 3-year term would be the optimum term length for all members, not just for Nueces County. We just think that right now the challenge is getting through the highest pricing in that front year of 2023. The further you go along that curve into 24 and 25, the more the price drops. We would recommend combining 24 and 25 to get you a lower 3-year rate overall instead of exposing you to a higher rate just in 2023. But then we would also recommend that we deal with a contract after 2025 at a future time, simply because we think that the price could drop further as we see with that flat market.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, David. At this time, I have no motion to opt out, so we'll just stay steady here.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. My card is in the folder. If anybody has any questions or needs any additional information, I'm always happy to come back and visit and make another presentation as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next one, Ana Velasquez is here to do item number 9. Well, not really to do it, but to help. I'm sorry, Rebecca's here. I see Rebecca. I saw Anna first, but Rebecca's there. This is a item to discuss using ARPA to hire 2 temporary caseworkers to assist with ERAP, case management, and some related equipment. And the only thing I was going to say is there might be some good updates. We were really trying hard to get you that equipment without needing it, so we can style a motion. If we have it by other means, great. If not, then use the dollars to get it. I think that kind of makes sense. In other words, we may have it in-house. If not, then we use the dollars to get it.
Okay.
That is what they said, hey, I think if I look hard, there could be equipment that's available, like, for example, the printer and things like that.
Oh,
we actually might have it, so it would be a if you need it on the resource piece of it.
Okay, the resource piece.
Go ahead, Rebecca, give us a little bit of background, and then we'll talk about it.
Well, the ERAP portal that was operated by Hagerty closed on August 15th. That included the hotline number. So no new applications are being accepted at this time. There are about 200 applications that may be viable still in the portal that we could work towards assistance. The Hagerty work authorization is coming to an end, and so we need to find another way to do the case management piece of this. And, as I've said the whole time, my staff, right now we're accepting appointments for October in my department, and we're still short staffed, so we can't take something of this magnitude on right now. So that's why we're recommending 2 temporary caseworkers to be trained by Hagerty to be able to do the case management that's left on these cases.
And I'm going to flip to it, Rebecca, but you probably have it handy. The dollar amount, the guesstimate, or the range. I'll move to item number 9.
I did the temporary worker request worksheet and turned that into HR and to IDA, and so I had been given the pay group 20, so it was about $16.10 per hour.
Okay.
For 2 caseworkers for 29 hours per week. There would still be. Let me look. We would still need to pay for the Hagerty user IDs, and that's about $96 per month per 2 users. So I believe we'd have to pay that for 4 people.
And do you think that, and I know this is hard, but you think by the end of the year we'll be complete? Or do you, I'm just curious on the time frame, because when I asked you how much it costs, that's an unfair question. You'd have to ask me how long.
And so that's a good point, because the applications that are in the system, we can't even give you an estimate on the amount. So one application could have, many months of rent and could be $10,000, and the next application could be 1 month of rent for $1,000.
Correct.
So we don't know until we're looking at those applications.
And I'm going to throw you a little bit of a softball, but kind of just gauging how long it took before to spend those dollars. I'm kind of guessing maybe 4 months, 5 months, 6 months at the most, 3 to 6 months. 3 if we're working at the speed of light, and 6 maybe. That's just based on how many we already processed in the system.
Well, that's probably,
6 months, I'll just take a guess, 6 months. Maybe 3 is too quick.
I don't even think 6 months.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm trying to be overly generous here. I agree with you, somewhere between 3 and 6 months.
So you're trying to say by the end of December?
That would be the goal.
I would hope so. So we were a little bit delayed when we were only handling Nueces County applications, and that's why the city was able to spend theirs so fast. Once we opened up to the city residents, the money went a lot faster. So not knowing exactly what's in there, which applications are in there, assuming that it's a lot of city applications, I think it would be spent pretty quickly.
And you'll have 2 temps working on that 20 hours a week.
Mm-hmm. That's all they'll do.
And that's all they'll do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you say training, say we hire them next week. I'm just throwing that out. How long is the training?
I attached what Haggerty gave us as the onboarding training for those case managers. It's a 2-day training. We've already done 1 day of it so that we can work with those people who come in, and they'll do both parts of training. I had it recorded so we can sit with them and train. So 2 days.
So 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
What's the training costing us?
I don't know. I think Haggerty had that in the work authorization to start with. I think it was about $1,600. I could be wrong on that. I'm not certain. It was already factored in, the training.
It's already been,
Mhm.
we've already
Yeah,
approved,
it's
we
already
already
approved
approved that in their budget, in the budget that was approved before. The training was included.
And what's the amount we got to get rid of? What do we know?
I think it's about $380,000, but I'm not certain of that at all. Anna may be able to answer that better.
Running the numbers that, good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. We're looking at almost 300,000.
And if we don't get rid of it by December 31st, so we get an extension to go to January, or if say for instance applications you have are gone, right? So we shut it down at that time.
Actually, the ERAP 2 will go on through 2025. We're just, the way the money was going to spend for the rental assistance, we figured probably by December it should be done.
In other words,
if there's money left over.
Yeah, there won't be money left over because it looks like we won't even be able to help everybody.
Right.
So
Correct.
it'll go fast.
Okay.
It'll go
All right.
fast.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, the idea is 2 temporary workers. I'll make the motion to use ARPA funds, but I would love to see if we could get a range. Dale, what are you thinking here? You've got our.
Talking that hourly rate, and you're only talking about 3 or 4 months. I'd say no more than 35,000.
Okay, we can make that a limit. Okay.
And who's going to one more thing? Who's going to supervise the temps? One of yours?
Rebecca.
Okay.
Rebecca, on the resources, you've done a good job of allocating them. We can put them in, and then if you really need it, then you've got it. And if not, like I said, I'm not trying to be so cost effective as to hurt you, but I honestly believe we have some of the stuff in-house. Like, for example, cell phones and things. We had them from a previous project. We turned them in to Daryl not too long ago. Yeah. Maybe they're gone, but nobody's really had a chance to sit with Daryl and say, hey, Do you have any of these like here? And if you don't, that's fine. But we think some of those items
We can.
are available like to you.
Okay.
But if not, we're going to go ahead and make the motion to include the resources.
Okay. And yes, we'll definitely need to include the system ID user.
Right, the
ID.
$96 a month.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So move.
All right, I'll take his motion and I'll second it. And Kara, I had already made the motion, but doesn't matter. Flip it. It's fine.
Oh, you will.
It doesn't matter. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. As they say, the only thing, you know how ERAP is, make sure that when you hire, you got all that great language. It should have all been taken care of, but do a double check on it.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I have a question. Did item number 3?
Oh, the South, we still,
Did I miss one, Rebecca?
yes, the case.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
case
Sit
management.
still. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, so I skipped it because we were coming to the county clerk, and let's bring it back. And this is discuss and consider ARPA for case management software for county offices. I'll let Rebecca talk about her department. I wanted to set a number that would allow at least 3 departments that I was aware of that needed some help on software. The medical examiner has guesstimated no more than $10,000. It could be less, but we were going to set a $10,000 budget for the ME software. And then Rebecca, I'll let you lead into yours, and then I'll end up with the, go ahead. I'll end up with one more, but go ahead.
Well, we did 3 estimates on software that we need, which is comprehensive case management software. Right now, we just use a Access database and some Excel spreadsheets, and we have stuff here and there, and we're trying to tie it all into one nice system. Based on our estimates, it just varies. And my understanding was that with ARPA, we would have to go out for bids on the type of case
Correct.
where we want it. So I've submitted all of that, but we'll have to go out for bids once we put it all together. We did have something in our budget for about $25,000 of yearly maintenance fees, so we could apply that towards this. And we've worked with Daryl, trying to figure out exactly what our technical needs are.
So if you had to recommend to the court, I guess I have to add it all up, and I'm going to recognize Forrest Mitchell. And Daryl is on. Welcome, Daryl. Basically, Daryl, we're discussing case management software for social services and also for a medical examiner. And I'm trying to get kind of a guesstimate, like if I said for these county offices, an allocation of, would $50,000 cover both those offices, that kind of thing. But first, let me hear from Forrest. By the way, Forrest, I got that number by asking somebody who asked somebody over there. Don't think that I just pulled out $10,000 from my head. Forrest Mitchell, you can unmute.
Good afternoon. This is Forrest Mitchell, the Director of Operations for the Medical Examiner's Office. Yes, Judge, thank you for letting me brief you on this real quick. Actually, the software is for the system for case management for the Medical Examiner's Office is closer to more like $100,000. I believe the quote that we got in was $97,000.
Ouch. Maybe they were wishful thinking on the 10. Okay, fair enough. It is what it is. Keep going, Forrest. Tell us why it would be important.
Well, right now we're currently in a paper process, and everything that we do is just based off of paper records. This would be a comprehensive system that will allow us to have electronic records, both for all of the reports that are done for this office, but property management, body management, and actually billing for out-of-county autopsies that are performed. In addition to the $97,000, there's going to be a small amount of money that would be for peripherals like some computers, monitors, and printers that would print off labels and wrist tags and things of that nature.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, Rebecca, then knowing that number is 100, would you have
The number I put in was 150,000 when I first talked to Haggerty about this way back when. I don't think that's the number that translated when they provided you with the list.
Got it. Okay. All right. So what we're looking at here is 150. And again, I only do this for the benefit of our public. I know why it's so important, but can you help just make a small case here? What is it going to do for you to help people by getting the software?
Well, for us, we would have an online portal system where people can apply. Well, right now we have something similar, just that they've set up for us in the county that people can apply 24/7. You know, they don't have to come into our office. So people who are in rural areas or whatever don't have to come to the office to apply. They are going to apply online. And we're going to process that as much as we can. Another important part is reporting. That's a big issue for us. I still hand count some of our stuff, which I can't tell you how frustrating that is. And if we could just tie it all together so we could apply for different grants, or even if we look at ERAP, one reason that my office can't handle an ERAP grant is because we can't get to the part where we have to report to the Treasury the exact numbers. And so just tying it all together, and we spend money that we keep track of with our own internal reports. We would like that all captured into one system.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense to me. And
well,
okay.
And also for clients, if they want to upload their documents prior to seeing us, or if it makes it easier for them, we want them to be able to do that. You know,
right.
Their leases and utility bills.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest with you, when I placed this agenda on, I said county offices. I was also going to have the third element be the public defenders, but I've chosen to wait on that just because of this morning's discussion of how important it is to include the new chief public defender's office. I'll like to hear from them next time, you know, to see, we talked about which system and would be good. So look for that on a September agenda. So when I said offices, for today's purposes, it's going to be the 2, not the 3. Even though the public defenders is needed as well, let's give it another week or 2 to have them gather the information as they plan on, as the board plans on coming back, and or the oversight committee plans on coming back and pitching it themselves. So right now, what we're looking at is $250,000 to be allocated for county offices, of which we've just bifurcated the 150 to social services and the 100 to the ME. And we do have dollars left, and I think this is the type of thing that creates monumental change in a community for county services, for both the services that the forensics supply and Rebecca's office and social supply. So with that, that's a way of making a motion to use ARPA commissioners to do these, to provide these resources, so long as they are procured competitively. Is there a second?
And, sure, but discussion.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead.
So tell me what the difference is in this one software and why we couldn't do
hers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pulling out public defenders because I don't know yet. This is just social services.
No, I get it. But what's the difference in this?
Case management. Hers is built for a law office. Rebecca's is built for basically social services.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out software. I get it's different software, but what made this one eligible, I guess?
Hers is eligible too.
Well, but we talked about one. There was one though that we said wasn't eligible. One set of software. It was that big one that Dale wanted.
That's his auditors. It's different.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is
why the ERP?
Yeah.
I don't know. All I can tell you is that the reason social services qualifies and COVID and public health, medical, is because it comes into COVID related, comes into public health, and then on social services.
Isn't COVID related? No. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So,
yeah,
okay,
and
fine.
social services, you get the picture.
Yeah. And what's the total that we're doing?
So I would, based on the items that have come forward, the backup that's come forward, it'd be $250 as a whole item, but a $150 for social and $100 for ME.
And you're good with that? You're recommending that?
Yes.
Too? Okay. Because I'm going to start asking that a lot. So. Because I'm counting on you as the county manager to be vetting a lot of this stuff. So if you'll just throw that in there as a matter of course when we're going through this, that would save me from having to ask you every time too. Sure. So, okay.
Okay, so could I take that as a second?
I did.
All right, thank you. And all those, any more discussion? Okay, all those, actually, you know what? Forgive me. I had a second with Modis. Then he said, I'll do his discussion. Right, Kara? Okay,
All good.
She has mother's ears. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. I do too, Karen.
Thank you,
And then
Commissioners.
We need to make sure we're giving all this to,
So
Rachel-
Michael's in the back of the room taking copious notes.
no, I mean, that Rachel keeps our, what we're.
Oh,
'cause we're
yes.
Dishing out ARPA funds today. I know
Yes.
Some of them were yours, Judge, but this is a new one that needs to go,
This
taken
is a
off our
new
tally.
one, and
Yeah.
they will make sure that they get everything.
Please.
All right. So that takes care of 3. And item 15 will be an executive session.
Item which one?
Item 15, an executive session. Item 16, we already took care of. Item 17 was tabled. Item 18 is yours, Commissioner Chesney. It is adopting a policy that basically gets a funding source before a request for proposals issued.
Yeah, it's technically mine. I think I just put it on when we kind of all wanted to put it on there, so I don't have any backup. It was just one that I put
It's
on at the
obvious.
meeting, so it was just, I think we all had
We
said
all
we
wanted-
wanted to do something, so could we just make a motion to get IDA to get that with Jenny and get that language drafted?
Correct.
To where it's.
Motion?
That would be my motion.
Second.
And a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, is this an addition and change to the court policies and procedures, or?
Well, we want you to draft
We
it
don't-
because you're going to have to do a little bit of semantics right here. For example, there are some times where you think you've got the RFP. I would say something like your best, for example, let's take software. You think you know what it is, but then you go out for bid and it's something else and maybe the court underfunded. So just tweak it to where it says the court's
Has
best,
to have some funding source for it.
some
I mean,
funding
right.
source, some
Before we send
ability,
something out.
right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Something like that, and you want to put grants, for example, if we
And then
go out
just-
for RFP, there's a grant, just tweak the language so that the funding source is either identified or,
And I think if we make the spirit of the motion that's effective today, contingent upon, the spirit of the motion be effective today, subject to the final draft of how it's all written up, because we're all saying, I think, the same thing. We want a funding source of some sort before it goes out. So if I would like to make that part of the motion too, if that's all right.
all righty. That's fine for the
So it's
amendment.
effective, just means it's effective today. Jenny and I will bring back a draft in 30 days. And Michael runs to the,
Michael?
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I want all the department heads to remember what just happened right now and let me know the funding source when they ask me to go out for projects.
There you go. You can send
There you
something out,
go.
Michael,
Okay,
that
so
says we passed a
motion-
policy today.
And you've got
in
a little,
minute.
you've got the amendment, so I'm going to go ahead and redo the second. And all those in favor with that small amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, if you'll recall, item 19 was tabled earlier. Items 20 through 23 are noticed for executive session. Is that right? Let me double
Yes.
check. All right. Item 24 is Wednesday. That's the next Commissioners Court date. Ida,
that's
could
a-
you confirm?
That's just a carryover, Judge.
I know, just might as well say it. Join us on Wednesday.
Sure.
Item number 25 is also executive session. Oh, no,
No.
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
25?
Sorry.
Wait,
Is that 25 is right? Yes.
wait, I only have 24. Hold on.
25 is on the next page.
Oh.
Christy Rangel
I only have 24
versus
either.
City of Corpus Christi,
Yeah, that
Nueces
was an
County.
update.
Huh?
That was added on, I think,
It was added.
later that.
It's a lawsuit that we need to
Yeah.
discuss in executive session.
Okay.
And then we did B1, and here we go. B2, go ahead, Juan Pimentel for the CSP for exterior wall remediation from Phoenix 1.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the approval of the Certificate of Substantial Completion for the CSP 3144-20. It's for the Nueces County Courthouse Exterior Wall Remediation Project. The project is completed, so we're recommending
Approval?
approval.
All right, I'll make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in, any discussion? The only thing I wanted to ask you, Juan, am I right on this, that, is it on one side of the building, are we still waiting on colored glass, or no, that they're all good?
Yes, ma'am. We're on one of them. We're still waiting for the colored glass,
Colored
but
glass.
we should be fine.
Got it.
They're working on it.
Okay, all those, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Just item 3.1 is to adopt the updated Nueces County flood damage prevention ordinance. It basically includes by reference the new FEMA flood insurance study.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, we've been coordinating with FEMA and Texas Water Development Board on the, excuse me, on the ordinance. This is a new ordinance that will be replacing the 1992 ordinance that was approved in court. And the county attorney has reviewed the ordinance. We've also submitted that back to Texas Water Development Board and FEMA. And we're recommending that that the new ordinance be approved along with the new firm maps, the flood study, and I missed that real quick. And the flood study and any related matters regarding to the ordinance.
Okay. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Anything else we need to know here?
No, Judge. This is just back in 3 years ago. They updated some certain firm maps, and those were brought to court, and they were preliminary. For the past 2.5 years, they've been working on getting them approved along with the flood studies. So this is what we're recommending.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, items 4 and 5 are a little bit of, one of them is a cleanup. And
Yes, ma'am.
there was some confusion, and so this is a cleanup. So
Yes, ma'am.
item number 4 is a third amendment to a work authorization. And just so we're not confused, call it by the project name. So is 4 Hilltop?
Well, the first one, item number 4 is Hilltop.
Okay.
Which is authorization number 1, and we recommended to court. I think court approved it.
We did. We just used the wrong number.
Yes, ma'am. We just used the wrong number.
So let's go ahead and just tell you guys that this is something we already voted on, but we did not have the right reference. So this is a cleanup. So we need a motion to approve the third amendment to the work authorization number 1, providing reallocation of previously committed funds, and that's to reduce, it's really just to take LAN off the Hilltop project. Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm 1 no. All right, and the next one is the work authorization number 2 that we did not address. We tabled it, remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this one is, go ahead. This is a reallocation for, and excuse me, Juan, going back to 4, that's Hilltop
Hold on,
only,
Judge.
right?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, did I say it wrong?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, number 1, was for the medical examiner, so that one hasn't gotten approved. Yeah, that one wasn't, no, ma'am.
Let's go back, Juan. Let's
Yes,
do
ma'am.
number 5 right now,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You want to redo 4?
So let's redo I'd like to get a motion to rescind on 4.
So I rescind second.
Okay, second. We'll get to it in here in a second.
Yes, ma'am.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. So now you're
Okay, so let's do, 5, Juan, is the one that we need to do for Hilltop.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. 5 is the one for Hilltop. It's work authorization number 2, and it is for Hilltop. This was the one that was, again, the reduction in
Correct.
In cost. So yes,
Right.
ma'am.
And again, Hilltop, it's just Hilltop only.
This is Hilltop.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And now all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and I'm a no. Okay, so in other words, we cleaned up the 4s and the 5s. Now
Yes,
go
ma'am.
back to number 4, and that one was tabled because this one is the medical examiner's facility. And
Number 4?
is that correct, one?
Yes, number 4.
Okay, number 4.
is for the medical examiner's building.
Okay.
Which is authorized, which is the
So
third amendment to work authorization number 1 with LAN.
So tell me what your plan on this is.
On this one, Commissioner, I know that we're going to go out for RFQs for we're going to go out for RFQs for the medical examiners. So we're recommending at this time that Polar Works oversees the project once we do have somebody that we're going to hire to design the medical examiners. Normally, commissioners, what I do and judge is when I say that I want to manage a project, I have my staff that oversees the project. And at the same time, I'll go out there, once a week to oversee the project. In other words, maybe once or twice a week, I'll go out there, see how the project is going, and then also provide update to Commissioners Court on a biweekly basis of how the project is proceeding, where the cost is at, if there's any change orders. But that's once we select and we proceed to that on that project on the medical examiners.
So I understand the difference between program and project management,
yes,
clearly.
Sir.
But my question is your intent on this to have a project manager?
You know what, Commissioner, we haven't gotten to that point, but might be a recommendation. At this time, I can't recommend it, Commissioner.
Well, I would just tell you that I'm not inclined to support it without a project manager.
Okay.
And I know the difference between the two, and I don't mean that critically towards you or your
No,
staff.
sir, I understand.
But I do believe having some oversight by someone other than your office, and again, that's not a critique.
Yes,
that
sir,
is
I
just
understand.
simply, I've had a lot of luck with both program and project managers, but in particular, before we had program managers, I had a lot of success with project managers. Excuse me, I'm choking on the little Jolly Rancher here. So I guess my support would be contingent upon there being some project management on this, and it could be land for all and that's fine too if they, do that too, because that does save cost, right? And I get there's two sides of the argument. A good program manager is going to save you costs somewhere else. I don't discount that argument. But if you don't use the money for program management and you shift some of it, but not all of it, to project management, then I think there's a lot of value there too. So,
and Commissioner Chesney, just so you know, the difference in the word is just that a program just means you're running multiple projects, and there's a lot of efficiencies by using one group that's managing several projects for one entity. So really, a program manager in this sense is a project manager. It's just that it's a program because it's inside multiple projects that are coexisting. And by doing that, you're using one set of software to track all the projects, et cetera. So by doing this, by removing it, for example, when we have a program manager working on lots of building stuff, like, for example, J.P. Grom is an architectural engineer. So that's where that value engineering comes in. You say, hey, I've only got $7 million for this baby, but I know my ventilation system is a top priority. And it winds up that a program manager who has that special expertise like ours does winds up helping saving. It's not about checking on the how they're doing or reporting how they're doing. That's good. But the real element is understanding that ventilation systems are going to be a key component, and they're going to hone in on that. Or using disinfectant type of materials and sourcing. When you get an architect in there, they're there to design. When we get a program manager who's an engineering company, they're there to value engineer the project so that you get your $7 million worth. That's why every one of our capital improvement plan, this is why I was so opposed. I'm not opposed to every, not in theory anyway. If you're a commissioner and you don't want someone on your project, I get it. But I'm opposed in theory to not providing that engineering oversight that, quite frankly, people who build a lot do. That's why you see independent school districts using program management, because they're in building mode. We just happen to be in building mode these last 3 years, and that's why a program manager was built into each and every one of our projects. It was to make certain that oversight at the highest levels of engineering was given. So I would hope that we could at least say, look, I know I didn't vote for it, but the court's will is you got them off Hilltop due to the commissioner wanting that. But this project is too important and too technical, too hyper-technical to not bring in a team that's already super familiar with it, already prepped it, already knows. I mean, remember, they walked the Smith Group through a huge piece of it. To back off now would be, and Juan's still going to be, obviously, overlooking it because he does that to all projects in the county that have engineering components. But I would ask that you at least leave this in here. You don't even have an architect now. No money is is necessarily wasted but when you go out for architecture, like that RFQ is key. How you write it, what you're designing for. Most change orders come because a RFQ was not worded properly. We've been able to really eliminate that by insisting on AIA contracts, which our program management built for us, as well as making sure those RFQs are good. Think about it.
I don't think we're going to need an RFQ.
Oh, well, we've already determined that we did. I think you were ill that day, but we determined as a court, and Jenny confirmed and Michael confirmed, we have to have an RFQ.
For anything that we use ARPA funds.
Correct.
Right. That's.
Even if it's a nexus, even
Okay.
if you don't, yeah.
Can I just finish?
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Can I just finish?
Yeah,
Because I know that during this conference, we're sitting there and we talked to the people that are doing the presentations.
Can you get on your mic?
You know, and they said, no, you don't have to, because using your upper funds for construction, that, go for bids, but as far as the architect, it doesn't have to do with the ARPA fund that you're going to use for construction. And that's what the instructors at the panel said. We met with them afterwards. So, I mean, somebody is not on the right track here, but I'm just, and I think, Katie, I think you might have talked to them also. It's because I asked you if you could meet with them, and this is the outcome of that panel.
Who did you meet with, Ide?
Yeah, it was for an TAC judge. So I had the question if the Professional Services Act requires just must use RFQ.
Right. But this is not the professional. This is the 2 CFR 200. This is a federal regulation.
I understand that. That's what I had a question with him. And he said the Professional Services Act is preferred to use an RFQ, but it's not something that we had to follow if the county has a different practice, like we select. And we normally have this practice here. I already sent an email. I'm waiting for that, and then I'm going to provide that to the court.
Right. The problem is you're asking a good question, but not the right one. The right one was the connection between the federal,
yes,
if it's connected.
I did that.
That's the secondary final rules. Because we saw it listed.
Yes, and I did the question. I had the question like that. I explained, like, we use it for construction American Rescue Plan, and then we planning to use, with different funding source, the architect or the engineer. So that was the question. And I'm just waiting to have.
Who was it at TAC? Because we'd like to get them together with Johnson Collier and Woods, our outside auditor.
Correct. And I'm waiting on that. I sent the email last night. I'm just waiting on the response to share it with the court as well.
Because
and I'm going to contact with the auditor too.
Yeah. Because our auditor and our outside auditor, outside auditor and our expert in the final rules gave us that, and unless that's their specialty, I would err on the side of caution.
Yes, correct, and that's what I haven't said nothing until I hear all the facts. So
right. Well, we'll bring it back to us so that we can get all the facts. Yeah. But in the meantime, we're not doing the architect today.
I understand that, but you would related matters.
Right.
I think you said.
But we will get that information because that's contrary to the advice that was given. Sure. Okay. So let's go back to this. Program management piece. This is item number.
So I just had some more questions.
What is it? Yes, Go ahead.
I was trying. Okay. Yes, so I'm trying to. So the reduction in the total estimated cost of work authorization under this amendment from 1.9 to 1.4. That's because it was set up originally for a $28 million, whatever that number was, $28 million project.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. Okay. So then the cost on a $28 million project would have been $537,000. So you're saying in this one to reduce it completely, whereas if we kept them on in program management, it wouldn't be quite as big a reduction. It would be a large reduction, but not all of it. So what? Just out of curiosity, what would be the new? Instead of 537, 560, what would be the number if you have that? If they stayed on as the program manager for the ME? Do you have
since we're reducing from what was it,
28
million
so like
to 7. About a fourth, yes, sir.
Okay, so then, and the reason I'm asking is because I want to know then what would be like on a program management, project management type situation. Like, okay, so I'm going to assume that a fourth of that's about 130,000.
And you hit it pretty much. I was going to say about 125
for project management.
Yes,
too.
sir.
So
yes, sir.
Whether you keep them as program or project, there's no savings. But then you don't have to necessarily have both either. Like, I don't necessarily think on every, like, especially, I don't think you have to have a project and a program on everything.
Yes, sir.
to me, you could have one or the other, and I don't disagree with the judge's assessment of the value of program management, but at the same time, I'm trying to figure out how.
And Commissioners and Judge, just to let you know, I know we have, kind of like I mentioned in the last meeting, is that we have roof projects that we have to take care of. We have a roof project at the Calderon building, and then we have a roof project at the, what is it called? The, over there behind the Robstown for the agriculture, Boll Weevil. We also need to do some improvements out there. I was just looking at how we could save some monies in order to do some additional work.
No,
So,
I really appreciate that.
just wanted to bring that up, just recommending it. And again, it's up to y'all, Commissioners and Judge.
Why don't we make them, I'd like
You
to
might
make a
wanna
motion
pause.
to. Yes?
I don't think we have a clerk.
Oh, goodness. Sorry, I didn't notice.
Connie
Thank you,
pointed that out.
Connie. Okay, let's take a pause here.
Bathroom again.
Yeah, let's take an official pause, okay? Just a few minutes here, just an official pause, off the record at 1:49. We're going to take just they went to the bathroom, so we're going to take an official pause right now, just for a second while they go to the bathroom, and we'll be 2:03 p.m. And Juan, we were in the middle of it when you.
Yes, ma'am.
When we had to stop, but we're back on the record now. And so the bottom line is, it's about 120,000 if we just reduce it. Is there not an ability to reduce it right now, and therefore you've done both? You saved 350,000, and which you can apply to, perhaps if the court does it on another, item, you can apply it to something else, and then that 120,000 stays there. You don't have an architect yet, so we could always bring it back and reevaluate. But in this case, that seems to be a good compromise.
Judge and Commissioners, I'm fine with that, Judge and Commissioners.
Okay.
If y'all are, that would be my recommendation.
All right. Okay, well, then I'll make that motion and ask Commissioner Chesney, would you second that?
Okay, well, wait, I was not kind of finished. So, what I'm trying to get to here is how much capacity you have in your staff, because you're the Public Works Director.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to defer to your recommendations as much as I possibly can, not rubber stamp, as I
Yes, sir.
never do. But I need to understand that what this isn't about, because there's always the elephants in the room, right? So let's address
Yes,
it.
sir.
As long as this isn't you, kicking Lan off to put another project manager on, then I'd be willing to support your recommendation, but it's got to be truly that you have the capacity to do this, because, I want to keep using Lan on other projects. I got no issue with Lan. I also respect your position in regards to being the Public Works Director and the county engineer. So
Yes, sir.
again, I'm going to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Because what I'm not going to support is if you come back and you put another program manager on this project after we took one off, right? In other words, I don't have a problem with saving money.
But isn't that a good compromise? He's willing to come from the 500 down to the 100. He's fine with that. That gets us where we need to be at this moment, which is nowhere, because we don't even have an architect.
Well, right. So what I'm saying is.
But it gets us the RFP built the correct way. I'm sorry, the
Well,
RFQ built the right way.
Right, but I'm asking you, because this is the second time that you've made this recommendation. The first time, it was based on a commissioner's request. Totally, that was an easy one for me. The second one is not as easy for me, and I want to make sure you have the capacity, because I'm saying, if you're saying your recommendation is now what you just said, or the judge, or if you're just saying you'll agree with whatever we do, I need to know what your true recommendation is on this, because I'm not saying there has to be a compromise on every issue. I'm just saying I want to make sure you have
Yes,
the
sir.
capacity to do this, because I'm not going to support if you come back in here and put another program manager on this. I'm not saying that's what
Or
you're doing,
project manager.
pardon?
Or project.
Or a project manager. In other words, if we're taking this away, we're taking this away, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it can't be like, it's not, in other words, it can't be, this isn't a precinct project, this is a county project. If you can handle this, and you want to handle this, and it saves us, because it does, I get it, it saves us $537,000 or in 100, I get that, that's a huge number.
Yes, sir.
I get it. but that means your staff has to do more work and your staff has to put in more time.
Yes, sir.
So again, I'm asking you for sure, if you think you can handle this, that's fine, but you can't, for
Yes,
me,
sir.
I'm not going to vote if you come back and try to add something back later.
Judge and Commissioners, I wouldn't have brought this to court if I knew that myself nor my staff could handle this project. And we can manage it, we can oversee it. We've done a project for the chillers, and we've done some other projects that we've done in our staff. So we can take care of it within our office. And that's the reason why we have brought it, Commissioner, is we're trying to see how we could save money to do other projects that we need to take care of. Because we have other buildings that need help with monies, and this would be a good way of us. You know, if we need to work late, hey, we just need to work late. If we need to come in early and work, then we need to come in early and work in order to take care of this project.
All right,
But-
so
but-
I'm gonna support this based on that, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna put them on some other project because I think they do good stuff. So I'm gonna, put it on one of mine,
sir.
assuming the court allows me to. So I just want to make sure that's clearly articulated. I am not doing this because I have any beef. I like land. They do a good job. I don't have any beef with them. I'm going to put them on my next project whenever I choose it and the court approves it. So I'll make that up to them somehow. But I'm going to support this recommendation because you're going to have to do the work. And if it,
Yes, sir.
This is a huge deal. If it goes south, man,
Yes, sir.
going to get.
I understand, Commissioner.
And what is the background that you can provide or your staff can provide? Because 2 courts ago, we had to get Govind hired to do mechanical, electrical, plumbing opportunities because you only have 2 engineers, yourself and Bert Bettis. I am telling you, I do not believe that this is a smart move for you. You can still be that manager you want to be. Why wouldn't you want to have an expert who has an architectural engineering background and a team of hundreds to support him when, quite frankly, the things that we're working on are so highly technical and specialized? I just feel like for $100,000, you are absolutely getting you're getting a team of engineers. You can't even hire an engineer right now. You haven't been able to for a year for that same salary, more or less. And what you're getting here is an entire team of people. I have to ask you, are you sure that's going to be your recommendation? Because I'll be honest with you, I think you're doing it for other motivations, and that really concerns me, Juan. Can you tell this court,
Judge,
because you seem to bring LAN out on everything.
Judge, I'm not sure what other motivations you're talking about.
The motivation to just not have anybody oversee a project.
But my recommendation was for us to oversee the project as a project manager from my office, and that's my recommendation.
Yeah.
So move.
Well, just wait a second. If you'll recall, forgive me, wait a second. I had the motion on the floor. You'll have to defeat my motion first. My motion was on the floor.
What motion?
My motion to accept when he said he recommended the compromise.
There was no second.
Wait a second.
There was no second, Judge. There's no second.
Okay. I had a motion, and we had not asked for a second because I asked Commissioner, and he said, wait a minute, let me talk about it. I would like for there to be an opportunity to have a second to that motion.
That's fair.
That is fair. And you can defeat it if you want to, but I want to go on the record that there was a good compromise, and it seems very extraordinarily odd to me that we wouldn't want to have help when we literally had to go contract just to get a mechanical engineer 2 weeks ago. So again, my motion is to compromise, to take the 500,000 down to the 100, whatever you said, 112, 118. I don't remember what the pro rata is, but it's the pro rata, the fourth of the number you gave.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
said it's about a fourth of the number. I think that is a great compromise, and it gets 1 extra people. And just so you remember, we haven't even hired anybody yet, but you have nobody, Juan, to write that RFQ right now. And that is a huge concern of mine. And that RFQ is going to dictate what an architect and that I've never seen a contract come out of Public Works that it comes out of those AIA contracts come out of program management. That's what's good about them, is they help you on the front side. Trust me, it's dangerous for a county to not have great help on the front side. And you don't have help because you don't have an architectural engineer on staff to work that RFQ so that we get the right product from the right architectural company later. That is my concern. It's to help you. I don't understand. limit it more. Limit it to whatever you want to limit it to. But don't negate the help on the front side. I would even recommend to you to put some amount of money up front so you can get the right contract and the right RFQ. And let me tell you, the county attorney's office has been working with LAN on those AIA contracts for 3 years. And that is why every time you get one and every time we bring one, they're solid as a rock. I think it would be smart if you would just yield to common sense, which is you don't want them on the backside, God dog it, at least get them on the front side. That way you get your good RFQ and you get a good contract. And then you want to bring it back to court and let them go, well, then so be it. But it's a mistake to not do it because you don't have that expertise on staff for architectural engineering. You just don't.
Judge, I think we should give Juan a little bit of a credit and give him more confidence that I know he can do the work. He's the one that's been catching all the mistakes that are done by ABM that LAN should be catching. Okay, Juan is the one that's bringing them forth to us. So why don't we just give Juan a little bit of credit and let him show you what he can do?
Because once the RFQ is built and the contract is done, it's too late because it was Public Works that.
Then that's the way it should be done.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's a fair point, right? There might be some value on the very front end, but I'm going to have to ask Jenny and Ida. Tell me, I could see spending a little money on the front end for the RFQs and the contracts, and then letting you take the project over. So tell me how that is going to normally work. Michael, or somebody, give me an idea here of how that would work if we didn't do it, and how that would work if we did do it, and we wanted to limit the scope, because that's a fair point.
Yeah. So one of the services that we get from LAN on all of the projects that they're program managing is that they do assist me in writing the RFQ. And also in writing the AIA contract that we do provide for the architect or the engineer. And they also host the bidding process and help us with that, so we have a better opportunity to get more qualified folks to bid on our projects through the Project Mates website.
What's your take on that, Juan? I'm good with you taking over the project part, but the technical part.
If Michael, yes, sir. If Michael needs assistance, and we can help out, but if Michael needs assistance with doing the RFQ, Michael, or the RFQ, then that would be an option that Michael is requesting. Then yes.
And so what would we think that might be cost as part of this? Because I'm perfectly fine with Juan taking over the contract, but taking over the project, but I think.
I think we'd have to maybe talk to LAN and see what they'd be willing to charge us for that limited scope, right? Of just helping in the RFQ process of hiring the architect. And then the other question later on, after the architect finishes the drawings, is we have to bid out the construction element. And they've helped us with that as well, like when we did the exterior of the courthouse.
Let me tell you what's.
I think Juan can do that stuff. I'm not worried. I think he can do that. I'm just the technical part. Judge, if you want to like.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense. Again,
I know you want to do all of it, but if you want to put that forward first, I would be willing to support a limited scope with the RFQ and the contractual part, and then Juan take it from there, pending approval by LAN and knowing what that number is. We're doing it a little open-ended, but.
Yeah, because we're basically, if you recall, since we're no longer doing CSP methods for construction bids, we're back to using the
low bid.
The low bid method that the county has done for years. We're confident in working with Juan's office for the construction bid.
And I think it's a huge mistake, just for the record right now, I think it's a huge mistake not to do a CSP bid on a highly technical building. But we can cross that bridge when we get there. Again, low bids work for a lot of things, but they really are not smart. You can ask how other engineering firms and associations believe that. There's a reason for it, and that's because highly technical buildings, you wouldn't want to go with some low bidder who then wouldn't be able to provide that experience. But we can get to that later.
I was going to say, we're not there
We're
today,
not there
so
yet.
I know you aren't getting. You're not exactly, but if you want to make a motion in regards to the RFQ and the contract part of it, then I'm good with that, and then Juan takes it over.
Could you Could you introduce a new?
Well, And does he have the capacity to do AIA contracts
Yeah.
through your office?
No.
Well,
I'm
we
just
were saying, Jenny, that we would make it part of the motion that they would do
Yeah,
kind
they
of
would
that
do that.
limited scope. I'll just make a motion that, that the work authorization number, please help me, what number is it?
547,
Thank you.
537, 560.
That authorization be reconstructed, if you will, or amended to, and this is subject to their agreement, of course. But be amended so that they can be on the, front end of this project, which is the RFQ and the contract portion. And we could stop there and then bring up the next piece later,
Yeah,
okay?
I would-
That's a long way
I
a
would-
ways.
I would
That's-
second that, but.
All right, second that, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. The
Okay,
next
but wait,
part
then
is
we have to-
Michael.
But wait, then we have to, wait. Okay, so we're just, okay, we made it to where,
We made it to where we answered the question by limiting it. So all those extra funds will go back into the CO projects, unallocated. Okay, we'll get, when Teresa does the updated, she can make note of those
Okay, wait a minute.
updated.
All of them will go back into the CO? Well, how come all of them will go back into the
Well,
CO?
what I mean is that that's where the money comes from for capital, for program management. We have a project, and every time we say the project costs $5 million, they mean all in, design, architect, engineering, contingencies. So when he says, I want to lower that amount, those dollars go back to whence they came, which is unallocated COs. Now he can come back, there is no money for roofs, but you can come back and try to get a money for a roof that will not exist, but you
Well,
can
from
try.
those funds, though.
Well, yeah, but those funds, yeah.
Okay.
and then that would just have to be put back on for another time that you're going to bring back those savings, and then we would make them,
They're right.
we'd make that motion at that time.
Right.
Right. So basically, we reduced we
At
didn't reduce
least-
the whole
at least
537,
by
560.
quite a bit.
Right, we reduced it a ton, so you're going to get at least probably a good $500,000 back to come back with some good projects.
Yes, sir.
Or just give back to the voters. I'm always about that, too.
Well, not in a CO,
I
because
know,
that's, we have to spend that by law.
I know. I'm
Okay,
kidding.
thanks.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, thanks for,
Take a vote? Yeah.
all right, and then the next one is,
So there's a few items on here that
For
normally
you.
would have been in consent agenda, actually.
well, then let's go quickly.
So basically, number one is a uniform contract that's coming to an end, and we need to rebid it. We're out of renewals.
Motion by Chesney, I'll second.
It's C1.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So just for the record, that's, you're going to authorize, we're authorizing you to publish a notice to get those bids for the uniform rentals. And then the next one.
And so the next one is the discuss and consider conditional selection. This is actually one that we would discuss.
All right.
If we want to skip and do number 3 and 4
Let's
first.
do it. Let's do the easier ones.
Yeah. So number 3 is method of procurement, a request for qualifications for architect services for a mental health restoration center.
All right, and,
Wait, now tell me, okay, let's talk about that one. I'm not sure that one.
This is the Brownlee building, I understand.
so we
that's
made the appropriate, remember we allocated the $4 million for infrastructure?
3.5.
for the MHID.
But what?
We have to, well, because they don't have a procurement method. We have to procure an architect.
I thought they already had an architect. They already have the design. Now they want to go for bids.
Well, they only have a cost estimate, and they have some preliminary ideas and renderings, but they don't have a
When I met with
real,
them, Judge, a week ago.
And is this ARPA funded?
this is ARPA funded, so it
Yeah,
goes back to the,
But we gave them the funds, so.
Right, this is just the
So they have
procurement.
to figure out how to use
3.5
it.
million.
No, I get it. I'm
But-
confused.
In
ARPA funds
order-
requires, if it goes through us, and if we were required to do it RFQ, they are as well.
right, it'll
So
be
then
for
they can do an
them.
RFQ then.
They would have to.
Well, then why do we, in other words,
I think Michael said they don't have the means or
Right,
facilities
it's
to do
just a
it.
compliance, it's to be a little
Okay,
more
so-
smarter
okay,
about not getting clawed back.
no, I
So,
get it,
so
but-
we're providing the purchasing function for them?
That's
for this
correct.
RFQ?
Oh, yeah.
Because they don't have a
That's it.
purchasing arm to do this work?
But they, well, right, I mean, I guess is that legal? I mean, I don't know
Yes.
why I want to get involved in somebody else's
So this is
project.
what we did for our tri-county drainage study as well. So when we were the recipients of the grant and we gave DD2 the ability to have those dollars, we used our procurement. Again, they would love to just be able to select
But that's our
commissioners.
study. No, I'm just
But
saying.
I
so-
wish they could, but they can't.
So all I'm saying is, can someone just tell me unequivocally that, like, you're telling, I mean, someone's got to tell, I don't know.
Well,
I don't
we
wanna
asked
be-
Haggerty, our experts, and we confirmed it with Johnson Collier Woods, and they said this was the process that we needed to go through for protection of the county.
We're going to have to do that also on the Charlie's
They did
Place?
write it,
I don't have a copy.
So we're going to have to do this on the Charlie's Place money that we give?
on everything.
Oh, wait a
And
minute.
just so you know, Michael's working on a template.
Oh, my God.
On all of them, there's going to have to be there's going to have to be, if it's for example, if it's a political jurisdiction or entity, it would be an interlocal, and if not, it'll be an MOU.
This is similar to what we do like with the juvenile department. We provide.
This is why admin
we
is so
provide
high.
Go ahead.
So, again, I just need something in writing, and I'm not trying to be a stickler, but there's nothing in my, there's nothing in my book that says, I just, if we're going to have to do, oh my gosh, because we've given money to, I don't
We'll
even
have
know
to-
how many, we're going to
so-
have to do procurement for every one of these projects because we have to do, I'd like to see that, and
So-
someone's going to
so
give me that in
Brent,
writing. I need that, I need to see the law on
We
that.
definitely, so we definitely asked that because it would be so easy to do it the other way. Trust me, nobody wants to go through the onerous process, but we asked, and this was the recommended way to do it, to make sure that compliance is all the way through. This is why the administration of ARPA is so onerous, because of these rules. It's not just 2 CFR 200, it's the final rules of Treasury that we look to.
Judge,
Remember,
can I-
ARPA is unique.
I'm not disagreeing, I just don't have a clue here because no one.
We can do it subject to, but I just want
I
to
would-
give them the authority.
No, I would just like to table it till next week and someone provide me that in writing, and Haggerty is great. If
All
they-
right, fine.
They are always good about getting me what I need.
That's fine. Let's just
I
do it
didn't-
your
I
way.
just didn't, that's all I'm asking is can
Okay,
we table it for a
motion,
week, please?
motion to
Second.
table in a second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, then,
Number 4 is
Four.
discuss and consider method of procurement request for proposal for maintenance of emergency generators at the courthouse, jail, and McKenzie Annex.
And this is the.
This is the new generators that
Right,
we're
this is the
getting installed.
maintenance piece that we
Yes.
said would be coming.
And,
this will be low bid.
yes.
And also, to make
This
you-
is a RFP, I'm sorry.
right, and to make you feel good, since we just passed the policy, Dale, you can help us out, but for the last 2 years, we've been carrying the $150,000 for maintenance, just in case. Is it in our new budget as well as it
Yes.
proposed?
Yes.
Okay. That's just an up to, commissioners.
So we have a funding source.
We have a funding source.
There you go, that's good.
150,000.
No more
Okay,
than.
so if, look, we've got a funding source, and if this is what, as you've articulated, then I would move passage of this
All right.
procurement method.
Is there a second? Gonzalez seconds. And any other action or discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now let's go to the one that takes more discussion. Item 2.
Okay, so item 2 is the discuss and consider conditional selection for RFP number 3193-22 for the Nueces County Enterprise Resource Planning ERP system and replacement of time clocks. I'm gonna have some items I'm gonna pass out to you all.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Is it in color, sir?
Thank you so much, Michael.
A light and what?
Wait, how much? God. Wait, how much for time clocks? Holy cow.
Like 3 million, man.
6.
6 million, 3 million, 8 million. Yeah.
Okay, so how did
We're in the wrong
one
business.
score the other with the difference in price? Or am I reading this wrong?
Yeah.
Thank you. Price.
Okay, Michael.
So for this one, we received 3 proposals. 2 of the proposers were proposing the same exact software, which is Workday.
Which 2?
That would be Precision Task Group and A-Light Solutions.
Okay.
Tyler Technology proposed their own in-house software for this. We conducted with Dale's office demonstrations of the different software products among the using staff. The selection committee met, performed an evaluation of the proposals. We're recommending conditional selection of A-Light Solutions Workday software based on the overall software functionality, ease of use, support structure. And the committee feels that this software has the capacity to serve the county well into the future.
Michael, can I read it right?
Double the price?
I was going to say, am I reading it right? Is that it's double the price?
So what you're not seeing is this project was a 5-year initial contract with a 5-year renewal. And what we're showing you is the 5 years on this pricing. I have another document I can give you, but on the 10-year version, Tyler Technologies did not provide any pricing for us for years 6 through 10. And so we really can't consider that proposal.
Oh, okay, and that was required.
Right. And so among the other 2, the pricing was significantly less with A-Light versus Precision Task Group. And Dale can provide some insight for you on the functionality.
So, okay, hold on. So was it a mandatory thing that they put forth, the 6 through 10, and they didn't respond? They were non-responsive, or no? Was that mandatory?
We asked for pricing. We gave them a schedule that was out for 10 years, and we did not get the schedule back.
So there was one area I saw in here that showed that one of them.
And I can pull that for you if you'd like.
It showed what I have is on the proposal tabulation is that Tyler was responsive on all 4 amendments. A-Light was not responsive on 1 amendment.
Yes, I'm not saying that we're deeming them non-responsive. I'm telling you that we have an unknown quantity for what might happen in year 6 through 10. So I can't compare what that pricing might be, because there was no figures given to us to evaluate.
Right, but if it wasn't a mandatory and we can't disqualify them, then someone's going to have to tell me why I would want to pay 2 times as much it better be 2 or 3 times as functional, because that is a humongous price difference. This isn't like $15. This is millions of dollars difference. Sure. So I'm real anxious to hear that justification, because Tyler Technologies is a good company. I don't know how their technology is on this, but it's a very, as I'm sure all these companies are. I'm not familiar with the other ones, but I'm familiar with Tyler just because we've used them.
Could we award to Tyler, and it's always subject to the contract and negotiation, and then be able to, when we approve it, decide if we want to move forward with it, given that
we can do anything
in other words, it's so drastic that I feel like we have no choice but to motion to go with Tyler and negotiate a contract and have you address that which you want to do, which is,
the long term.
The long
You
term.
could certainly address that, right? I mean, there's nothing that says you can't address that in a contract negotiation.
But the RFQ only asks for 5 years, Mike, so
No, the RFQ asks for 10 years.
10 years. They can give you 5.
Because what we're proposing is a 5-year original initial contract term
But they
and a
only give
5-year
you 5.
renewal.
But
they're proposing that, so they're really not in the wrong. They just give you the 5.
Like on the renewal, is it their option to renew? I mean, they have
Yeah,
to agree
both
with
parties,
us.
Both parties have to agree on
Right.
the renewal.
So I would say it may even be to our benefit to do the first 5, and even if we didn't want to work with each other, we'd still be better off at that junction, based on the first 5. In other words, comparing apples to apples only. I I'd love to give you latitude to go work on it, but I got to go with the one that's half the price.
Me too.
I believe both companies indicated we're looking at an 18-month window just to get installed and ready to go. Dale, I don't know if you wanted to provide some other insight.
Yeah.
Well, I know we went through the demonstration, and there are some parts of the software that Tyler does not have currently that we are currently using or needing. So there's a possibility of additional software we may need for, or having Tyler bring it in. That's why we were working with Workday. Workday has everything that the county currently uses or needs, where Tyler doesn't. And I'm working with Daryl, and Daryl may be able to comment on this as well. We've had some issues with Tyler on calls in and working days and trying to work through some issues that they have. So Daryl, if you would want to go through, you sat through all of the demonstrations we had. So if you'd like to continue.
Daryl, you can, there you go.
I guess he might not be there, but we saw there was a few items that Tyler did not have on their current system that we are currently working with. We wanted to make sure we maintain our employee benefits schedules, our P card scheduling, and our other capital assets and other assets items there where Tyler doesn't have everything that Workday has. The price is a little higher. We agree, but that's why we were kind of recommend this and working with our IT director, and he was saying that right now Tyler's not the best company, and he was saying on average sometimes when they get to the later years, that's when the price will significantly increase.
Excuse me, Dale?
Yes.
Is there any way we can find out from Tyler and Workday if Tyler was to get what they need, like Workday, what the difference in price would be?
There's no way to know that.
Well, we can ask. No?
You can ask.
Judge, what's the funding source on this one?
So this is what prompted you to say, what is the funding source?
Right.
So
one
what
where
I
we
was
don't have a
hoping,
funding source.
remember?
Gotcha. Right. Yep,
So
yep.
what I was hoping, but we didn't get to do it, is that we would have item number 1 presented, but it didn't happen due to, that's the CO unallocations. So we know now that we've awarded the generator contract, we know there's savings there. So what I was hoping it didn't happen today is to get that report and then at least allocate all those savings towards this project and then have that discussion as to what other CO monies are available.
Should we table this?
Well, I was going to ask Michael if we could do that because of the funding, but I had no idea what we were going to look at. So now I've got so many, other
Right. And plus we
questions.
we just don't have an identified funding source. This is the last one of those since we passed that policy.
What are our options as far as, I always love the way you put it. You can reject all bids.
Yeah.
You can follow my recommendation or the recommendation of the committee, or you can make your own decision and it can be conditioned upon, it's always conditioned upon the contract, right?
Right. And so with conditional selection, what that would allow us to do is begin negotiating with whoever the court selects and work out some type of a contract arrangement that we would bring back to court. And then the court would be able to see the full contract that's being proposed with that vendor, provided we were able to meet whatever shortcomings that like if we're talking about going with Tyler, who did not have some of the functionality that we wanted, if that's something that could be negotiated as to what those solution might be to shore that up, because they are the low bidder, perhaps they have an advantage there that they could provide the figures back to us to evaluate, and then so that you could see what their total contract value would be.
And Judge, the real problem on this too is this is an ongoing cost. So like this is going to be a humongous budget challenge unless we are able to come up with like a large chunk to say, put it all in reserve and hold it there, because otherwise it's going to be, okay, here we are, guys, next year, 453,000, we got to figure, or whatever.
Well, that's why we know what the first 5 years are. The other thing I was going to suggest, and we said, well, we have to wait. But I want to know, and this is what happens in the contracts, is what kind of financing the companies offer for public entities. We said we couldn't get there until we got there. So again, my hope was to at least pour in all unallocated towards this effort, which we'll know next week, because Teresa, you're gonna get it for us by next week. And then hopefully that meets the 50% metric of this cost. That was my hope. And then from there, we figure out maybe how to work with the company to finance our way through. So having said that, tabling it is, I guess, is okay.
I understand that Daryl was trying to call in, and he had some comments perhaps to give to y'all in executive session.
Okay, yeah. Under what exception? There's no exception. Sorry, there's no exception that I'm aware of. Jenny, could you confirm what exception?
There's contract negotiations, right?
Well,
We're not
if it's
in
a
it
contract
yet.
negotiation, then that's where you'd have to vote 5-0, have a finding that it's essential for the county to go into executive on that matter, unless there is a.
Well, here's the thing. Let me just say this. This is a humongous number. I don't know even with what he tells me in the backdoor session or the exec.
I don't know what you could tell me that would change my mind.
I don't know how I'm going to get there.
I mean,
on that
look, I think
number.
what you're saying to me is that there are some features that you need, and that, but again, I mean, I did I literally just Googled Tyler Technologies ERP, and then I clicked on, all their little things here. All I'm saying is that my wish is to get you to the next steps. If it doesn't work, this court, if you say it's just not, I got him, it's not going to work, then we'll have that ability when you bring back the contract, and you can tell us 10 reasons why it won't work. But
I think we need to table it, Judge. I just, there's no way I don't know what to, until somebody comes back with a legit funding source. I mean, this is a huge burden to put
well,
on
that's
this
the
court.
reason I think it's okay to tables, because the funding
Right.
source is going to
It's
come next
unavailable.
week.
Right.
Michael, would that meet with your timeline?
Yes, I mean, it's up to the court when to decide to move forward on this action.
Okay.
And also, I would add that, we're still in the unawarded phase of this project. So
come get it
any
back.
information that I gave you,
No, come get it back.
you can still have it.
No, I don't
But
want it.
you can give it back.
I'm giving it back in public to you. I don't want anything
But the
leaking.
county clerk's going to keep their copy because
don't
it's
care.
part of the meeting.
Okay.
But remind everyone that you cannot share any of the information I've given you while we're in this phase.
Judge, I would make a motion to table to September 7th.
Second is, I heard Hernandez.
I'm
and
giving mine
all
back.
those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay,
Aye.
here we go, Michael. I'm not sure what else we got over here.
I think that's everything I got
Right
given.
here in this one,
The
right?
stuff that's in the
These
packet was
two?
just general info. So.
I didn't even get to look at that second one. Let me take a quick look here at the second one.
Oh, yeah.
Even higher.
Oh, it's the same thing, right? Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Gotcha. I'm gonna take that.
It keeps getting worse, Judge.
Go higher.
Alrighty. Okay, that takes care of purchasing. While we're doing the paper field, we'll get Dale ready. She's got two items for audit, and that's the capital project change order, number 112. It's number 1.
Yes, Your Honor, we bring the budget change order number 112 for our capital projects. There's only one item for our 2021 COs. There's a few new projects on the list that you're showing on the Polson building, fencing, as well as the countywide assessment process. All these funds are being taken out of the 2021 unallocated funds. Funds are available for this items. We met with my staff and Teresa and Heidi and her staff, and these are been requested to do these transactions, and submit this for your approval.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? Budget Order 112. Okay, thanks, John. I'll second your motion. Commissioner Modis made the motion. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Now, what about the change order number 19 for the fiscal year?
We're getting close to the end of the fiscal year, so some of these departments are running low on a few funds. So my office, to be exact, we had a new flooring because of water leaking, so we had to replace a few items. So that's why my office expenses had to be increased. Same thing for some of our records management. Our building superintendent, as well as the project of the additional staff they were needing. On page 2, at the very bottom, you'll see social services at $15,000. This is because of rent and other associations not associated with ARPA funds or ARPA funds. These balances have been looked at, reviewed by my staff. They qualify for the item to be transferred and submitted. So I submit budget change order number 19 for your acceptance. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have.
Thank you. Anybody? I'll make the motion to approve such budget change order number 19. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion for Dale? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Could we call HR, please? The first one is, we've got 4 items. One has been tabled, but
Number 1 table?
number 2 was tabled earlier in the meeting. And while we're on this pause, could you just double check, Ide? We've covered everything else. Sometimes we leave things out and we come back to them. I think we're all clean, but double check. Okay, Julie, we've got a information to presentation, or I guess just information to receive some data regarding a salary evaluation for the attorney positions within the county attorney's office. It's item E1, and I need to turn to that.
Basically, what we did was we just did a salary evaluation as to when there were changes for the attorney positions within both departments. And so the evaluation we sent to Jenny just showed what current employees are at, what pay groups are at, and when there was changes in the past when they were reclassified.
Okay, so I read it. You're going to have to interpret it for me. So what does it mean?
Here we go.
Joe? So tell me what it means. Like, I mean, are we out of line with the DA? I mean, tell me what the, because I mean, I read this, but it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying to me.
A few of them are out of line. Some of them, excuse me, are at a higher pay group that require less years of experience in the district attorney's office, opposed to what the county attorney's office requires for their education. Well, not their education, their experience, because we do require the same education for all of them.
So, like, how many are we talking? How much is the cost? What's the what would it take to make
Get it right?
equal? Yeah, that's what I'm really looking for.
Some of them are 1 pay group up or 2, and then of course the management in the DA's office is a little bit different as well. We're looking at the let me see, just a second.
So I guess what I really need is something like this. This was great, but I need like a side-by-side that says, okay, there's 3 county attorney positions that should be getting paid this because the DA's positions are, here's what it's going to cost, here's what it's going to be in the budget. I mean, I think that's what we would all want to see, right? And
in the past,
see if we can figure it out and make it right.
In the past, the 2s were equivalent to the 2s in both departments. They were the same thing with the 3s, the 4s, and so on and so forth. The DA's office got a bump last year of, I believe, 10%, which would have been 2 pay groups.
I think they got ARPA.
Right.
Well, half of it, Commissioner.
Half of it, sorry.
10% was ARPA.
My bad. You're right.
And so we did move up their pay groups anyway. So this is just a glimpse as to what Jenny's office is still at and what the DA's office now is at. And like I said, in the past, we used to have them equivalent. The 3s were the same in both departments and so on and so forth.
So I think, Commissioner Chesney, if you're asking what would it take to get the county attorney's
That's all
level,
I need to know. It'd be nice.
Is there an answer?
Jenny? We did an analysis like that was included in our budget presentation, which I can pull up and circulate also. We had asked for some historical data. There are some other things like, if the end question is just how to make it right, we can skip straight to that. But let me just pull that up and I can circulate to the court. Is the email okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, if you could just take out the chunk of your presentation that shows that analysis, and I don't remember if you went so far as to say this is the amount that it would take to make that right. This is what we would have to do. I just need, because we need to plug that into the budget.
We have charts.
Sure, when we were doing our budget presentation, we had our budget hearings. We had recommended a reclassification of the county attorney's staff for her attorneys, so level 3s, 2s, 1s, and first assistant as her chief litigation. There's a roughly, I believe, 9 positions, if I can count it right, and the cost is $152,000.
Can you just put that into, I guess, sorry.
That should be part of what I can forward it to you again, yes.
Well, no, I mean, that would be like in that budget challenges or recommend.
It is.
Okay, as long as it's going to be in the presentation.
It is.
Okay, so
and you'll have this list when you meet on the 1st and 7th, yes.
Great, then today we're just receiving and then we'll get it during the budget, okay.
All right, Julie.
Fair.
So that's our.
Okay.
Thank you.
And 152 is the answer. Okay. All right. And I guess this goes without saying, but those that are on ARPA are already at the right level? Because remember, she's got a couple that are on
for the district
ARPA.
attorney, we only did half of the raise, but they were all funded out of the general fund. We transferred $220,000 from ARPA funds over to the general fund, so they're already 100% funded out of the general fund for the district attorney.
And
I'm
two, we
talking
have
about yours.
two ARPA
Yeah.
attorneys. Now,
They're staying in ARPA.
none of our attorneys
Yeah.
qualified for the premium pay.
Gotcha. That's what I'm asking him.
So that's a double
hit.
Double hit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that,
because there was a cutoff at 78.5.
Yes.
right, but Jenny, what we can do is add it. That's what I was asking him. It doesn't count for the ARPA, but we could, I think she's got 2 lawyers that are ARPA funded, Dale, but we can't put them at the right salary. So when we ask the question, what does it take to get all the lawyers at that parity? The answer is
those salaries for those ARPA positions will also be increased by the same level.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. All right, Julie, the next one we've tabled, just so you know. I'm not sure you heard it earlier. And then item 3 and 4 is, as they say, revisited from last time, and there are some there's some items here, some data to look at. This has to do with recommending to the Civil Service Commission to suspend the maximum accrual vacation hours, and again, kind of level set. So we have 240 hours. Kind of give us the background so that we can move into the data that you've given us today. I'm going to turn to it now.
I believe for the past 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, we've suspended these hours being lost for county employees. And so therefore they have continued to accumulate well beyond, some of them past 1,000 hours at this point. And just because of staffing needs and people haven't taken those hours. And so therefore there's several employees that stand to lose. I believe it's like 250 employees that stand to lose time, vacation time, if we don't consider waiving this policy that we have in place.
So are we, oh, sorry.
Can I just ask you, this is what we've got here, commissioners, just so you know, okay? Go ahead.
To me.
Yes, sir.
An employee, even if he has 100 hours, it means they haven't taken no vacations period in 2 years. I mean, I don't know who to blame, the employee, the department head, because, I mean, if I had an employee working under me, I make sure he's got to take his vacation.
Yep.
You know, and I was a judge, I make sure everybody take their vacation. And if I owe them any time, I make sure they take it within 3 months, or they couldn't take it. So, I just, and for 3 years, we've been telling the same thing to the sheriff department. They came up here before us for 3 years in a row. We need to have this, and we need to have this. And you say, you're going to do it, you're going to take care of it? Yes, we are, yes, we are. So to put us in this position, I mean, I don't know, hopefully with the 6% that we're working on to give them, hopefully it'll make up for the vacation time, because this 6% is going to be forever. Vacation time is not going to be forever. But, I just can't see any, even now when you said 1,000, man, that really, really bothers.
There's people in the jail that do have over 1,000 hours.
It's the jail.
And I just talked to one of the supervisors. I said, man, you need to bring your patrol people in. Let them work the jail for a couple of weeks. Do your administration. Let them work. They're all officers. Let them work the jail for a couple of weeks. Let them rotate. I mean, there's ways to do it, I guess you really want to do it. But just because you're administration, you don't want to work the jail, but Everybody in that jail is a jailer first. It's just like in the prison system. I don't care what you are, secretary, you're a jailer. You're a correctional officer. Something goes down, you're going to respond as a correctional officer. So, same thing with the jail. I think this is, for some reason, we're not, I just think we need to start looking at this. I hate to tell them, hey, got 6 months ago, how many people you got that don't take vacation?
Right.
I mean, we hate to do that, but I got to start reminding the department heads, every 6 months, send them a note. Hey, have you used your vacation time? I don't know what it takes, but we're doing this for 3 years, and
Yes,
they come
sir.
up before us, and we need to have it, so.
I think the pandemic has completely made it
difficult.
Very,
Well,
very
but
difficult.
still, they've had 3 years to do it.
Right. I just don't think that there are departments that can afford to lose anybody at any time. And so what I would like to see is Sheriff Hooper weigh in. I just texted him to see if he could weigh in.
Judge, I think
on this.
I think that to me the jail's different, and the difference is they are 80 to 90
They're short.
people down, which is probably 30%. I don't know, something. I don't know what the percentage are, but it's significant. Whereas, I've always looked at that differently than I would others, and that may sound unfair, but it is what it is. They can't fill spots, and so they have to work overtime, and they can't leave, and they literally, that one is, your argument is somewhat warranted, but on the
And juvenile.
I don't think they're short. They're just
They
not.
are.
They weren't when I was there,
Which
so
one did
that's
you say,
that's
Judge?
different.
Juvenile.
Juvenile is short right now. Yes, sir.
But I don't. My problem is we keep doing this, right? I mean, I don't know what point that we stop because we keep doing
Well, how
it.
about if we actually create a policy? Because I agree with you. I think everybody wants certainty. That's the one thing about working somewhere, is if as long as you know what the rules are, it's fair.
Well,
But
okay, let me
how about
ask
create a
this.
policy that makes sense? So like in the next 6 months, for instance,
Okay.
you could do, I'm just throwing something out. You could do a sliding scale. You could say, in the next 3 months, you have to take a third of your hours.
Okay.
In the next 5 months, you'd have to take 50%.
Okay.
And by the end of 6 months, you'd have to be at 75%, right?
But I don't-
Or something like that, because you can't just tell people on a dime, oh, it's our fault for not addressing it, right? And I'll be honest with you, you've been trying to address it with the court for months.
But it's really not our fault, Judge, because it's really not our fault not to address it. I mean,
Well,
because it's really
Julie's
more,
been trying.
It's more by the grace of us that we continue to be nice people and do this. So let me keep on my train of thought. So Dale, what I see the sheet that was given to me, the vacation leave balance, and I need to understand if I'm reading this right. So the total current liability is $1.9 million? Yes. Okay, and then the 240 limit liability is 125, and then it says the variance is 636, so that if we approve this, it's a 636,000 additional liability to the county?
Yes. Potential liability.
And
Yes.
it's potential. Please
Potential.
explain that, because that's a booked figure.
There's not an actual expense. It means that there's a potential liability, which means some shareholders will look at this adversely, whether they're wanting to move here or if we have a bond issue, they may look at this and say, why are you not having your staff take vacation leave or sick leave, because your vacation liabilities has gone significantly higher, and that's the only reason why it's a potential. If the Department of Labor or someone said, or we close our doors immediately and we had to pay everything out, we'd owe $1.9 million.
But if everybody quit tomorrow, it would be $1.9 million.
No.
We'd have to pay out.
No, in fact, they lose hours.
No. They don't lose hours if we
Yeah, they do.
approve them to carry
Yes,
them
they
over.
do, sir.
Our policy says
They
if
do.
you leave, we
You
pay you
lose.
96 hours.
No matter
We
what.
carry the vacation over.
No.
That's right. You lose.
Lose.
Right, okay, so then we don't lose the money, but it's a booked liability that's on there. So,
Correct.
okay, so you've been looking at this. What's your recommendation? What's your thought on this? I mean, we've asked you to give us a recommendation, and I haven't heard one from you on this.
I would like for it to carry over.
No, I'm asking Idea.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
it's
looking
okay.
at me.
It's hard to see who I'm looking at, no problem. So, yeah, I'm asking you, so what are other counties doing? What are,
Yeah, I look into other counties, and the counties have a cap. So they're between 240, 120. I look into all different counties. It's a good practice to have a cap and just to continue doing what the policy says. It's a fiscal impact. I already shared a document with everybody. And I explained already. If they'll be saying, well, we just need to pay 96 hours. But what is happening is that the employees are taking vacation time. So they off 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So it's costing you. So those are the facts, you know. We can look into it, but I mean, it's my obligation just to state the facts. It's a fiscal impact. I just will never recommend to remove the cap from the policy. And even we say, okay, let's go take 3 months, let's go give in 6 months. It's going to cost you, right? Because we're going to have potentially to have a cost of living increase. So, I mean, those are the facts, and I already provide all the information about it.
But the most important thing is that if we actually set forth, I think the cap is a good idea. Mm-hmm. That's a smart fiscal thing. The problem is coming out of a global pandemic 3 weeks before your 30 days is over. Mm-hmm. We know that there's departments that could not give any time off. Otherwise,
Judge, a lot of them worked at home. I just don't agree with that anymore. I don't. I mean, you're losing me with that because this is we've been back to work.
That's what the district clerk. That's what some of the folks that have worked that have come and spoken on this before.
I understand, but
I'm just relaying to you what they have said that they couldn't take off.
Right, but I mean but we've been back to work now for quite a while, and when we weren't at work, they were at home, and if they were working at home, they darn sure could have taken vacations. They probably were saving it up, which I don't fault anybody for that. But I mean, at some point, I mean, it's like every time. This is every year, and again, I'm more sympathetic to the jailers because I know that they're down more than anybody like ever. Right? I can't argue with that. And in fact, had this been like separated the last time, I would have voted without question to do it. For the sheriff's officers, and I would have paused on the rest because I don't understand how we keep doing this. I mean, we've added vacation days. We're talking about a big COLA. We've done so much for these employees. We've rolled over stuff repeatedly, and yet every time we roll over, all we get for it is another ask and another ask and another ask. And somebody has to provide something that says, okay, at some point there's not this year, no, really going to be a stopping point if we're going to do this, because it's not fair. And I agree, we shouldn't be busting these caps just every time we turn around. And that's what we've done. I think this is the third or fourth year in a row that we've had this request, fourth maybe. I mean, we've had it before the pandemic, we've had it after the pandemic, we had it during the pandemic. So there's been no sign of stoppage ever. So I will tell you,
well, I think we could make a motion.
Who was the HR person before you? I'm trying to remember. So I was here,
Elsa Saenz.
Ándale, Elsa Saenz.
She was HR?
I'm sorry?
Before she went to purchasing, she was HR director.
Yeah, because I remember I was working in public works or maintenance. I used to get notices saying you've got so many hours of vacation time. You need to take time or you'll lose it. That's not a practice anymore?
It's on everybody's check stub, so every other week it shows how many hours you have for vacation.
No, but does it take it?
It doesn't tell you that you have to take it. No, sir. Of course, the policy says that you need to go through management, and so between the employee and management, that's who schedules people's time off. So no, sir, there's not something that goes out other than the check stub that they get biweekly.
Right. So
I remember I used to get a notice.
So again, I'd like to see that. A couple of things. I'd like to see that. I'd like to make a motion to exclude law enforcement. Okay, because there are shortages, and those are statewide. Actually, probably nationally, but there's certainly enough data based that these are shortages, and there's just no way you can have a functioning jail or juvenile detention center if people are gone. And so being able to manage that and giving notice today that they're going to have to manage it at least gives them that choice, right?
But I would like to be something on that too, Judge.
So, my next part was going to be that in the next 90 days, that In other words, the end of the year, September, October, November.
December 31st.
Okay, by December 31st, that, and I would like to at least say that, I would put 50% of the hours to be used. That gives a department head enough time
You're
in
saying
advance.
On law enforcement, Judge? Is this on law enforcement?
Well, no,
I'm
this is
talking law
other
enforcement,
department.
too. Like,
Well,
I
I
was
did.
I thought you were talking law enforcement.
Well, I did law enforcement as kind of the first part of it would be to roll over until, I have to have Sheriff Hooper here.
Right.
I mean, I can't do that to him without him talking about it. So I was going to say, for now, the motion would be to exempt law enforcement right now. And within 30 days, I want law enforcement to work with HR to bring me something viable.
So you're saying roll all of them over for now?
For right
but-
now,
but come back with a plan to do something, how to use that up. Sorry.
Yes, but I want law enforcement to tell me that our jail isn't gonna collapse. So I would like that to be a directive today, so that we know as the fiscal year ends, law enforcement can roll over. But the caveat is that within 30 days, sorry about that, feedback, within 30 days, that they work with HR to bring us a viable plan that can then be presented to court to be voted upon. And then for the rest of the group, and remember, it's civil service, it's different, right?
Right.
For civil service, I would ask that, again, till the end of the year, that there be a directive from this court to use.
Well, the end of the year is only a month,
Well,
right? 'Cause it's
I'm
the end of the
sorry,
fiscal
I said,
year.
The calendar
I meant
year?
like the calendar year.
Well, but 'cause
Yeah, the calendar year.
we carry over though, right? I mean, carryover starts October 1.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So I would say carry over until the end of the year.
The calendar year.
The calendar year to count it so that people can take vacations and not lose all their hours, but they would have to use 50% of their hours by December 31st.
50% over the 240,
Over the
correct?
240. They would have to use that by the end of the year.
And then what, we pay the other 50%?
And then.
No, sir, it's never paid out. It's never paid out unless somebody
So it's
leaves.
going to start accumulating again?
I'm sorry?
So it'll start accumulating again?
Well, on October 1st, it continues to accumulate.
Right now, I'm trying to deal with it.
It shuts off on September 30th, and you can only carry over how many hours? 240?
240.
So-
240.
and
And
then-
so anything over the 240, I would say you have to use by December 31st if you're not law enforcement. And then that would be 50%. And then, to be honest with you, I think that the remainder 50%, we need to have it, IDA needs to go to department heads and say, what's realistic here? Or to electeds as well. What can you do? Because to burn the other 50%, you need to give another directive. And I would say that would be Q1, that they all be done by Q1.
But you're still carrying everybody over.
You're carrying everybody over till Q1, which, by the way, remember, this is a potential liability. It's a booked liability. It's not a real liability. It's a potential liability. It's if a rating agency comes in and looks at you.
But it's
Let
a
me be
liability
clear.
on the
It's
books
never
still.
paid out.
It's never paid
Okay,
out.
guys,
And-
hold on a second, though.
No, it's not,
It is
Kara.
a booked liability. To say it's not a real liability is not an
It's a
accurate
booked
legal statement. It is a booked liability.
Right, but let's
don't
be
walk
clear
around
to the
that.
average
I get
person
it.
what that means.
But
Go
it's
ahead and
a booked
describe it.
liability that shows on our balance
So are
sheet,
pensions.
and shows on our ledgers, and shows that we have a liability of this amount.
Yes,
That is a real liability in the world in which I operate. When I run my business, and this is a business, if it is a liability on my books, it is a liability that counts against my earning potential, my borrowing potential. It counts against everything else that goes on that a book liability counts. Dale, tell me if any of that's wrong, but this is a booked liability, correct? That's correct. And it's an unfunded book liability, right, would be also the clarification.
but-
So let's don't
But
soft soap at
Commissioner,
anything
but
other
Commissioner,
than
you would
may
have
not-
to take that and weigh it against however many people would then basically not work here anymore.
Judge,
And
you just have
there's
to be-
also
I'm
a,
just being
there's
honest
also a.
on what it is. You're
Hold
saying
on,
it's
but there's
not a
also a
real liability.
receivable
It is
here.
a real liability.
Listen to me, there's also a receivable. If you resign or retire tomorrow, you only get to leave here with 96 hours versus the 1,000, let's say, that you've accumulated in your jail. Therefore, when I say it's a potential liability and a booked one, it is a hypothetical number that you have no idea really what it is, because then you would have to say, You could have 10 people that have 1,000 hours or more from the jail leave us, for instance, and they would only be entitled to the 96 hours. Therefore, all of those.
It's not a hypothetical liability. Please, can we
No,
not just?
no, it is.
It is not. Let's look it up. Let's if you're going to.
Well, I'm saying to you, you don't know the number.
Hypothetical and a not real liability. I can't
No,
live with that.
Commissioner, you don't know the number of the liability.
Of course we do, because Dale provided it to us
No,
right here.
it's
This is
based
the-
upon
this is the-
assumptions. Dale, it's based upon nobody leaving us.
No, it's based on.
Hold on.
The sick leave and vacation leave we have at a certain time, correct?
At a certain time.
Yes.
Okay?
And if we do this, then it's an additional $636,543.52 of real booked, not hypothetical liability.
But it's not money you're paying out. That's the difference in the liability. Typically, when you say you have a liability.
To pay them for their vacation, it is of course a liability, Judge. When they go on vacation, you pay them.
It's already budgeted.
It's already in the budget.
It is not in the budget because we're considering it today. This is a real liability. These are real dollars. That if we roll this over and they take all their vacation, we pay them. That means we're giving them money to leave for 240 or 100. So come on, let's don't say this isn't a real liability. This is money in, money out, real dollars that absolutely gets paid.
In my opinion,
in your wrong opinion, all due respect, the auditor has said it's a real liability. He's the person
it's a
that
book
this county
liability.
commissioners. It is not a book liability, Judge. You have to pay for it. I don't understand why you don't understand this. You are as smart a person as I've ever met in my life, and yet you are arguing with the fact that this is money in and money out real liability. It is.
I would tell you that our goal here is to create an environment that's good for the employee. And I believe that we need to keep the caps, and I believe that we need to address the situation that has now augmented to the highest degree. You want to do both. You want to help people who could not take vacation, and I realize that's anecdotal. It could be one thing for Connie, another thing for Emma, could be another thing for Francisco. It's individual.
Yes.
But what I want to address are the two factors. One is the law enforcement, because we do not, I think Chief Cook came in earlier. I saw him, but I think he had to leave. And I don't know if he was going to comment on it. But I will tell you that it's a mistake to make a decision that could impact your jail at the point that it is right now. I'd like to see us be smart about it. You could bring it back next week, but I'd like to see a motion that carries law enforcement while they bring us a plan for the next 30 days. And if we can still cancel that. You know, we can still cancel it. You can still, but to not do that impacts your jail. When we're already in non-compliance because of personnel issues, the ratio between correctional officers in a jail creates problems in our holding, and it just impacts everything. So again, law enforcement is one side, the people are another. If you tell them immediately you've lost all your vacation and there's no time in the fiscal year to take it, you're going to have mass exodus for the next 30 days. I would like to see us be sensible. Give them till the end of the year to use it. That is a sensible, common sense rationale. I wish we would do only 50% because I think that you would get a much better response from the people that are working here. But why don't we take it? Why don't we take it into the law enforcement category so we can at least achieve that? I did try to reach him, but I didn't get a response.
I understand he's in a meeting.
Okay, I understand.
And how much would the law enforcement real liability cost us?
I don't have that number.
Okay. Julie, do you have that number since that's what we asked for last week?
It's about 240,000.
Out of the 600. So it's almost a third.
Okay. So, as I said, I believe circumstances exist in law enforcement that makes it impossible for them to an extent, but we've got to come up with a plan still, even
for law enforcement.
For law enforcement, because we can't just keep doing this because this is a benefit. It's not part of the salary. It's a benefit that we provide. It's a very generous benefit, and people should get it, but at the same time, people should take it, and we can't keep paying for this because it is something that costs us. So I think we need to have law enforcement come up with something, and I know they're not here, so to address this so that they don't come back and ask next year either, if possible, so that there's some plan. So I'm happy to support it if we could come up with a plan for law enforcement that says this doesn't keep getting asked over and over again. And I get it's hard. I'm not saying it's an easy plan because I know they're short, and that's the reason I'm more, supportive of this than the other, because they physically can't fill spots. They just can't. I don't know what they're up to now, 85, 90 people short. So,
Okay, so
maybe
are you
exempt them
suggesting?
Subject to I make the motion to.
Well, I have that motion. Would you tweak it if you want to?
I was going to add to it. Did you say with a plan?
I did.
And can you repeat
And I said
yours?
30 days, but it can be quicker.
No. Can you just repeat what your motion is?
I said my motion would be to exempt law enforcement.
Or you mean to carry over? You don't mean
I'm
exempt.
sorry.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's okay.
It's really a carryover to law enforcement, with the caveat that within the next 30 days or sooner, if they want to come sooner, to devise a plan that would allow us to figure out how to do both. How to minimize any booked liability as well as help the jail sustain its workforce.
Okay.
And that was
So
my
if
motion.
Your motion was to carry law enforcement over, but that they have to come back with a plan within 30 days to tell us how they're not going to do it again. Would that be fair assessment of your motion? Or not
Yeah,
how they're going to
hopefully
use
a
it?
really good plan to address rollover hours.
I second that motion.
The agenda item is to suspend.
Can't hear you, Kara.
I need to use the right words.
Right,
You're right.
Would it
You're right.
only be to suspend for law enforcement only?
That's the first motion.
Okay.
Yeah, to suspend for law enforcement
We're
only.
suspending the policy.
That's
For
the
but
policy.
for law
I believe-
enforcement only.
Here they come.
Right?
It's okay. We can fix
Here
and
they
do what they
come,
want
Chief
anyway.
Cook. Hello. Thank you. I'm doing good, Chief. Chief, while you were walking over here, we were discussing a motion that I have on the floor that basically would allow us to suspend, using Kara's good words, help me out.
For law enforcement only.
Right, but it's does it say it on there?
Oh,
The-
yeah,
the
to
pol-
suspend
Thank
the
you.
maximum accrual
That's it,
vacation
maximum
hours.
accrual. That's the motion is to suspend for law enforcement the maximum accrual hours. And then within 30 days, you guys come and share with us maybe what plan you think might help keep your workforce and help address the liability that we just keep rolling over causes us.
Well, my thought is, having been on the other side of the table when I was assigned to the CCPD, I worked on the collective bargaining team. As a union member, the biggest cost is if you keep the drag up the same, then you're not, the biggest unfunded liability is when you allow them to drag up when they leave. I'm not sure about where the thought process is it's more expensive if we allow you to keep it on the books and use it when you can, as long as you're not letting them take any more with them than
When
you
they
presently
leave.
when they leave than you presently have. Now, I realize there is a cost in productivity, but their time is their time, and if we permit them to take it, yes, we may lose that productivity for the day, but you're either going to pay them for the day to work, or you're going to pay them for the day to be off. It's the same amount of money either way.
Chief.
I agree.
They're paying them to be off. That's the expense. That's the money out. You're paying them to do nothing.
But you're losing it in productivity. But my point is that it's not any more expense. You're not
Yes, it
charging
is.
any more to the budget. You're budgeted for that salary. It doesn't matter whether you're paying it out at a vacation or you're paying it for them to be there. You're not paying out anymore, but there is a cost in productivity because they're not there to be productive. I understand that, sir.
And it's a liability on the books, and it's money out when they leave to pay. It's a benefit that you pay out. That's what I don't understand how people don't understand this. Vacation is a benefit, right?
Absolutely,
You pay for your
sir.
salary. If you pay them to go and sit at home and do nothing, that is a benefit that's costing us money because we're paying them to do nothing, and then you have a productivity issue, and you have more holes and more gaps. So it is absolutely paying them. And as we had the discussion when we weren't here, as the auditor said, is absolutely it's a liability on our books that costs us money when we pay people to go on vacation.
As a manager, and I see where you're coming from, Commissioner, but
And
as a
you're fixing to get
manager,
what you want anyway.
I don't see it that way.
I appreciate
It's
that.
not an additional cost. It's not an additional cost. It's costing you the same amount whether they come to work or don't come to work. The cost is the productivity, okay? That's where the cost is. Now, we don't authorize vacation. In other words, if I have 3 people that are going to come in and work a shift, or if I have 2 people scheduled to come in and work a shift and one asks for vacation, they're not getting that time off. I'm not going to let them off. We as managers have to effectively manage that time. But, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, but respectfully, I have to disagree. I don't see how it's an unfunded liability. Now, certainly, if you, that time that they're continuing to build, if you allow them to drag it up, now that's significant. That's a significant cost.
I agree.
Can you explain to him exactly what it is, and from a liability standpoint, since he's disagreeing with me, and I want to make sure he understands that I'm doing this based on accounting principles, not agree or disagree. Based on the
Like
law.
Chief Cook said, we budget 100% of your salary, whether you use it, whether it's a vacation, sick leave, or paid full. There is no additional cost on salary for the full year. Our problem is when we have to record a potential liability for our recording books at the end of the year, where we're required by law, by our standards, to record, here's our balances of what we consider compensated absences. And here's our potential liability of what that cost would be if we had to pay 100% of it. That don't mean that's additional cost. It means that's where our potential liability is for this.
Exactly.
And as she was saying, whether we pay it as in vacation, sick leave, or regular hours, it's still the same cost for the employee. It's just like he's saying, productivity loss.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chief, but we're having a difficulty time here. But here's the good news. Most of us, or at least Commissioner Chesney and I, agree that we'd like to give 30 days so that we could really sit down and put it on a whiteboard or round table or whatever. Could you live with that?
Yeah, yes,
No, we're
yes,
gonna
ma'am, I certainly can live with that.
Okay,
We're gonna
because that would give us
suspend.
some time.
Yeah, I think the motion is to suspend, and then y'all come back in 30 days and just give us maybe some sort of plan.
Yeah.
That we don't have to keep doing this over and over
That's
and
right.
over, if there's a possibility. So that's kind of the
And
deal.
we'll
So we're
work
gonna
with you.
Absolutely, ma'am.
All right.
No, Chief, I think the longer we wait, when we pay, we're gonna pay more money. Because we do the
Well,
raises.
why, I'm sorry to
If
cut
we
you off.
do the raises, we do the 6%, whatever we do, now the money goes up. So what we had gotten this year was gonna be totally different than what you get next year. I'm sorry, totally different than
Want
what you
you to
get
use
next
the
year.
mic.
Okay.
Basically because it has increased. So, you know what, in the longer you wait, the more the more it goes up.
I hear you, Commissioner. What my thought process is on this is that the county has allowed the employees to roll it over because they haven't had an opportunity to use it. Is that my understanding? Is that the reason?
The understanding was, Chief, and you weren't here, for 3 years, they've come to us and asked us, right? We need your help. We need to roll it over. We're going to give the guys, we're going to make it work this time. We're going to do it differently. You know, the guys want to get their vacations and you won't be, but it hasn't happened, right? So for 3 years, we've been doing that.
Yes, sir.
You know, so I said, I told Joe Gonzalez, I said, when is it going to happen? I mean, you were there and telling us all this. So what happened, you know? And I'm not blaming it's a tough job, Chief. I'm telling you, the correctional officers, and you got to have them. But, you know, at what point do we stop over here, you know? I mean, do they get 100 hours?
Well, I know your costs as far as the amount that can be drug up. You guys haven't, the Commissioner's Court has not changed that. It has stayed the same. Am I correct? You can't drag up any more time now than you used to. It doesn't matter. Say somebody had 800 hours vacation on the books. Doesn't mean they can drag up 800 hours. What's the limit?
But you still got to pay them when they take it. You still got to pay them when they take it.
Well, again, Commissioner,
It's
you and I
productivity.
disagree.
I get
know.
that you disagree, but that's not
Well,
what
3 years ago,
what the
we were
county
paying
says.
Say, for instance, just this. 3 years ago, say we're paying him $15 an hour. 3 years later, 4 years later, it's going to be $25 an hour.
Well, yeah, but if whether it's 96 or 102, they could still have 96 and 102. That's the maximum you're going to pay, and you're not going. They're not going to lose it. They're not going to lose over 102. In other words, if they have 102 on the books, and it comes time to that time, whether you have to lose it or use it, they're still going to have 102 on the books. It's not going to take them back down below that amount.
Yeah, I think honestly, only in the interest of time, I really think there is a major issue that we could maybe resolve if we could have a big meeting, because I don't know how we're going to get it done right now, but I do think that there's consensus to roll over law enforcement right now and to come back in 30 days. And that way we can maybe work with Dale or your officers. Oh, well, hold on. I've got some major hands up. Hold the thought for the 30 days. Sergeant Gonzalez. And then I've got Scott Cross. Did you unmute Sergeant Gonzalez?
Commissioners, I thank you. This is Captain Gonzalez. I know that I was the one that had previously requested the rollover for the previous years with the expectation that, eventually we would be able to take that vacation. However, as you guys know, our manpower situation has gotten worse. And so, we appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to suspend that time and let us come up with a plan. But unfortunately, the manpower situation hasn't improved, and I would venture to agree with Chief Cook that the maximum drag up is still 102 hours, and so that cost doesn't go up. Even if you don't roll over that 102 hours, it still remains the same. So there is no additional cost. The salary of the officer, it's booked the same whether he takes vacation or not. And so I completely have to agree with what Chief Cook said. There is no additional cost for the vacation.
Yes, there is. Hi, Dave. Can you? If we're going to keep doing this, then we're going to keep doing this. So give me your opinion as an accountant. Is there an additional cost?
It is.
Pardon? Is there an additional cost?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain the additional cost that no one else seems to?
What is the hard cost? Explain
what's the additional cost? Let's let her explain it.
So it's a liability. You're going to have to pay it, right? So they say, no, you just have to pay 96 hours, right, per the policy. That's correct. But let's see, they accumulate 200 hours, right? You're going to pay them 96 hours. Normally this happens when they're going about to retire, the employees. What's happening is that they decide to take vacation, which we stated vacation is not part of your salary. It's a benefit. It's a huge difference. And we can pull the Department of Labor. I can send you that so you can see a difference between salary and a benefit. So it's costly because normally they take these 2-3 weeks for vacation. The county is paying it, this benefit. So it's costing you money. And we're saying it because they'll report it that every year normally we have a $2 million expense on vacation. Expense. No imaginary liability. It's a real expense that we have.
And tell us how that expense works on that since it's not a liability. Since I completely understand.
You have to book it, right? Because by September, let's see, the policy states that you have 240 hours, right? The law and the accounting standards is telling you that you have to book that liability. That liability is what? Something that you're gonna pay in the future, right? So you said the expense in your books when he's gonna release the financial statements, he has to book that expense. And then you're going to, as a debited expense, and you're going to recognize the liability. Once this employee is taking that vacation, there's going to be a reduction of the liability, and then the cash is going out. So you're paying for that. That's how it works.
Exactly. Thank you.
I would like to debate this further, but I think we need to move on. I'll be honest with you. The biggest issue here is that the benefits that an employee has are the 20%. So when you have your salary, you're absolutely right. Salary's here. That's why every budgeted salary, you go, wait a minute, did you add your benefits? So when you have salary and benefits, that 20%, if I take 30 days of vacation straight, okay, those are days where I'm not here, but you're not replacing me. Why? Because I'm still an employee. The only thing you have to pay me cash for, hard, cold cash that comes out of our treasury, is when I leave here and you owe me 96 or 102, depending. Right? You can. I can only leave here with one or the other.
Take vacation?
When you take vacation, you get paid, Judge.
Yeah, but the vacation is already. I'm still an employee, and you still owe it to me. It's money that you're not getting me an extra paycheck. You're just not here. You're not being replaced. If you were double dipping and I was taking vacation, you were paying me, and then you had to hire somebody else, that would be different. But it doesn't make it, I'll be honest with you, we see it differently. And just so you know, we've talked about this before, and if it had been a contingent liability such that we would have seen it in every single, we would have seen it in every budget book before us where it says contingent liabilities.
But Dale,
it's not
if we
there.
do this, won't you have to increase the budget for expense for vacation?
No.
No.
Oh.
You don't increase the budget for expense. It's a benefit. When you're reporting the real, I mean, remember, you have budget is what you're assuming that is going to happen. And you have the actual when it's going to happen September 30. This is your actual numbers. This is your real fund balance. It's there when you're going to see it, the real number. Budget is something that you expected. I'm expecting to have so much revenue. I'm expecting to don't have this revenue. That's how it works. It's a difference between the budget and the actual statements that we reported at September 30.
I have a question for you. I have a lawsuit. My lawsuit has a contingent liability of $2 million. Is it booked?
Yes.
Is it?
You have to book.
Do you have to pay it, or is it potential, depending on whether or not I owe it later?
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things.
No.
One is the lawsuit, and then we're talking about vacation.
It's not all
the
liabilities
lawsuit,
that are
that
booked.
is the law. It follows a different set of rules.
That's
this
different.
is just vacation.
Completely
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
It's different.
Well, just the issue is whether the $600,000 is a number. It might have to be reported as what is your overall universe of what you could have out there. What's the value of it? Okay, that's the value. That's why it's an accounting principle. But in real life, if 100 people left tomorrow and they each had 1,000 hours, you would owe each of those people what, Julie? How many hours?
But they're not
How
gonna
many
leave,
hours?
Judge. It's if
But wait a
they-
second.
if they take
But let
their
me ask my
vacation.
question.
You're right
If
on
each
that.
of them had 1,000 hours, they would only owe 96 hours
That's if
upon
they-
separation. And so here's the other issue.
That's if they leave. I'm not talking about if they leave.
Yeah,
You're
but
right
that's
on
what
that
you're
issue.
worried about.
No, I'm not.
That's
You're
what you're
right on
worried
that.
about.
It's if they stay. If they stay, we have to pay for all that.
You don't pay. Okay, go ahead. But use your mic, forgive me, because people.
You know what? How about let's make a motion, because we're gonna roll, I mean,
Yeah, I
think we're
know.
gonna-
I think that
we're-
we
yeah,
should
we're gonna
roll
never
over
win
them
on-
and then.
let's just
bring it
disagree.
back.
Vacation day is already accounted for whether you work it or you don't work it. It's still accounted for in the budget. So Dale sets a salary, or the salary is set for the budget for the entire year. So it's not going to cost the county anymore whether
Wait.
you work it or you don't work it that day.
It is.
But you
Okay,
do
so-
have to book it, and that is where
That's
the
fine.
only thing I agree. But it's not a
Hey,
paid hour.
I would make a motion to roll over the law enforcement hours. That does not increase the 96 hours, or 102 for them, to roll over their hours,
Plus the 30-day.
and then have them come back in 30 days with some sort of plan to help us not have to have this discussion again, possibly, maybe. That would be a motion.
That was my motion, Kara.
Oh, sorry.
He's
I'm
seconding
second-
it.
I'm
That's
second-
fine.
I'm second.
Scott Cross wants to weigh in.
But he's doing it on employee part, I think.
Okay, tell him.
Yeah, real quick, and then I have to go, and you can share that information with Commissioner Chesney. I
I
just
will.
sent you, Judge.
I will.
Hold
on, Scott.
So,
okay, Kara, just hang on for a second.
So I can get mine down, pretty good by the end of, I hope by the end of the year. I'm probably the only one as a department head out here that has that situation. None of my other employees do, but my problem has been, speaking to you from a department head's perspective, is that, we never shut down in COVID. There was never any furloughs or anything. Nobody ever worked from home. We were open 100%. Then we had Winter Storm Uri. Then we have Hurricane Hannah. We've got all these projects that are happening, Ivy McGee, Bob Hall Pier, Packery, everything that's going on. I have not been able to afford to take any extended time off. I'd love to. If you told me I could do it, I would close up my office tomorrow and I'd go away. Wouldn't come back till October 1.
Look at Jenny.
But I would leave a lot of stuff hanging that none of you would be happy about.
You'll lose.
You'll lose.
You'll lose when everybody walks out from December 1st.
I agree.
I mean, I don't want to do that. I can take small chunks, but I just need some time to work it. And I promise you, from my perspective, I won't put you in this situation again. It's just been a weird couple of 2 or 3 years, plus all these major projects. And I can't leave them. I just can't leave them. And I've got my assistant director fixing to retire, and it's going to throw even more on my plate. So anyhow, That's all. I got
Thank
to
you,
get
Scott.
down on the beach.
Yes,
I
I understand. Please take care. So look, we have a motion in a second. Now, Kara, you are going to try to clarify.
The first one is to recommend to the Civil Service Commission to suspend.
You probably are right.
Yes, that's the
correct.
Right, so that's 3. So you just
correct.
want to word it to, that's what you're going to recommend to them?
Yes.
Which is law, and I don't know if that could be law enforcement.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. That's the
Okay.
right. That's the right verbiage.
For
Is that
law
right,
enforcement.
Jenny? That's the
Right,
right
but
verbiage.
is law
What
enforcement
you
have to go
recommend to the Civil Service Commission to suspend. The words are suspend maximum accrual of vacation hours for law enforcement
only
at this time. And well, that's just my motion, and then with the 30-day plan. Okay. And then we haven't dealt with the other.
But the
personnel
30-day
policy.
plan, you don't want to tell.
It's just for law enforcement.
Okay, so that would be for 4. So we should act like we're on number 4.
It would be 3 and 4, Kara.
I understand that, but do you want to tell? They
Well,
don't want
what
to
I
tell.
want to do, Kara,
Yeah.
is deal with it 3 and 4 for law enforcement, and then
Okay.
it could be voted up or down, but I would like to make a motion
For 3
to
and 4.
allow people under the other rules, right? Which is would that be the personnel policy manual?
Other employees do fall under both policy
Under
manuals.
both. Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
then for the others that fall in accordingly to either civil service or personnel policy, I would like to have it considered to go to December 31st so that they have a chance to use these hours. And I think, honestly, it's still a bad idea because, again, the 50% rule makes sense to me. And I don't believe we've really done the right analysis. I know what you're worried about, and trust me, fiscally, if I thought you were right, I'd be right with you, but I don't believe you are. If I thought it, I would be with you, but I don't. I don't see it the same way, but in order to get us where we want to go, I'd like to offer that compromise of getting us through December. And that would really encourage people to take those hours. I think it's going to be very, very difficult on most of our employees, but we could try that as a compromise.
I don't understand what you're proposing
But
exactly.
December 31st, to suspend and create a limit of time to use those rolled over hours. It's really a accrual, a suspension with a limit. For everybody else, non-law enforcement, Kara.
Okay.
Non-law enforcement.
So then everybody else is just going to run.
Roll over until December to give them a chance. Otherwise, let me just give you an example. If there's certain people that are just integral, if they said, I want to take vacation tomorrow, their manager is going to say, or Wednesday, hey, you can't do it because I need you in court on Wednesday. There's just like what Chief Cook said. He said he'd like to give it, but he can't give it. And that's what's happening to our employees.
Right.
Their department heads or supervisors are saying no. And all I'm trying to do is create a protection and a policy that does what you want to do, which is to get a ton of hours off the books.
Right.
Okay? But give enough time for somebody to actually plan a vacation.
But it's still going to be the same cost, just so we're clear, the same liability, however, whatever you want to call it. I know we disagree, but whatever that term is that we all agree on.
If you give me,
it's the
I
same
got to
one.
stay to the county tomorrow, but I promise you, if you give me 1 week, I'll prove to you mathematically that that's not accurate.
Judge, but you've agreed that it's a you call it a hypothetical liability.
I will show
So
you why
that's-
it's not accurate based on data. I just don't have time today, and I don't think you want to hear it either.
Why don't we
Y'all
go to a
busy.
4-day week?
You know, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that.
Judge, can y'all
They
vote
do.
on the law enforcement part first? To make it clean? You all didn't vote. You had a first and a second.
You know
but y'all-
what? You're right. All
Yes.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. You're right, Kara. We did
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you, Kara.
Okay. Thank you, Kara.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, look, we're almost to executive session, and so this is the last one. So I'd like to make that motion, and I think it gives us at least an opportunity. And I would say a motion is on the floor, and I'd look for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Modis. There's a second. And, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
Abstained. Okay,
Judge,
one executive
Judge,
session.
I'm sorry, he wasn't finishing. I'm a no on that. I'm a no on that.
Okay, he's a no. All right, I've got one abstention.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm confused here.
All right, it would be a rollover until December only. It
For
limits the time.
law enforcement.
No, sir, the rest of them.
For everyone else.
Law enforcement, we did, and everybody said yes. And then this is a rollover till December, till the end of the year. And then,
And then what?
well, that's it. That's it unless you come up with another idea.
I'll abstain on that one too.
All right. Okay, so he'll abstain, and we've got 2-1, and the motion passes, and we'll move to the executive session. I'm going to give notice at this time that we're going to go into executive session. We do so pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Government Code. And, of course, there's authority in Vernon's Texas codes for the exceptions that we're going to be talking about. 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. It's to hold a consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development, et cetera, and other matters that may be discussed and actually have been noticed in executive session. We'll come back out into Commissioners Court afterwards in open session. We'll take any action as deemed appropriate. We'll ask all to clear the courtroom that should not be here, as well as online. We'll let you back in when we've completed our deliberations, and the time for the clerk is 3:37 p.m. And Connie, just the record, please, at 5:10, Connie, p.m. I'm bringing us back on. I'm going to be very quick, as we know that we have already gone past our allocated 5 p.m. So I will just say that there are a few matters that do need to have us address out of executive session. And the first one is on item D, cause number 2217CV126 has a corresponding, and let me get you that corresponding. It's 22, item 22. And is there a motion, Commissioners, or would you like me to make that motion?
Go ahead, Judge. I'll second.
Okay, in the case Eduardo Gonzalez versus Nueces County, the motion is to direct our outside counsel to continue negotiating and
To reject this offer.
to reject the offer presented, but to continue in good faith negotiating towards resolution.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then also in the matter of cause number 2203116, Tug Robert J. Bouchard versus the Nueces County Tax Collector. The only motion is just to direct the county attorney to continue in the legal manner that she deems fit, after any discussion that's needed. Okay, is there a second? To take the appropriate legal action in the benefit and the best interest of Nueces County. Second. Okay, second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Just because I see it here, let's see. Item number 20, we did not reach because we did not have any update. So I'd like to table that item to next session.
Can we table that to when it's ready?
When it's ready.
So
Okay,
it's
that's fine.
Yeah.
And is there a second to that motion? I'll take yours as a second. Is that all right? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Kara, that table is not so much indefinite as it is as to when it's ready. Okay? And then on item number, let me keep going here back to my. That's Gonzalez, that's Bouchard. In the matter of Candace Curtis, Christy Rungel, Shea Pace versus the City of Corpus Christi, CCPD, and County of Nueces, is there a motion on that one?
I think that one was, we were going to.
After discussion? I'll make the motion. I've got it in my head. After discussion, if the county attorney deems it fit to hire outside counsel, then this court directs her to do so.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. All right, that takes care of D, E, and F. In the matter of cause number 2021 DCV 4389, the estate of William Durrell, there is a motion to have limited outside counsel, again, as the county attorney sees fit, for the limited purpose of the October hearing. Is there a second? Okay.
And that was going to be limited to
the October, to one date.
But that was going to be limited. I thought we were going to try to find someone.
I'm sorry. And also that we try to, in an effort to limit costs, to try and find a person, an individual, I should say, that would be very cost effective for that hearing date.
That doesn't authorize prior counsel. It just authorizes.
Right. It's
okay.
just a hearing date. I'm sorry. Yes. It's for an individual to limit costs for that purpose. In other words, we don't know who yet. We don't know who. Say it again.
Jordy Schimmel.
That was another one. I'll go back to that one in a second, okay? I didn't, that one was for item F.
Yeah,
okay. I'll go back there in just a second, okay? On item C, so it's a, I've got a motion to approve that outside counsel, limited purpose, limited cost efficiency, and direct the county attorney to do such hiring.
Second.
All right. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. Okay. On F is a little bit of a addition. There was mentioned the county attorney does have a, we would like to direct, again, after discussion, if it's deemed to be in the best interest, there is a particular lawyer, Jordy Schimmel, that we would like to, but he has not accepted. So, again, he's one of the opportunities that might be presented if after discussion you deem it in our best interest, or if somebody else, you'll let us know, and at least be placed on a further agenda for ratification. Okay. And then it's just clarity, but I think we're good there. Okay. And then also on item B, it's a motion to direct the county attorney to engage in discussions regarding the Hazel Bazemore Dog Park and legal issues relating to the contractor. And is there a second?
Tell me what the motion was again.
It's really just to direct her to continue engaging in negotiations for legal matters with their counsel. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Correct, no.
Jeannie, we're not paying anything, are we?
No.
Not right now.
It would be negotiations for, at this time. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, now that concludes what I did in executive session. Now I want to go back to those numbers and double check that we got them.
Judge, we need to table 15.
Okay, hang on. I'm coming at you here. And then on 24, remember the commissioner's date? I'm just making the announcement that we'll see everybody back here in court on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
On Thursday, that's the public hearing.
September 1st.
Okay?
And that's all.
And that's already on the books. I'm just letting you know as an announcement.
That's all we're doing, though, right?
That's all we're doing.
Right.
Okay? And then table number, which one?
15, 3A, 15.
All right, table till next time.
Already through my
All
agenda.
right.
Which one is 3A?
Motion and I'll make the motion to table. Is there a second?
Which one is 15? I threw my agenda. All right, I'm sorry.
It's the human resources one. Second. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign.
No.
We have no. Okay. We have 3 adjournments in memory today, and I'll start with Commissioner Modis, and then call upon Commissioner Chesney.
Yes, Judge. The Association of General Contractors of South Texas announced earlier today that Jack Solka, passed away over the weekend, August 27th, in Austin, Texas, after a long, courageous struggle with lung cancer. Many of us knew Jack. He was an active member of this community for over 40 years in Corpus Christi, and after his retirement, he moved to Austin to be closer with his family, with children and his grandchildren. Jack was born in Mexico City in 1935. His family immigrated to the United States in 1945 and settled in Corpus Christi. He was an Eagle Scout, graduated from W.B. Ray High School, and earned degrees from Texas A&M College Station and Columbia University. He served in the U.S. Army as an air defense artillery officer, retired as a captain. Jack and his wife, David Lou Edelman Solka, were married for over 62 years. They were a very big part of Corpus Christi and just giving back to the community. Jack was a member of the Coastal Bend Housing Authority, American Institute of Architects, Southside Rotary Club, Corpus Christi Jaycees, the Jewish Community Council, Temple Bethel, and the Texas Jewish Historical Society. Jack was still very much a part of this community, and that the firm he created continued to serve in various projects and various levels of government to build structures that will last for many decades. Jack's love of Israel showed in his work for Volunteers for Israel. He actually volunteered to live on a IDF logistics base and worked in non-combat job roles on the base. Jack was preceded in death by his parents, Rose and Isaac, his sister Jeannie Weitzman, and his brother-in-law Andrew. So survivors are his wife David Lou, his sons Michael and Liz, Stephen and Andrea, and Gary and Shelley, and his 6 grandchildren. And so his funeral service will be, actually it was held today in keeping with Jewish tradition. And so he was buried at and interned in Austin Memorial Park. So there is online ways to recognize, make a donation in his behalf, or just to share a memory of him. And so Jack will be deeply missed.
Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, wanted to read the obituary for Nancy Whitfield. Nancy of Corpus Christi died of a heart failure on Sunday, August 14th. She was born in Memphis, Tennessee, to the late Gladys Ray Haney and Ernest Edward Fishinger. She was preceded by her husband and predeceased by her husband Floyd, brother Ernie, and her parents. Before moving to Corpus Christi, she lived in Memphis, Tennessee, Holcomb, Mississippi, Bartlesville, Oklahoma, Houston, Texas, and San Antonio. In San Antonio, she worked for Prudential Insurance and met her husband, Floyd Whitfield. Nancy and Floyd moved to Corpus Christi in 1965, joined First United Methodist Church, and soon after, Nancy became a real estate agent. She enjoyed meeting new people, dedicating much time and effort to helping others realize their dreams, even being named Realtor Associate of the Year in 1978. Her pride and joy were her children, their spouses, and her 3 grandchildren. She is survived by her son, Carrie, wife Cindy Whitfield, her daughter Lori, husband Chris Hamilton, and grandchildren Mitchell, Andrew, and Catherine Hamilton, as well as many cousins and friends. She loved her women's Bible study at church, loved traveling with her family, and really enjoyed strawberry ice cream and nugget ice. She had a true passion to help rescue animals, especially cats. Spent many years focusing much time and energy simply because she loved animals. Her friend Sheila Harris helped her with this mission and much more. Nancy was a wonderful person, and she will be missed. Our condolences to the Whitfield family.
Thank you. And I have one as well. And before I do that, I just want to say we grew up with the Solka family and the Whitfield family, and on behalf of our family, we are extending our condolences to those 2 amazing Nueces County individuals. My final one is Margaret, otherwise known as Peggy Lassiter Clark, and she passed away peacefully at her home in Falfurrias, Texas, August 23rd, having survived a cancerous brain tumor in 2016. She remained gracious, thoughtful, determined, engaged, and kind throughout all her days. She was born to Carolyn and Garland Lassiter right before Christmas in 1943. Peggy's had a lifetime commitment to the Presbyterian Church. It was from her deep faith that her irrepressible optimism sprang. She graduated from St. Mary's Hall in San Antonio and Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Poughkeepsie, I never say that right. Poughkeepsie, New York. She made friends everywhere she went and on her honeymoon through her volunteer commitments and even in the hospital. Peggy was continuously and happily involved in many various community organizations, most notably the Corpus Christi Junior League, Parkway Presbyterian, and the Texas State Aquarium. More globally, she fostered friendships across Central and South America through decades of dedication to the Pan American Roundtable, where she was the International Director General and served in leadership positions on the local, statewide, and international levels. Peggy's skills on the tennis court were formidable, and she was equally essential to the group lunches after the games. She was wonderfully skilled with the 20 gauge, and she could plan a party with the best of them. A lifelong Democrat, Peggy lived fully in the value of hard work, beauty of God's creation, and the dignity of every person she encountered. Peggy, Mom, Peguita, Aunt Peggy, set an example for us all. She will be sorely missed. She's survived by Bill, her dear husband of 57 years, daughter Kitty, son and daughter-in-law Will and Lizzie, and beloved grandchildren Warren and George. And there is a graveside service set in Falfurrias on September 24th, and there'll be a celebration of life afterwards. Peggy was a great friend to our family, great friend to South Texas. Many people know their family because of the Falfurrias butter. So I extend condolences to all three that we read, and of course all those unknowns that we don't have here, but in our hearts we ask that you keep those loved ones in your prayers. We are done off the record, and for the time, Kara, it's 5:25 p.m. We're adjourned. See everybody back here on Thursday.